Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. The phantom figure of the plains takes us back through the years in fancy to the wild and untamed west of old. We thrill to another of his exciting adventures. Here he comes astride the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! That's it, old fellow! There's a dangerous trail ahead, but we must hurry! Hi-yo, Silver!
In the history of the Southwest during the time of the Lone Ranger, there are records of few outlaws as cruel as the Apache Kid. He was raised by white people after the murder of his father. As a result, he had the education of an average white man, though himself a full-blooded Indian. His career of crime began with the killing of the man who had caused his father's death. From that point on, his crimes were countless. More than a score of lawmen sent to capture him were murdered by his blazing guns. He was shrewd, completely savage, and absolutely without fear of the law.
It shows you. And no law in order to get me. Me, Apache Kid.
At the time our story opens, we see the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto in a small camp near a spring. They are kneeling beside the unconscious figure of a badly wounded man. The masked man speaks.
There's little hope for him, Tonto.
That's right. Wound plenty bad.
If he'd only regain consciousness long enough to tell us who shot him. And tell us who he is.
Him lawman.
I know that, Kimosabe. The bullet that struck him went right through his deputy sheriff's badge.
We here long time now. Him not open eyes.
2 days, Tonto.
That right.
He's been unconscious all the time. I don't understand.
What that?
The clothes this man is wearing cost a lot of money. A lot more than the deputy sheriff can afford.
That's right.
And he's old. A man his age wearing clothes of this sort and wearing the badge of a deputy sheriff. called for some explanation.
Oh.
Listen to him. Isn't there something we can do?
Tonto do all Indian know. I missed.
Tonto, he's speaking.
I missed my chance.
Take it easy, friend. We're doing the best we can to help you.
You're a friend?
Yes. Who shot you and left you here like this?
I'm Tom Reynolds. Do you know the name?
Tom Reynolds?
You go see Sheriff Burns.
Sheriff Burns of Callaway County?
Right. He'll know. He'll know. Just tell him Tom Reynolds missed his chance.
Tell me who shot you.
The kid. The Apache kid. I missed my chance.
Tonto,
Wait,
gone?
that right. Now we take 'em home.
Not just yet. I'm going to call on the sheriff. I want to find out about Tom Reynolds. Here, Silver. Wait for me, Kimosabe.
Yep.
While I'm gone, I'm also going to find out about the Apache kid. Come on, Silver.
At the county seat, Sheriff Burns had been worried by the absence of his deputy, Tom Reynolds. We see the sheriff in his office speaking about the matter to another deputy.
And you still ain't found no track of Reynolds, huh, Sam?
Nary a sign of him, Sheriff Burns. It beats me how he could just drop clear out of sight like he's done.
He was getting too old to be a deputy. But dad ratted, what's a man in my position to do with a critter like old Tom?
Too bad you ain't more deputies like me.
You? Huh. I don't say...
Steady, Sheriff.
What the...
You two.
What for the love of... 2 guns.
A gun to cover each of you.
All right, stranger. Seeing as you aim to stick your neck in a noose by busting in here masked and throwing guns on us, have your say. But consider yourself under arrest.
I'm here, Sheriff Burns, for information.
Well?
Did you have a deputy named Tom Reynolds?
Yeah.
What do you know about him?
You say, did I have a deputy? I still got one named Tom Reynolds. He's out...
Tom Reynolds met the Apache kid.
What?
The Apache kid.
That dirty polecat.
Need I tell you any more?
Answer me just one question. Is the Apache kid alive?
As far as I know, he is.
That means that old Tom ain't.
He lived for several days after the Apache kid shot him.
Where's he at now?
20 miles from here, in an arroyo. My friend and I stayed with him, but there wasn't a chance for him to pull through.
One more mark again the kid. Sheriff, if ever I get the chance to line my gun sights on that redskin, I swear he won't be standing no trial by law.
Stranger, who are you, anyhow?
That's unimportant. The important thing, Sheriff, is to get the Apache kid.
That's what poor old Tom give up his life doing.
Poor? You mean...
Oh, he had a plenty cash. In fact, he was about the richest man that lived in these parts.
But he was still a deputy, despite his age.
Yeah. You see, 5 years ago, the Apache kid got old Tom's son.
He did?
Yeah. Then Tom vowed that he'd get the kid and fetch him in alive to stand trial. He didn't want to shoot him. He wanted him alive so as he could let him know that the shooting of Dave Reynolds was what led to his downfall.
Gosh, I'll never forget old Tom vowing over his boy's dead body that he'd get the kid or die a-trying.
Yeah, and the Apache kid never knowed it was Dave Reynolds that he drilled at the mesa that time. That's the main thing old Tom hoped for.
I'll never forget how he'd practiced the things he wanted to tell the Apache kid when he finally brought him in. I can see him now, standing right there in that corner, Sheriff. Remember?
Yep.
Telling us how he aimed to say, when you shot my boy, you started me on your trail. And it's that lad's murder that'll put the noose around your neck. Poor old Tom.
Did the Apache Kid know Tom Reynolds was wealthy?
Can't say what he knowed.
Did he know Tom Reynolds was out to avenge his son?
Don't know that. The kid just kills for the sake of killing. If he seen a lawman's badge, he'd shoot and let it go at that.
Did Tom Reynolds have any family?
Nope, he just lived alone. Big house down the road a piece.
All kinds of cash, too.
But doggone who the Sam Hill are you to come in here and get us to talk like this? Sam, you forget he's holding guns on us.
Doggone.
You're under arrest.
Very well, Burns. If you want to put me under arrest, you can do so. But first, you're going to listen to my plan.
I am, huh?
Have you any means of getting the Apache Kid?
Well,
We're always on the lookout for him.
Mister, it ain't often a man wins my confidence. But there's something about
In
you.
spite of the mask?
Yes, Dad Rat it, in spite of the mask.
Then listen to my plan.
We'll talk.
In the first place, Tom Reynolds is not dead.
What?
You said that.
Only 4 men know the truth. The Apache Kid left him alive.
Yeah?
Tonto,
Tonto? Who's he?
an Indian friend of mine. Tonto and I know the truth, and now you 2 men. But no one else will know.
Well, I don't savvy.
You will. Listen to what I'm going to suggest.
The Lone Ranger explained his plan while Sheriff Burns and his deputy listened. Then when he'd finished, the masked man mounted Silver and returned to the place where he'd left Tonto.
Tonto! Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. You come back plenty fast.
There's a lot to be done, Tonto.
You see, Sheriff?
Yes. I learned a lot about Tom Reynolds and the Apache Kid.
Me look round here.
Yes?
Find trail.
A trail?
Apache Kid trail.
But it's days old now. You think you can follow it?
Maybe. Tonto try.
You can, Tonto. It'll make my plan a lot easier.
Tonto try follow trail.
We've got to find the Apache Kid. Tom Reynolds was the richest man in the county. When the Apache Kid left him, he was alive. The kid wouldn't know he's dead unless he stayed close to us.
Him not close. Me follow trail long way. Then come back here. Wait for you.
I found out where Tom Reynolds lived, Tonto, and discussed a plan with Sheriff Burns. He's willing to try that plan.
Not good.
I'm going to take the badge off the deputy.
Bullet hole in badge.
Yes, but I can use it just the same.
What you want Tonto do?
First of all, follow that trail and find the Apache Kid.
Then fetch kid in?
No, he won't come in alive, Tonto. He's got to come in of his own accord, or
What you say?
or send for me. I'm going to take the place of Tom Reynolds. I'm going to live in town, in his house, and wear his clothes, and make myself look as much like him as possible. I'm going to offer a big reward in his name.
Who pay reward?
No one, Kimosabe, because we are the ones who will get the Apache Kid, and we don't accept rewards. Now, the first thing is for you to follow the trail, locate the Apache Kid, and after you've found him, tell him this.
Hey, Sam, I want to speak to you.
Well, what's rankling in your mind?
What's come over Tom Reynolds since he got back?
What makes you think anything has?
Can't get to see him. Can't talk to him or nothing.
He was shot by the Apache Kid.
No, you don't say.
Yep.
And lived?
His house is occupied, ain't it? Ain't you heard of the reward he's offering?
Reward?
$10,000 for the Apache Kid.
10,000. Wow.
What's that?
Reynolds was shot by the Apache Kid.
And lived?
He's offering 10,000 reward for his capture.
$10,000?
10,000. Yes, sirree.
Sheriff, is that true? 10,000 for the Apache Kid?
Well, there's a notice of it.
Hey, Sheriff, I got a hammer. I'll nail the notice on the wall.
$10,000.
10,000?
Tom Reynolds offers $10,000. The Apache Kid shot Reynolds. Reynolds is alive. Offers $10,000. $10,000.
Sheriff Burns and his deputy had followed their instructions, and soon everyone in town was talking excitedly of the reward. While the news was being spread, the Lone Ranger, disguised as Tom Reynolds, stood beside his great horse Silver in the stables behind the large Reynolds home.
I think Tom Reynolds is alive, Silver, old boy. I hope we can carry out the plan, keep him alive, at least in spirit, till we keep his pledge for him. It all depends on Tonto. If he can trail the Apache Kid to his camp and carry out his part of the plan, there may be a chance. I wonder if Tonto will be able to follow that trail. If he's successful, I wonder if the Apache Kid will shoot or give Tonto a chance to talk. And I hope the Apache Kid invites him to sit by his campfire and talk over a plan to pick up some quick and easy money.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, the masked man and Tonto found Tom Reynolds dying from bullet wounds. The Lone Ranger reported Reynolds' death to the sheriff and outlined a plan to bring the Apache Kid to justice. Our next scene opens in the outlaws' camp. It is in a forest clearing some distance north of town. With the Apache Kid is his wife, an Indian woman who both hates and fears her husband.
You try escape again.
No.
Me Apache Kid. What I got, I keep. You wife, Apache Kid.
Me not escape. Me stay with you.
That's right. Apache Kid put rope on you and leave you for time. You savvy?
Rope hurt.
Rope not hurt me. You not like me, huh?
I not try to escape. You Apache Kid. You heap strong. You not let wife escape. Me not try.
Apache Kid a rope wife anyway. Apache Kid not take chance.
You bad. You cruel to wife. You...
Stop.
You tie rope.
You say Apache Kid bad Injun. White man say Apache Kid bad Injun. Lawman say Apache Kid bad Injun. Who make me bad?
You not all time bad.
White man law make Apache Kid bad. Man kill my father. Many year go by. Me wait. And then day come, Apache Kid get revenge. That Injun law. White man say that wrong. White man want hang Apache Kid. They not get me.
You hide from white man. You safe.
Apache Kid not afraid. Let white man come. Each time I beat white man. Someday all white man fear Apache Kid. Wait. You hear?
Horse.
Horse come this way. Quiet.
Campfire show where you are.
Quiet. Rider come to camp. You see him?
That Injun.
Injun understand Apache Kid. Maybe not need kill Injun. Oh. The answer. Oh.
Me want water. Plenty hard ride from town.
Stay in saddle. Apache Kid look close.
Sudesi, Take Balu.
Mita Kale. Mabo.
You from town?
That right.
Get off horse. We talk.
Me get off.
You maybe bring news from town.
You Apache Kid.
Yeah.
Me got plenty news.
What news?
You shoot feller. Leave him live.
What?
Who you?
Quiet.
Feller named Reynolds.
Him live?
That right. Him put up money.
Money?
Him plenty rich. Here,
What is paper?
you read.
Me read.
Me put wood on fire. Make light.
So, plenty money for Apache Kid. Plenty money.
That right.
Reward 10,000.
Maybe get 'em reward.
You?
Put 'em down, gun. You, Injun. Me, Injun. Maybe 2 Injun. Get 'em reward.
Maybe we make plan.
That right.
White man Reynolds with more money than he need. Maybe take some. We make plan.
Tonto played his part exactly as instructed by the Lone Ranger. While the Apache Kid outlined a scheme to get the $10,000 reward money, Tonto's suggestions made the outlaw's plot fall into line with the masked man's plan. But the Apache Kid did not realize that he was being tricked.
Make sure Reynolds bring money for reward.
Tonto, try.
Me wait in cabin. Now you go.
Here, feller.
Not that horse.
White feller. My horse.
You take pack mule.
Oh, what matter horse?
Horse stay here. Then you come back sure.
Oh, me want
You
horse.
get white horse back if you play fair. Apache Kid keep white horse for time. You take mule. Ride bareback.
Tonto bring white man to cabin.
Good. I wait there for you. With plenty trick like fox.
Get him up.
Maybe Apache Kid give back white horse, maybe not.
You steal Injun horse.
Horse fast. Maybe hard to follow. Mule slow. Apache Kid follow easy.
What you do?
Now put rope on you. Make sure you hear when I come back.
No, please. No rope.
More rope. Make sure wife not run from Apache Kid.
Someday you not come back. Then what happened?
Me not care what happened to you if Apache Kid not come back.
You cruel.
You run away. You tell lawman too much. Apache Kid get captured. Me not take chance. Savvy?
Oh, rope tight.
Plenty tight. Keep you in camp. Now Apache Kid follow Tonto.
Tonto suspected that the Apache Kid might trail him to town. Therefore, when he reached the Reynolds house, his behavior was designed to mislead anyone who might be watching him. He dismounted from the outlaw's mule and rapped on the door, confident that the Lone Ranger would carry out the deception.
Who is it? Me, friend. Me want talk. 1 minute. What do you want here at this time of night? Me fetch news. All right. Step inside.
There, Tonto. The Apache Kid has followed you. He heard just what he'd expect to hear if I were really Tom Reynolds.
Him got white feller.
What?
Him hold white feller if Tonto double cross.
But the main thing, Tonto, is he setting a trap?
That right.
Good. Was it hard to get him interested?
No, that not hard.
What is his plan?
You go to old cabin.
Where is the old cabin?
3 mile north, near creek.
You can lead me there, can't you? I'm supposed to think you captured the Apache Kid. And when I see you have him tied up, give you the money.
That right.
Very well.
But him got other scheme.
What other scheme has he?
Tonto not know.
Then how do you know he has another scheme?
Sly look on him face.
We'll have to take our chances.
Apache Kid plenty smart.
He isn't smart, Tonto.
Not smart?
No man who thinks he can beat the law is smart. No matter what scheme he has in mind, there's one thing in our favor.
What that?
We're on the side of justice. That makes a big difference, Kimosabe. A bigger difference than most people realize. I'll be ready to go with you as soon as I cinch up. Will this disguise pass for Tom Reynolds in the dark?
It all right.
Come on. We'll go to the stable. You don't want to go ahead with this, do you, Tonto?
There's plenty danger.
We can't back out because of that.
Maybe you get lawman.
No. That'd be a gunfight. Even if the Apache Kid was shot by the lawman, other men would fall as well.
But that
And
not
besides,
matter.
Tonto, we're carrying out the pledge Tom Reynolds made to his son. We want to get the Apache Kid alive. He must be made to stand trial, to see and hear the white man's law.
In a few moments, Silver was saddled, and the Lone Ranger, still disguised as Tom Reynolds, guided his horse down the trail that led through the woods. Tonto, mounted on the mule, rode beside him. Tonto remained silent throughout the trip. He feared that his friend was facing what was perhaps the greatest danger of his career. The Apache Kid was both cruel and cunning, and his capture could be accomplished only by taking desperate chances.
Cabin plenty close now.
Yes, and the Apache Kid will surely be there, won't he?
Maybe him in wood near here.
Maybe him shoot from the ambush.
He won't do that, Kimosabe.
All him want is money.
Yes, but he isn't sure yet I brought any money with me. He'll not shoot me unless he knows for certain that I have the cash.
You not got cash?
No, Tonto. Have he told me everything he wants you to do?
Me tell all.
Very well then, Tonto. He's going to be inside the cabin and appear to have ropes around his arms.
That's right.
But really, he'll not be tied.
No.
Then carry out your part of the plan just as he told you.
Here. Here, cabin.
He's lighted a candle. Oh, boy. Hold that fellow.
Oh, white fella. Oh.
Now I'll talk as if I were Reynolds.
Indian, if you really have that man roped and ready for delivery to the law, you'll get the reward just as I promised you.
That's good.
We'll go inside and find out. So, we meet again.
You there, Apache Kid.
Alive and well. You've kept your word all right, Indian.
Me got revenge.
You'll not have a chance.
What happened for Apache Kid hang?
The Apache Kid. You know why I want you alive?
Me not care.
Years ago, you shot a man named Dave Reynolds. That time, his father promised to get you or die trying. I don't want to shoot you. I want to see you stand trial for murder.
You bring money for Injun that caught me, huh?
I didn't say I'd brought the money with me.
Have you?
That needn't concern you. The reward can wait. First of all, I want to make sure you haven't any weapons concealed.
What good weapon? Arms tight.
Appearances are sometimes deceiving.
You see empty holsters.
Yes?
That Injun has my guns.
Where are they?
There. Gun on shelf.
Very well.
Didn't he bring cash? Him not tell Tonto.
No, I didn't bring the cash. No reward is going to be paid for you, Apache Kid, because this Indian friend of mine doesn't take rewards.
What? Friend of yours?
Go ahead. Move toward the table near the door. You're welcome to stand against it.
What this mean?
Maybe correct. It's all right, Kimosabe. When I saw the dust disturbed on the table near the door, I knew his scheme.
Why, you...
You have the full use of your hands behind your back. Go ahead and reach beneath the tabletop.
You double-cross! Me not tell him.
Tonto didn't know what your scheme was. You can't find the gun you hid there, can you? Here it is.
I show you.
Good. Come on and rush me again.
I got you.
And here's another in the same place.
How you?
Hold him up, Tonto. I want him to examine that shield.
Me not caught yet. Me show
Reach
you.
on that ledge beneath the tabletop.
Me got you.
Or would you rather have me reach for you? I'll get the thing that's there in place of your concealed gun. There it is. You recognize that deputy badge? It's the one Tom Reynolds wore when you shot him. There's the hole your bullet drilled in it.
Me not hung yet. You not got proof.
Tom Reynolds has joined his son. You'll go on trial for both those murders, and others as well charged against you.
That's wrong. Law not got proof.
Tie him, Tonto. Replace those bonds with ropes that'll hold him.
Tonto tie him.
That's for proof.
Tonto get proof.
Where, Kimosabe?
Him wife hate him. Him leave her tied.
Tied?
Her want escape.
Is she in his camp now?
Her there's white feller.
Your horse. And his wife will testify against him?
She do anything to keep him from her.
And make those ropes tight. We'll get his wife and your horse later. Meanwhile, I'll go and get Sheriff Burns. He'll be glad to know that Tom Reynolds' pledge to his son has been kept. Hi-yo, Silver! That's on those great legs of yours, Silver. The lawmen and Osage have given up hope of trapping the outlaw. It's up to us now. Hi-yo, Silver! Hooray! Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to narcotics detail. For more than 2 months, doctors' offices have been burglarized, hospital pharmacies pillaged, drugstores robbed, medical supply firms ransacked, with one purpose in mind: the theft of narcotics. The criminals are expert, cunning, vicious. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, transcribed in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, March 23rd. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of narcotics. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from the record bureau, and it was 10:35 p.m. when I got to room 24. Narcotics detail.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll be right over. Thank you. Get anything, Joe?
Nothing we don't know already. How about you?
That was the county hospital on the phone. Doc Welch. Pretty fair lead. I told him we'd be right over.
What's he got?
One of our informants, Benny Trounsel. Ready?
Let's go. What's with Benny?
It's bad shape. Somebody worked him over. They found him in an alley off of South Main.
Yeah?
Doc says Trounsel talked before he passed out.
Anything good?
He claimed he knows who's running the new dope racket in town. Says they got him.
No, let's take the stairs here, huh? Why should they bother with small fry like Benny?
That's what I'm wondering. Blackmail, maybe.
Benny's still on the needle? Maybe that accounts for his story.
Doc says his skull is fractured. Morphine doesn't do that to you.
Yeah. Benny mention any names?
I don't know. Doc didn't say.
Here's the garage. Come on. When did they pick up Benny?
About an hour ago. He had a pocket full of bundles on him. Heroin.
Trounsel's small fry. He never had that much dope on him in his life.
That's what makes it interesting. Let's go.
County Hospital? Yes, sir. The line is busy. Will you wait? Thank you. Can I help you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Dr. Welch. She's expecting us.
Your names, please?
This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday, police officer.
Oh, yes. Around the corner to your left, room 127. The doctor's waiting for you.
Thank you. Come on, Ben.
I hope Benny's still talking. We could sure use a lead.
Yeah. Here it is. 127.
Hiya, Ben. Joe?
How are you, Doc? Anything new?
Just left Trounsel upstairs.
You think we can talk to him now?
Won't do much good. He died about 6 minutes ago.
For almost 2 years, Benny Trounsel, an addict himself, had been one of the most valuable informants Ben and I had in the narcotic gangs. More than once, he had helped us solve a case, but this time, if Benny Trounsel had any direct leads to the nerve center of the newest narcotic ring, he took them with him. Besides his dying accusation that the ring had gotten to him, he left behind only 2 small scraps of information. First, when he arrived at the county hospital, Dr. Welch reported that Trounsel repeatedly muttered the name Patterson. Secondly, among the few personal effects found in his pockets was a good amount of heroin and a small piece of white paper with 2 words scrawled on it, Tucker Building. Benny Trounsel's body was taken to the county morgue, and the next morning it was posted. At the coroner's inquest, the cause of death was listed as a brain hemorrhage induced by severe blows by a blunt instrument on the sides and base of the skull, inflicted by a person or persons unknown. Besides Ben and myself, the only identification witness at the inquest was a woman who managed a rooming house in Benedict Alley, where Trounsel used to stay periodically. After the inquest, we questioned her briefly in our office.
Miss Strite, you say you can't remember any friends Trounsel had while he stayed at your rooming house?
No, I can't. Besides, if I knew that man used dope, I never would have rented him a room.
How long did he rent from you, Miss Strite?
Oh, about 6 months. I run a respectable house. I don't mind if my people drink a little now and then, but those dope users, no, sir.
Did you know anything about Trounsel, Miss Strite? Where he spent his time, where he had his meals?
Well, don't serve at my place. Too much trouble. Most of the people eat at the Ace lunchroom, down the corner.
Where's that, Miss Strite?
Grant and South Main, right on the corner.
And you think Trounsel might have spent some time there?
He might have, I don't know.
Miss Strite, did Trounsel ever mention anyone by the name of Patterson?
No. Patterson? No.
And you can't recall any friends he might have had?
He had any friends and never set foot in my house. That's all I know.
All right, Miss Strite, thank you.
Here's a card, ma'am. If you come across any information about Trounsel, we'd appreciate it if you'd call us.
All right. That all?
That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, bye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Big help.
Yeah, not even a good identification witness.
You got those listings we made on the Tucker building?
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Here it is.
Okay, let me have it, huh? Tucker building, 7310 South Wilshire. I wonder what Benny Trounsel could have been doing out there.
Shouldn't be too hard to check. It's a small building.
Yeah. 6 listings for the whole place. A couple of law offices, real estate guy, dentists, architect, and a doctor.
One dentist, one doctor could be a lead.
Maybe. Pretty thin.
Friday, Romero. You got a minute?
Yeah, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
Yeah. What do you got, Ed?
Letters. Here's a sample. Now listen to this. Chief of Detectives, Ed Backstrand, City Hall, Los Angeles. In view of mounting wave of narcotic robberies, strongly recommend that your efforts to curb this lawlessness be redoubled.
They all like that?
All of them. They're mad. Can you blame them?
Not a bit.
We haven't got much to go on, Chief. The gang's pretty smart.
All right, then let's be smarter. There's no law against it.
Doing our best, Skipper.
Then make it better. I'm sick of that bunch, and I'm tired of these letters. And look at that record. In 2 months, 15 drugstore robs, 8 medical offices, 2 supply houses, 2 hospital pharmacies. Narcotics missing every time. Now, who's behind it?
None of the old-timers. We've checked them out. Gone over every hype and mainliner we know of.
All right, then get on the transients. New faces. Climb on every one of them that shoots the stuff until you get to that gang and break it. If you need help, holler. But get to that gang and break it. You understand?
Okay, Skipper, we'll try.
You dig up anything on that Trounsel case yet?
Still checking out one lead.
What?
Slip of paper we found in Trounsel's pocket, Ed. Said Tucker building on it, that's all. Just going to check it out when you called.
All right, hop on it. Fast. We got a lot of pressure on us. Keep in touch with the office.
It was almost noon when Ben and I got out to the Tucker building. It was a 2-story affair, comparatively small, very modern. We checked with the dentist in the building first, but he'd never heard of anyone by the name of Benny Trounsel. His records and appointment books proved it out.
Well, that's one down, Joe.
Yeah? Let's try that doctor's office now. What's his name?
Let me see. Springer. Dr. Fred Springer. He's on the 2nd floor.
Okay. There's a stairway down there. Come on.
Pretty close to lunchtime. Might not be in.
Maybe. Somebody should be there. We haven't got much time to play with.
Yeah. Chief sure was up in there this morning.
Here's the office. Fred Springer, M.D.
Good morning. May I help you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Dr. Springer, please.
Do you have an appointment?
No, we don't.
Well, the doctor's not in at present. Would you like to make an appointment for later in the day?
No, ma'am. We're police officers. This is Sergeant Friday. I'm Sergeant Romero.
How do you do? I'm Miss Turner. I'm the doctor's nurse.
Then you must take care of the appointment and record books for the doctor.
Yes, I do.
Well, maybe you can give us the information we're looking for, Miss Turner. Did the doctor ever have a patient by the name of Trounsel? Benny Trounsel?
Trounsel?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think so. Just a moment. I'll check.
Thank you.
No. Trounsel, is that the way you spell it?
Yes, ma'am.
No. The name's not listed here. Let me check the account book. No. Wait. It's funny.
What's that, Miss Turner?
Here in the back of the book in the doctor's handwriting. Look.
Trounsel, the Black Parrot.
Certainly funny. I can't remember seeing that notation before. It must be fairly recent.
Miss Turner, what kind of a clientele would you say Dr. Springer has?
Oh, it's quite exclusive. Beverly Hills, Bel Air. That's where most of the bills are mailed.
Can you recall seeing Trounsel in the office here, Miss Turner? Small man, thin, walked with a kind of a limp, not very well dressed?
No, I don't think so. Doesn't sound like any of our patients.
Would you show us the doctor's prescription lists for the last 2 months? We'd like to check them.
Well, I'm afraid I can't. Dr. Springer keeps them in the safe. He's the only one who has the combination.
How long you been with Dr. Springer?
About 10 months. Ever since he started his practice out here.
Where was he before that?
Philadelphia. I don't understand all these questions. Is anything the matter?
Just a routine check, Miss Turner. When do you expect the doctor back?
About 4 this afternoon. He's out making home calls.
All right. Here's our card. Would you ask him to call us as soon as he comes in?
I'll do that.
Thank you, Miss Turner. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, say, Miss Turner, there's one more question.
Yes?
Does Dr. Springer have a patient by the name of Patterson?
Oh, yes. One of the doctor's first patients, John Patterson. He lives out on East Beverly Drive.
When we left Dr. Springer's office, we called R&I. There was no make on John Patterson. Ben and I drove over to see him just on a hunch. It didn't pay off right then, but it showed a little promise. When the maid came to the door of the Swank apartment, she told us Patterson was out for the day. We asked her about Patterson's occupation. She didn't know. We asked her about his friends, his business acquaintances. She could remember only 2 people visiting the apartment. One of them was Dr. Springer, apparently a constant visitor. The other, a tall, dark man who spoke bad English. We asked the maid how long she had worked for Patterson. She said ever since he moved to Los Angeles, about 6 months before. A few things started to fall into place, but it was strictly a guesswork operation. Ben and I got in the car and headed for the south end of the city to check out some of the places Benny Trounsel was supposed to have frequented. We met a stone wall. From the Ace lunchroom near Benny's former rooming house to the Black Parrot. No one was willing to talk. Threats didn't work, and neither did promises. Ben and I gave up for the moment and headed back to the office.
Pacific Ambulance 1, call to Alhambra is now code 3.
Seems like Skid Row doesn't want any part of this one.
Yeah, there's a bad feeling. Something's got him scared.
Sure would like to know what it is, or who it is.
Yeah, I'd like to know the answer to
Unit
that, too.
80K. Control 1 to Unit 80K.
Us, Joe. Get it, will you?
I got it. 80K to Control 1. 80K to Control 1. Go ahead.
80K. Call station 2511, code 3.
80K to Control 1. Roger. KMA 367.
Wonder what that's all about.
Well, let's find out. There's a drugstore. They ought to have a phone. Pull over, huh? You got a nickel?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. I'll be back in a minute.
City Hall.
2511.
Thank you.
Chief of Detective's Office, Hannon.
This is Friday, Mike. The chief there?
Oh, yeah, just a minute. Backstrand talking.
This is Friday, Ed. What do you got?
You tied up?
Nothing big.
Then check in as soon as you can. Got something good.
What?
You remember the stick-up at St. Agnes Hospital about a month ago? Pharmacy there?
What about it?
2 patrolmen picked up a user down near Union Station about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah?
Guy was way back on his heels. He had 2 vials of morphine on him. Vials had serial numbers.
Good. Did they match out?
Perfectly.
Thanks, Ed. We'll be right in. When Ben and I got back to the office at 3:52 p.m., we picked up Chief Ed Backstrand and went directly to the crime lab, where Lieutenant Lee Jones analyzed the contents of the 2 vials taken from the suspect. Jones told us it was high-grade morphine. We went back to the office and double-checked the serial numbers on the vials with the crime report on the St. Agnes Hospital robbery. They matched.
And there's a good break. These vials were in the loot when the gang knocked over the hospital 28 days ago. Now stay on the trail and we'll crack that gang wide open.
This the arrest report on the guy, Ed?
Yeah. Picked him up in a bar off South Main.
Who is the guy? A transient?
Yeah, here it is, Ben. James Steiner, Phoenix, Arizona, age 37, transient laborer. Anybody talk this guy yet, Ed?
Not yet. He shouldn't be too hard. You better get on it.
Right, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
Check you later, Ed. What time you got, Ben?
Let me see, 25 past 4.
Got a phone call for you, Ben?
Yeah, who was it?
Your wife wants you to pick up some aspirin and a bottle of nose drops for your kid on your way home.
Oh, yeah, almost forgot it.
That the only call we had, Mike?
That's right.
Thanks.
Okay.
You got that Dr. Springer's number, Ben?
Yeah. Here it is. Crestview 55284.
Thanks.
Nurse said he'd call us around 4, didn't she?
Yeah.
Dr. Springer's office?
This is Sergeant Friday down at the police department. Dr. Springer there?
Well, no, he isn't, Sergeant. He called in about 20 minutes ago, and I gave him your message. He said he'd call you.
All right, Miss Turner. When he comes in, tell him to call us. Impress on him. It's urgent.
All right, Sergeant, I'll do that. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
No luck?
I don't know. Just a hunch. He may be ducking us.
Who are you calling now?
State Medical Board. Maybe they can check us out on Dr. Springer. I put the call through to the State Medical Board and asked for a check on Dr. Fred Springer. They said they'd call back within the hour. In the meantime, we had James Steiner brought to one of the interrogation rooms for questioning. It was all talk.
Look, it's like I told the sergeant when they booked me. I don't know anything about this hospital job.
Sit down, Steiner.
Oh, all right, thanks.
How long you been in the city, Steiner?
L.A.? Oh, about a month. I came from Phoenix, looking for work. Things are pretty slow in Phoenix.
Where'd you get the morphine?
Huh?
I said, where'd you get the morphine?
The stuff? Oh, I bought it. Just for a pop now and then. I just play around with it. Just for kicks.
Who'd you buy the vials from?
Who? I don't know. A guy in a bar gave me a price.
Which bar was that?
Which bar? The Black Parrot. I'm not hooked. I just play around with it just for kicks.
What did the guy look like, Steiner?
What did he look like? I don't know. Tall, I guess.
Would you remember him if you saw him again?
Remember? Sure. I talked to him a couple of nights at the bar.
Was he on the stuff? Was he a hype?
Hype? Yeah, maybe. Tall fella, dark.
You shooting the stuff?
Shooting the stuff? No, I'm no mainliner. I never took in the veins in my life. I told you I'd do it just for kicks, just a pop now and then.
Take off your shirt. Let's see your arms.
Huh? My arms?
Come on, take it off.
Well,
Who are you kidding, Steiner? Your arm looks like a pincushion.
I told you just once in a while, just for the kicks. I'm not hooked on it.
They found 2 vials of stolen morphine on you, Steiner. You can go 2 ways, hard or easy.
Hard or easy? I told you I ain't done nothing. I bought this stuff. I use a cap or a bindle once in a while for kicks, but I'm not hooked. I bought the stuff, I tell you.
Who was he, Steiner? Who sold it to you?
Who? I told you I met him in a bar, the Black Parrot.
Who was he?
He was tall. Dark. He gave me a good price.
Come on, let's have it, Steiner. His name.
I'm feeling sick. You got something for me? I'm sick.
All right. Mike.
Yeah, Joe.
Get some milk. A couple of quarts right away.
Okay, Joe.
You ready to tell us, Steiner? Who was he?
I'm sick. I'm sick.
We're getting some milk for you now. Come on, you better talk.
Max. That's all he said. Name was Max. He gave me a good price. I only take a pop now and then just for kicks.
You think you could point him out for us?
Yeah. Maybe. I'm sick. I'm sick.
Narcotics from Merrill.
Hello. This is Dr. Springer calling. You wanted to talk to me.
Yes, we did, Doctor, and we've got a few questions we'd like to ask you. Oh, hold on just a minute, will you? It's Dr. Springer, Joe.
All right, tell him we got to see him tonight. We'll call him back later.
Dr. Springer?
Yes?
Sorry, Doctor. We'll have to see you later on tonight. You be at home?
Well, I have an appointment this evening. Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Sure, Doctor. It's about a man named Benny Trounsel.
Oh. I see.
And if you don't mind, we'd like to check over your prescription list with you.
Yes. I'll cancel my appointment. You can contact me here at home. 1538 South Road. I'll be here all night.
All right, Doctor. Thank you. We'll see you later then.
Yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What'd he say? All right?
Yeah, it's all right. I'll buy that hunch of yours now, Joe. Dr. Springer, he knows who killed Benny Trounsel. I bet he knows why.
When Mike Hannon came back with the milk, we fed it to Steiner, and then we put him back in his cell. We put in another call to John Patterson out on East Beverly Drive, but there was no answer. We left word with Hannon where we were going, and then Ben and I headed out for Dr. Springer's home. It was 7:35 when we pulled up into the driveway at 1538 South Road, a low, rambling ranch-type home. We got out of the car and made our way down the path to the front door. A gray Persian cat followed us. The door was half open. We knocked, but there was no answer. Through the window, we could see the living room was dimly lighted. We went in. We found Dr. Springer sitting in a large carved mahogany chair in the dining room. The room was hung with draperies. He was slumped forward, face down on the dining table. There was a bullet hole in his right temple. On the floor near his right hand was a .32 automatic pistol. In the center of the dining table was a piece of white paper.
Looks like he beat us.
Yeah. Any names in that confession?
One says he killed Trounsel. No, wait a minute. It says, John Patterson. He forced me to this.
What?
I don't know. What's it look like to you? Here's another one. Norberg. That's all it says. And then he signed his name, Dr. Fred Springer.
Ben, come over here. Look at these.
Hypodermic needle. It works. Is this morphine?
White powder. Could be.
Then he was on it himself.
Looks like it. We'll find out when they post him. I'll get it. Yeah.
Sergeant Friday there, please.
This is Joe, Mike. What do you got?
Can you talk all right there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just got a kickback on your call to the State Medical Board on this Dr. Fred Springer.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a registered physician in the state of California. Besides that, his license was revoked in Pennsylvania 2 years ago. Illegal operations.
That explains it. Notify homicide. Get the crime lab in the corner out here, will you? Looks like Springer shot himself.
Okay, Joe, right away.
We'll wait for him, but hurry him up, Mike. We got a couple more places to check out tonight.
Okay, Joe, see you later.
Right.
What's next? Patterson place?
I don't know. Maybe we ought to try Steiner first.
Sounds good to me. Feels like we're getting close.
Yeah, Ben. Real close. 12 minutes later, homicide and the crime lab men checked in at the Springer house, and Ben and I checked out. We went back to the office and found Ed Backstrand waiting for us. We told him our story, and he sent 2 men out to keep an eye on the Patterson place. 2 other men went to work to try and track down the other name in Springer's confession note, Norberg. Ben and I went up to the county jail and picked up Steiner. The 3 of us started out to look for the man who sold Steiner the 2 vials of morphine stolen from the hospital pharmacy a month before. The man's name was Max. He was tall and dark. That was all we knew. The rest of it was up to Steiner. 2 other men from the detail, Davis and Emerson, came along with us to take care of Steiner if anything went wrong. Our first stop was the Black Parrot Tavern. Davis parked the car in an alley down the street. Steiner, Ben, and I got out and walked the rest of the way.
You understand what you're supposed to do, Steiner?
Me? Yeah. I go in first and sit at the bar. You 2 will follow me. I sit at the bar, and if I see Max, I give you the sign. That's okay, huh?
That's right. And you don't try to break for it.
Break for it? Me? I told you, I'm squaring with you guys.
All right, Steiner. Go ahead.
Let's hope it works, Joe.
Yeah. There he goes inside. Come on. Now, look, try to grab one of the booths along the wall if you can, huh?
Right. Here we are.
First booth, Ben. It's empty.
Yeah.
Fellas left to order at the bar. Waitress got a night off.
Make it a couple of beers, will you?
Couple of beers? Okay.
Joe. So look at Steiner.
Yeah, he's signaling. Must mean the guy putting on his coat over there. No, hold it, Ben. Wait till he gets past us. All right, get Steiner back to the car. I'll tail the guy. You come after me. I didn't know how right Steiner was or how much we could trust him. All I knew was that the man I was following was tall and he was in a hurry. I followed him 3/4 of a block before he turned in at a motel. He went to a cottage at the rear of the lot, let himself in, and closed the door quickly behind him. A minute later, Ben and the others pulled up in the car.
Got him staked out, Joe. Steiner says that was Max.
Let's make sure. Come on.
Which one's he in?
The one down at the end here. Now be careful.
You too.
All right, here we are. Wait a minute right there. All right, look, there's no rear door. He's got to come out the front. Keep the door clear. You ready?
All set.
Cover me. Open up in there.
Who is it?
Police officers, open up.
Just a minute.
All right, Ben, give it back to him.
Don't shoot, we'll come out.
All right, throw your guns out first, then come out with your hands behind your head and make it fast. Watch it, Ben, he's making a break.
All right, mister, that's far enough. Get out of my way. Get out of
Get him, Ben. That's good, Ben. You all right?
Yeah. He didn't mean it, Copper. He didn't mean it. He didn't know what he was doing.
Well, that must be a good excuse, lady. A lot of people use it. Come on, Ben. Let's take him in. It was 10 minutes past midnight when we got back to headquarters. Both the man and the woman were booked for violation of the State Narcotics Act, a felony. He gave his name as Max Jansen. In his luggage, we found 13 vials of morphine, large quantities of heroin, and a small amount of Panopin. He gave us the names and addresses of 6 active members of the narcotics gang. He identified Dr. Springer as second in command.
Just a few more questions, Jansen.
Yeah, all right.
Why did Springer kill Trounsel?
He had it coming. Trounsel knew the score, and he was blackmailing them, bleeding them white.
Why didn't the gang take care of him?
The boss said no rough stuff. Things were going too good. He warned Springer, but he wouldn't listen. All right, Jensen, just one more question. Who's the boss? Do I get off light? State's witness? It might help. We can't promise you anything.
Who's the boss, Patterson?
Yeah.
138 East Beverly Drive?
That's right. What about Norberg? How does he figure? It's the same guy. Patterson and Norberg, both the same.
And what's his real name?
Norberg. Tony Norberg.
What's his front?
He's legitter. He used to be importing business.
Where?
Here. Got an office downtown. Do I get protection?
Where's Norberg now?
Home out in Laurel Canyon. Do I get protection?
I thought you said he lived out on East Beverly.
His apartment. His home's out in the canyon.
Where? What's the address?
Do I get protection?
You'll get protection.
Winding Way. 860 Winding Way.
All right, Friday. Romero, take some men with you.
All right, Davis, cover the back of the house. Levine, you cover the front. Come on, Ben.
Yes?
Mr. Norberg in?
Who's calling?
Police officers.
Oh, come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Now get your hands up. Face the wall.
You'll never make it, lady. The house is surrounded.
Tony, get the stuff. It's our only chance.
They'll cut you down, Norberg.
All right, Jeannie, give him the gun.
Don't be a fool. They're going to march out the door in front of us, right to the car.
I'm not going, Jeannie. Try it if you want. I'm not going.
All right, Tony, stay. Come on, coppers.
You'll never make it, lady.
I said move. Fast.
All right, Ben, hit the dirt.
She's going for the car.
See if you can get those tires. Come on.
Dan?
Yeah.
Norberg was smart. Must be the girlfriend.
Guess so.
Wonder why they start. Why do they get on the stuff, Joe?
For kicks, Ben. None of them ever get hooked. Just for kicks.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Tony Norberg, alias John Patterson, was tried and convicted for possession of narcotics, robbery, and conspiracy, and was sentenced to the maximum term prescribed by law, each count to run consecutively. He died 3 years and 11 days after his arrival at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the 9th in a new series of authentic cases transcribed from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Chief Erskine Fish of the North Sacramento Police Department, who on the night of August 11th, 1935, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. That's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Sure is hot today, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Used to get hotter in Sweetwater, though.
Texas?
Yes, sir. But I wasn't there very long.
No. What'd you do there, Chester?
Oh, I was a salesman, Mr. Dillon.
Salesman? Well, what'd you sell?
Lightning rods.
Lightning?
Oh, well, now, they're good things to have, Mr. Dillon. Why, I had a line of lightning
now
rods
don't explain it to me, Chester. Too hot.
Well, I'll go get us some beer. Maybe that'll help.
I don't think I want any beer, Chester.
Well, then, why don't you just go take a siesta, Mr. Dillon? I'll stay here in the office.
Why don't you just leave me alone, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Marshal,
Yeah, what do you want, Doc?
a couple of cowboys been feeling their liquor over at the Texas Trail.
That's what saloons are for, isn't it?
And they were giving Kitty a bad time.
Oh?
She got rid of them now. But they're down at the end of Front Street now, making remarks and pestering the town ladies. It just might lead to trouble.
Well, I'm not going to walk down there in this heat just to lecture a couple of hard-nosed cowboys.
I'll go, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, good, Chester. You go, huh? Just tell them to take it easy and leave the ladies alone.
Yes, sir, I will, Mr. Dillon.
Hey, lady, you ever been to Texas? Real men down there. Not like these short grass Kansas.
All right, boys. Now, that's enough.
Who's this?
The preacher, maybe.
Boys, Marshal Dillon sent me down here.
And we're going to send you right back, fella.
Mr. Dillon said you can have all the fun you like, but to leave the ladies alone.
That's the whole dang trouble with these Dodge ladies. They've been left alone too long.
Yeah, what they need is a couple of big-handed Texas men.
Look, now, why don't you go over there to the Alfaganza? I'll buy you both a beer.
You will, huh? Well, that's mighty thoughty of you, mister.
We just don't want any trouble, that's all.
Sure we don't. And I got an idea how we won't have any. Wait till I get on my horse here. Stay with our friend a minute, Trevor.
Hey, mister, I'll make a bet.
What kind of bet? What do you mean?
Any kind. You name it. Come on.
Well, but I don't...
I got him! He spilled his gun, Trevor. Pick it up and grab your horse.
Get this rope off of me.
Maybe it'll wear off, mister. You're going for a ride.
Drag him, Tobo, drag him. Let's go.
I got Chester, Marshal.
What? What? Who got Chester?
A couple of cowboys. They roped him and dragged him out of town. Come on.
Well, which way?
West, I'm going with you. Hurry.
Come on.
There they are, but they're not dragging anything.
They must have cut him loose. There he is, by that sagebrush there. Chester. Chester. Get that rope off his feet, Shiloh. Look at him. He's bleeding all over. They tore him to ribbons.
I'll stay with him, Marshal, if you'd like to.
No, Shiloh. Go get our horses, huh? Want to get him back to the dock right away.
All right, Marshal.
It's all over, Chester. I got you now. We'll be at the docks soon. Easy, Chester. Easy, fella. Easy now.
I'll carry him when you get tired, Marshal.
I won't get tired, Shiloh. Not for a long time. Well, Doc?
Yeah, he's in bad shape, Marshal. The worst is something's bothering his breathing. I don't know what it is. We'll just have to wait and see if it goes away. If he lives the next few days, he'll pull through.
Oh, Doc.
I know. But I'll stay right here with him.
Why did I have to send him? Why didn't I go?
Oh, and I don't blame myself,
I
Marshal.
told him to go, didn't I?
Yes, but...
Doc, can I talk to him?
No, Marshal, no, not for a while.
All right, then. Would you tell him this for me? I'm going after those men. I'm going to bring them back. Alive. Or at least half alive. In the street outside, waves of heat move back and forth, making things seem unreal. Like Chester lying up there at docks. That seemed unreal somehow. I walked down to the jail, and I went inside, and I sat there for a while. And then all at once, I got up and unbuckled my guns, and I hung them on a peg behind the desk. And I went over to the Texas Trail.
I'm over here, Matt. Sit down. Matt, I heard about Chester. How is he?
Doc doesn't know for sure.
Oh.
They were in here bothering you. Who were they, Kitty?
I never saw him before. One was a kind of weasel-faced man named Trevitt.
And the other?
Big man. Real brute. Named Stobo, I think.
I see. What outfit, they say?
Would it be the Crow Track?
Yeah. The Crow Track's holding a herd up the river. Thank you, Kitty.
Wait a minute, Matt.
Yeah?
It's no business of mine to ask, but where are your guns?
It would have been easier for Chester if they'd have shot him and killed him.
But I don't see...
So I'm not going to shoot them. If Chester dies, I'll see him hanged. Otherwise...
Otherwise what, Matt?
I don't know. But I'm going to bring him back and we'll wait and see.
You're taking an awful chance.
Maybe.
Oh, Matt. Please be careful.
Sure. Kitty?
Yeah, Matt.
Look in on Chester once in a while, will you? Maybe
Oh, of course I will. Don't worry about him.
Thank you, Kitty. So long.
Hey, Marshal.
What is it, Shiloh?
I'll walk outside with you. Marshal, I want to ride after those cowboys with you.
No, Shiloh, I'm going alone. But we could use you here at the jail.
Here?
I'm going to take 2 prisoners. I don't know when or how, but I need a jailer when they come in.
So I'll bring them in with you, and then I'll...
No. That's something I have to do alone.
Marshal, you're a stubborn man. But, okay, I'll do it.
Keys are in my desk. Here's my horse. I'm going now.
Hey, wait a minute, Marshal. You're not armed.
I know it, Shiloh. Goodbye. Who's the trail boss here? Where is he?
Here I am, and I don't need any riders.
Maybe not, but you got 2 riders I need.
How's that? Just what do you want, mister?
That's the Crow Track outfit, isn't it?
That's right.
I'm looking for a couple of your men called Stobo and Trevitt.
They ain't here, mister.
And where are they?
They come back this afternoon, picked up the gatherings, and left. Didn't even wait to get paid off.
I'm telling you this just 'cause they're no good, and I'm glad they're gone.
Which way'd they go?
I wouldn't tell you if I knew, mister.
I didn't think you would.
Who are you, anyway?
I'm a U.S. Marshal out of Dodge.
That's so? Well, I don't know what you want them for, and I don't care, but how you going to take them, Marshal? Put salt on her tail? You ought to at least take a club if you're going after that Stobo. He's mean, he's big. Besides being a Texan.
We've hung Texans up here before, mister.
Marshal.
Yeah?
I heard Stobo and Trevitt say they were heading west, following the Arkansas.
Where you from, son?
Texas, near Waco.
And what are you sniveling around informing on these men for?
That Stobo kicked me, knocked me down and kicked me.
All right, son, I'll ride along the Arkansas. But you ride back to Texas and learn how to fight your own battles.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, the conventions start next Monday when the Republican Party takes over Chicago. CBS Radio's greatest reporting names and a corps of technical experts manning mobile units and studios covering the convention floor and corridors are all set to bring you history as never before. Whatever happens, wherever it happens, you'll miss nothing when you tune in the conventions on CBS Radio starting next Monday. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I cut straight down to the Arkansas and followed it west. I rode close to the water where I could use the sound of it for only my cover. After an hour or two, I spotted a hobbled horse alone. Stobo and Trevitt must have separated. I got down and followed the animal's tracks as best I could in the moonlight until I caught the dying coals of a campfire on the bank ahead. To one side, I could make out the huddled figure of a man asleep in his blanket. It took a long time to crawl to his head where I saw the weasel face of the man Trevitt. His gun belt lay on a saddle blanket in easy reach. I stood up and heaved it out into the river. And as Trevitt sat up with a snap, I kicked him back.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
You sit up again and I'll smash your skull, Trevitt.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me!
Shut up. Now, where's your rope? I told you to lie down. Now, where's your rope?
Under my saddle there. You gonna lynch me?
No. But you may hang legally if you live that long. Now, keep your arms in that blanket and lie still while I get you roped up here.
Who are you, mister?
Yeah, that'll do it. Let's just say I'm a good friend of a man you dragged out of Dodge this morning.
Stobo was in on that, too. It was his idea. He did it.
Don't worry, I'll find Stobo.
You ain't gonna leave me like this?
I'll be back.
You ain't even carrying a gun.
Too bad for you, I'm not. Now, Trevor, I'm going to throw you across my horse and tie you on. He'll take you into Dodge right to the jail. When you get there, tell Shiloh who you are if you can still talk. And he'll give you a nice, clean cell.
You're the marshal.
I'll be back when I find Stobo.
You can't do it, Marshal. I'll die on that sun. Ride like that across a horse. No, listen. Stobo's about a mile upriver. We had a row and I left him. See, I told you, Marshal. Let me go now.
Trevor, how would you like to go to Dodge behind my horse with a rope around your heels?
No, don't, Marshal. Don't kill me.
I'll pack you on now. I tied Trevor across my horse and started him off in the direction of Dodge, and then I forgot about him. Stobo was next. I rode west on Trevitt's horse. Dawn was just breaking when I saw him, crouched behind a campfire, cooking breakfast. His horse was saddled and stood nearby. I rode straight up, got down, and walked over.
You lost, stranger?
No. I'm not lost. Stobo.
No tricks, mister. I don't see a gun, but no tricks.
Relax, Stobo. I'm unarmed.
Who are you?
Matt Dillon. I'm a U.S. Marshal out of Dodge.
You're a long way from Dodge, Marshal.
Stobo, you and your pal had some fun with a friend of mine yesterday. You hurt him bad. Maybe you killed him.
You rode out here without a gun to tell me that? You're the craziest marshal I ever saw. I'm going to shoot you, Marshal, and bury you in the river. What do you think of that?
I expected you would.
Huh?
But unless you want it on your conscience that you refused to feed a man on the trail, you better give me a piece of that pork first.
You're about the coolest man I ever saw, Marshal.
Do I eat?
Sure you do. Sure. You just stand right there across the fire and don't move. I have to shoot you before you've been fed.
I know.
It's too bad I only got one dish for your last meal, Marshal.
A man can keep sassy on meat alone, Stobo.
Yeah, he sure can. Well, looks about done. At least this here piece says you can't...
All right, I got your gun, Stobo, so don't try anything.
You burn me! You burn me!
Just a few coals. They won't hurt you. Now shut up and get on your horse.
I'll
Move.
kill you for this, Marshal. You can't hurt me like that.
On your horse! Come on now. Get up there. Now, you just sit there, Stobo. I'm going to throw a noose around your neck, so keep your hands down. There now. Now, you ride toward Dodge. And you do anything I don't like, and I'll jerk you off your horse and drag you the rest of the way. Now, ride. Jail's on the left. You see it?
I see it.
All right, pull it. Shiloh! Shiloh!
Well, hello, Marshal. This other one?
Yeah. Trevitt, get here.
More dead than alive, but he's here. It was rough, Marshal. Real rough.
Yeah. Shiloh, how about Chester? Tell me.
Doc ain't sure yet, but he's alive.
Lock Stobo up. I'm going over to Doc's.
All right, you get down. And walk straight, or I'll shoot you through both knees.
Chester was asleep, but the doc let me take a look at him. Seemed to me he had more trouble breathing than before. But the doc said another day might see him out of it. And there was nothing I could do. So I went up for a steak and some sleep. And the next morning I went back to the jail.
Morning, Marshal.
Is everything all right, Shiloh?
Doc looked over your prisoners. Trevitt's pretty sick yet, but Stobo's all right. Got a few burns is all. Nothing could hurt that moose.
A hanging might.
Sure, but what if Chester pulls through?
You can't hold us in, Marshal. There's no law that says...
I don't like the sound of your voice, Trevitt.
But you can't
Be
hold us.
quiet.
Don't worry, Travis. There's nothing he can...
You too, Stobo. Shut the door, Shiloh. I don't even want to look at him.
That Stobo's a mean one, but I feel kind of sorry for Trevor.
And go cry about it someplace else. I don't feel sorry.
Don't you take it out on me, Marshal. I didn't send Chester off to do my job.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Go get some breakfast, huh, Shiloh? I'll wait here now.
I'll be back later.
Doc? What? Well, what is the doc coming?
Chester, he's going to be all right.
You sure?
Why, of course, Marshal. His breathing suddenly changed. The pressure's off somewhere. Oh, he's going to be fine.
That's good.
Of course, he'll be in some pain for a while yet, but...
Yeah. All right, Doc, I'll come see him in a little while.
I'll tell him for you, Marshal.
All right, come on, Trevor.
Where to?
Come on, I said.
What's up, Marshal?
I'll be back for you, Stobo. Now get going. Come on.
It was Stobo, did it? Not me. You can't do anything to me.
Shut up. Trevitt, your horse is down at the National. Go get on it.
You turning me loose?
Get your horse and ride, and don't ever come back to Dodge, not while I'm alive. Now go on before I change my mind.
Yeah, sure, I'll go.
You're next, Stobo.
What you do with Travis? Put a knife in him?
I turned him loose. Now come on, get out of that cell.
Am I free, too?
You will be in a little while.
So the doc, Marshal. Chester's... Hey, where you going with Stobo?
Gonna shoot me in the back, probably. That right, Marshal?
I'm gonna do what I should have done 3 days ago when I sent Chester after you. Bring him outside, Shiloh.
Let's go, Stobo. Slow and easy.
Bring him over here, Shiloh.
You're gonna drag me, is that it? You try that.
That's what
now.
you do, isn't it, Stobo?
Don't try.
Never mind. Shiloh, hold my guns. Here.
What the...
Oh, I get it. You're gonna fight me. Well, Marshal, you're crazier than I thought. Why, I'll tear your throat out.
If he wins, let him go, Shiloh.
Maybe I will.
I said you'll let him go.
All right, Marshal, all right. Maybe you're crazy, but I guess this is your party.
Come on, Marshal. I'll make it short for you. Real short.
Stand back, everybody. Get back, do you hear?
You're big, Stobo, but you're stupid. You're ugly stupid.
Why, you... I'll kill you!
Give me my guns, Shiloh.
Here. You don't look too good, Marshal. I'd better get that doc.
He's hurt, but he isn't dead. If he can't ride, throw him on a stage, but get him out of here. If I see him again, I'll shoot him. Chester? Can I come in?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. My, what happened to you?
I've been lecturing a couple of hard-nosed cowboys. One in particular.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. Those two sort of got the drop on me.
Yeah, it sure did.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
I've been thinking, and...
Yeah? What is it, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, I'm not much help to you here. Maybe I better just...
That's enough, Chester.
Well, but I've been thinking
Well,
that...
just stop thinking.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Now, look, Chester, I'm going to tell you something. I need you here. You see, you're the only man in Dodge I can really trust. The only one.
Yes, sir. Well, you can trust me, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know. And I'm thanking you, Chester. But you're sure no help to me lying there, you know. No help at all.
Well, I don't aim to stay here long. The doc says I'll be up and around again.
Look, Chester, I tell you what. I'll go get patched up, and then we'll make Kitty come over and fix us some steaks, and we'll have some beer, too, huh? Well, what do you say?
My, that'd be fine, Mr. Dillon. My, I'd sure like that.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Paul Dubov, Lou Krugman, and Georgia Ellis, with Don Diamond, Gil Stratton, and Jack Crucian. Parley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. When Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles rode toward the little town of Flat Rock City, they had a warning that their old friend Pappy Sparks was headed for real trouble. But Pappy wasn't worried about it as he sat in the railroad station teaching his grandson Clay how to send a message on the early day telegraph.
That's it, boy. That's it.
There. How'd they do, Pappy?
Clay, boy, you did just fine. Just like I taught you. You got that message through without a single mistake.
Boy, oh boy, sending messages on the telegraph. Hey, can I do it again sometime, Pappy?
Sure thing, Clay. But now you're going to do some practicing on that bugle of mine. You're going to learn all those Army calls just as well as I know them, and...
Hey, Pappy,
Yeah, boy?
is Wild Bill Hickok really coming to Flat Rock City?
Of course he is. I sent for him myself. We got to have somebody around here who's man enough to cope with that sidewinder Pete Jennings and his gang.
And I'll get to meet him personally?
And shake his hand, boy, you sure will.
Hi, Pappy. Hello, Clay.
Oh, hello, Sheriff.
Well, what do you want around here, Sheriff?
Now, don't act so all-fired grumpy to me, Pappy, just 'cause I ain't going out single-handed and trap that Jennings gang.
Yeah, if I was younger, just a few years, mind you, I wouldn't be sitting around here like you are. I'd be out after them hombres.
It's suicide to go after them men alone, and if you wasn't so stubborn, you'd know it. I'd go after 'em if I could get a posse together. But you can't get a man in this town to ride after the Jennings gang. And to tell you the truth, I don't blame 'em.
I never seen such a bunch of cowards as this town's got. Well, Hickok will be along soon. You'll see a man.
That's what I come to talk to you about, Pappy. Ain't heard from him, have you?
Nothing to hear about. He'll just show up, that's all.
Well, I hope so.
What's the matter? What are you so worried about?
Pappy, I was out riding earlier today. I seen a lot of dust rising out of Devil's Pass, and you know what that means. Jennings and his gang's out riding again. They're going to strike someplace, that's for sure.
I was expecting this. Been too quiet lately. The calm before the storm.
Maybe they're going to ride into Portersfield. Maybe Canyon City. Or here.
Well, don't just stand there. Let's round up some men.
Hey, listen to that, Pappy.
Horses. And lots of them. Pete Jennings and his gang.
They're shooting up the town.
Hey, look, you can see him out the window.
Keep away from that window, boy.
Hey, they're not more than a few feet away from the building here, Pappy. You can see Pete Jennings as clear as day.
And take a couple of boys and clean out that bank. Anybody gets in your way, make them sorry.
They're robbing the bank, Sheriff. Well, don't just stand there. Do something.
There's 8 men out there, mean men. When I step out that door alone, I'll have a hole in me quicker than a napkin bat is on.
Packy, take the boys and see what money you can find in the store. If anybody goes for a gun, you know what to do.
Well, I don't care none about you, Sheriff. You stay inside here and protect your skin. I've had enough of this from that Jennings outfit. Give me that rifle.
Don't be a fool, Pappy. You're an old man.
I may be old, but I ain't no coward like the rest of the so-called men in this town. This Winchester will teach that Jennings coyote a thing or two.
Don't go out that door, Pappy. Wait till Hickok gets here. He'll know what to do.
Hey, please, Pappy, the sheriff's right. Come back.
Jennings! Pete Jennings!
Get back inside that office, old man.
We've had enough of you and your kind about these parts, Jennings, and now I'm going to take care of you.
Why, you stupid old...
Oh, Pappy. Hey, Sheriff, Jennings shot him. He's lying on the ground.
All right, men, come on. Let's clear out.
Jennings' gang is pulling out. Come on, son. Let's take a look at Pappy.
Yes, sir.
Pappy. Pappy, you all right?
I missed him, Sheriff. I clean missed him. My eyes ain't what they used to be at all.
Pappy. Pappy.
Easy, son, easy.
Is he dead, Sheriff? Is my grandpappy dead?
I don't know, Clay, but I do know that Jennings gang has started something that nobody can stop.
Listen here, Wranglers. We got a mighty big Wild Bill Hickok show to do. So if you listen real close, I'm going to make this kind of short. Telling about corn pops is as simple as this. Kellogg's Corn Pops are the two-way cereal. You eat them out of the box or out of the bowl. They're already sweetened for you. Just dig in and enjoy them right out of the box. But come breakfast time, you eat them in a bowl with a little milk. Now, no sugar, mind you. No, sir, the sweetening's already on Corn Pops, and plenty of it. They're sweet, crisp, and crunchy, and mighty good for growing young ranch hands. Saying that silvery bag inside keeps Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. It's made of pure aluminum, and it's really nice for storing foods in the refrigerator, too. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops right now, get a load of them tomorrow. You'll need plenty, because the whole family's going to be getting into them and maybe leave you without enough. Well, that's just about the whole story. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Now let's listen.
Now let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles. They've ridden into Flat Rock City and were immediately told of the Pete Jennings gang shooting up the town and shooting down Pappy Sparks.
Pappy's in the bedroom here, Mr. Hickok.
Thanks, Clay. Come on, Jingles. Let's see the old fella.
Hey, Pappy, look who's here.
Bill. Wild Bill.
Hi, old-timer.
I knew you'd come. I sure as shooting did.
Pappy, this is my sidekick, Jingles.
Howdy, Jingles.
Well, what's this we hear about you trying to let daylight through Pete Jennings?
I would have, too, if I was a mite younger. As it was, he parted my hair instead. I was out for some time, but when I come to, my feelings ain't changed. Somebody's got to get that Pete Jennings gang behind bars, and you're the man to do it.
Well, what about the sheriff in Flat Rock City, Pappy? Seems to me he could be doing something about it.
He's worse than nothing.
I resent that remark, Pappy.
Resent it all you want, Sheriff.
If you wasn't sprawled out there in the bed like that,
Hey, ease off, you two. You're supposed to be fighting the Jennings gang, not each other.
That's what I'm trying to get him to do, but he won't raise a finger.
That ain't fair, Pappy, and you know it.
There's nothing unfair about it. A man fights for his rights, that's why.
They don't need a marshal, they need a referee.
Here's the situation, Marshal. I can't get a posse together. The Jennings gang got the town scared out of its wit. They're mean, and I don't mind admitting it. They're the meanest outfits I ever seen.
Well, knowing Pete Jennings, I can believe it.
Fact is, the town folks hope if they leave the Jennings gang alone, they'll leave for town alone.
Fat chance. They busted into town today, didn't they? And they'll do it again. You can't count out no bad man, or he'll have you crawling in the mud. And that's what this town's doing.
Yeah, Pappy's right in a way. But folks are scared, and it's hard to blame them. Killing comes as natural to that Jennings outfit as breathing.
Then it's time they stopped breathing.
Where they hold up, Sheriff?
Devil's Mountain. They don't care who knows it. There's one trail in and one trail out. Take an army to roust them out.
Come on, Jingles.
Well, where are we going now, Bill?
Take a look at Devil's Mountain. Take care of Pappy, Clay.
Sure will, Mr. Hickok.
And don't go fussing, Pappy. Rest up like the doc said, and you'll be okay.
Rest up? Who can rest up now? Not when Wild Bill Hickok's going to teach the men in this town how to be men. Yeah, it's going to be something to see.
Well, there's Devil Mountain yonder, Bill. Looks as mean to me as a wet bobcat.
Sure does, Jingles.
Well, if those coyotes are dug in there like the sheriff says, don't know how we can ever get them out.
There's a way, Jingles. There always is.
Wild Bill Hickok, sharpshooter, marshal, and optimist.
Well, you got to look at the rosy side, Jingles. Come on. Let's ride up that ridge there. We'll look at Devil's Mountain from the side over there.
We can work our way up that trail over there, Bill, and... Hey, somebody shot my hat off.
Nobody else but me, Pete Jennings.
There he is, Jingles, standing up there on those rocks.
Yeah, with a smoking Winchester in his hand. I'll learn him to put holes in people's hats.
Hold it, Jingles. He's got the drop on us.
Hiya, Hickok. Hiya, Jingles.
Hiya yourself, you no-good, lily-livered polecat.
Ease up, Jingles. That's no way to talk to me. Remember, I'm the one who's holding a gun.
I'll talk any way I like. What's the idea of putting a hole in my new hat? Cost me $20. Might as well put a hole in a $20 bill, you...
That's better than putting a hole in you, wouldn't you say? And I could have done it just as easy.
Huh?
Never mind the talk, Jennings. What's on your mind?
Thing or two. And don't make the mistake of going for your gun. I got some of my boys hiding up in the rocks just waiting for you to do that.
You got something to say, Jennings. Say it while you can. Then be on your way. But you might as well know I'm coming after you.
That's exactly what we're going to talk about. I don't like you coming after me. Me and my boys got a good setup here. We got a hideout in the mountains. It's like a fort. And we don't want no interference from anyone, especially you.
Well, you're going to get it, Jennings, whether you want it or not. From Hickok and from me, too. And you know what? Before it's all over, you're going to pay me $20 for my new hat.
Can't you shut this man up, Hickok, so we can talk business?
They've got no business to talk.
All right, now, Hickok, listen to me. I want you to spin your mounts around and take that left trail there and ride into the sunset out of Flat Rock City.
And if we don't?
Well, I'm not going to be fool enough to say I'll drill you, because I know nobody scares Wild Bill Hickok that way. I got a better scheme, and you might as well know it. If you ain't gone by sunup, I'm going to take me 2 hostages from Flat Rock City.
I always knew you were lowering a skunk, but taking innocent folks...
Let him talk, Jingles.
And if you ain't gone by the next day, 2 more hostages. Women and kids. Don't matter none to me. Now, think that one over, Wild Bill Hickok.
All right. Quiet down, folks. Quiet down. Let's get some sense out of this meeting. Marshal Hickok has told you about his meeting with Pete Jennings, and he's told you what Jennings said. Now the marshal has put it up to you. He wants to stay, but he wants you to know it's dangerous.
Well, I got something to say on the matter, Sheriff.
All right, Mr. Jagger, let's hear your piece.
Well, I say it's too downright dangerous. Jennings means what he says. I'm in favor of the marshal leaving right now, tonight.
Now, hold on. Anybody else got anything to say?
Darn tootin', someone else has got something to say.
Hey, what's
Pappy, why aren't you in bed? You shouldn't be up yet.
That's a darn good thing I did get up. Is everybody around here yellow? The marshal's here to fight Jennings and his gang. We can't send him away.
Jennings and his gang can't be fought against. They're too strong.
Oh, that's poppycock. That's what they want you to believe.
Oh, sure, it's all right for you to talk, Pappy. You're an old man. But we got women folks and kids. And we know Pete Jennings isn't fooling when he says he's going to take them as hostages.
I got a young'un, too. I got my grandson, Clay. And I sure ain't going to teach him how to be a coward.
Let's take a vote right now.
Okay. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. This is getting out of hand. Let's have a vote on the matter.
You betcha right.
Now, the question is, shall Marshal Hickok and his partner Jingles leave town by sunup like Pete Jennings says, or shall they stay on and try to figure out a way to get the Jennings gang in spite of the danger of hostages? All who says the marshal shall leave, say aye.
Aye.
All who says he should stay, say aye.
Aye.
You're the only one, Pappy. And I reckon that's it.
That's it, all right. It was a Democratic vote.
You mean you're going to leave, Bill?
Not much else to do, is there? Folks want me to go. Think it's safer that way. They think they can work out some kind of a settlement with Jennings.
They can't work out no such thing.
Well, maybe not, but everybody voted. Jingles and I are going to leave. So long, old-timer.
Well, reckon that's the last we'll see the town of Flat Rock City.
Reckon.
Don't make no sense to me nohow. Spend 2 days of hard riding to get here and then just turn around and leave without doing nothing. Bill, are you sure you're feeling all right?
I'm feeling fine, Jingles.
Well, you sure don't act it. Turning tail without a fight? Well, that's what it looks like you're doing.
Does it?
Well, I admit there's danger to the folks of Flat Rock City if we stayed, but there's always danger when you're fighting polecats.
This trail here, Jingles. Get over, boy. Over.
Well, maybe you figured the town folks ain't worth saving since they don't want to do nothing about it themselves.
Don't figure that at all. Matter of fact, I figure they need saving more than ever. They're scared and need saving not only from Pete Jennings and his gang, but also from themselves.
Yeah, well, then why don't
Let's
you...
make for that clump of cottonwoods.
Cottonwoods? What for? Hey, now, this ain't the trail out of town. This trail doubles back and... What's that? Somebody whistling? And you whistle back. What's going on here? Doggone it, nobody tells me nothing.
They're over here, Bill.
Hey, that's Pappy. Well, what's he doing out here in the middle of the night?
Come on, and you'll find out. Whoa,
whoa.
Hi, Marshal. Hello, Jingle.
Hello, Mr. Hickok.
The sheriff and Clay, too. Doggone, looks like we're having a convention.
Pull the horses into the brush, Jingles. We don't want to be spotted.
Oh, here, I'll give you a hand, Jingles.
Well, somebody better give me more than a hand. Somebody better give me some information.
Everything all set, Bill?
Yeah, I guess so, Pappy. You got the horses hidden?
Yeah, they're tucked in so good an eagle couldn't spot them with a spyglass.
I brought the dynamite along just like you told me to do, Marshal.
Good.
And I brought my old army bugle, but I can't figure out what you'd want with it.
You'll see.
Dynamite bugle? I'm going to bust if somebody
You
doesn't...
didn't think that Wild Bill was just going to ride out of town without helping us none, did you?
No, I couldn't believe that, but it sure looked like we was riding out of town.
Yeah, that's what I wanted everybody to think, including Pete Jennings and his gang.
And Bill planned ahead a time for us to meet him here.
I can figure that out all right. I ain't ignorant. But, Bill, the folks voted that you leave, and you can't go against the way they voted.
You forget, Jingles. They voted for us to be out of here by sunup.
Yes, sir. And we still got some hours of darkness for that. We got dynamite and a bugle, and Bill's got a plan. I don't know what it is, but Jingles, I'll bet a silver saddle against that shot-up hat of yours. It's a corker.
What we're going to do, men, is charge the Jennings gang in their hideout.
What? With just a few of us?
Right. Now, here's the way I got it planned. We're going to surprise them. Oh, it'll be dangerous, of course, but the first thing...
Pete. Pete, wake up.
What is it?
Wake
What's
up.
the idea of waking me up in the middle of the night?
I just seen something you got to know about, Pete.
Yeah. Well, what is it, then? Make it snappy. I want to go back to sleep.
You won't be going back to sleep after I tell you this. Hickok and Jingles didn't leave town like we thought.
Huh?
I saw them take the trail that doubled back toward town. And if you ask me, they're planning on surprising us tonight.
That's it, all right. Wake up the boys.
Yeah, sure.
Put half of them on the back trail to guard it, the other half on the front trail.
All right.
If Hickok and that partner of his think they're surprising us tonight, they're going to be surprised with lead.
You know, buckaroos, I get to laughing at myself sometimes. When it comes time for me to say a few words about Kellogg's Corn Pops, I catch myself right on the edge of my chair. I get all riled up at the bad fellas and want to help Wild Bill and Jingles so much I almost butt in and join the shooting. No, instead of that, I take it out on my Corn Pops, chomping on them as fast as my jaws will work. Yep, right out of the box is the way I eat my Corn Pops, because the sweetening's already on them. Come morning, though, I go for Corn Pops at breakfast in a bowl with milk. Hey, but back up there. Hold the sugar, partner. The sweetening's already on Corn Pops, and milk is all you need. And Kellogg's Corn Pops, delicious as they are, contain lots of things that are good for you. B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. That means you can eat all you want of those golden hearts of corn puffed up big and crisp. Yes, sirree. The best cereal of all, and already sweetened for you, are Kellogg's Corn Pops. You know who loves Pops. Let's say it together. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Right. Now back on the edge of my chair for Wild Bill Hickok.
Now, let's get back to today's Wild Bill Hickok story. Bill, as we know, is planning on storming the outlaw stronghold in Devil's Mountain. But what he doesn't know is that Pete Jennings is planning something himself.
What time do you say it was, Dan?
It's about 2, I'd say, if I can judge by that moon.
Yeah, we've been waiting like this for over 2 hours.
Seems like it's been 2 days.
Yeah, and I don't like it.
Yeah, me neither. And the boys are getting kind of edgy, too.
You sure you saw Hickok double back to town?
Well, of course I'm sure. I wouldn't say I did if I didn't.
Well, something funny's going on. Where are they? I figured sure they'd be busting up here by now with guns blazing.
Yeah. Well, maybe they ain't going to come. Maybe they ain't crazy enough to think they can attack us in this stronghold.
Yeah, maybe not. Sure seems like a foolish thing to do. What's that?
Well, that sounds like a dynamite blast.
Dynamite? But who would be blasting this time of night? There it goes again. What in thunder's going on?
Hey, Pete.
Yeah, what is it, Blackie?
Someone's blasting the back trail. The mountains are coming down. The whole trail's closed in solid.
What's that mean, Pete?
I don't know.
Well, at least it means Hickok and his partner can't come in that way since it's closed up solid.
But it also means we can't get out.
Yeah, but why? A bugle.
That's the Army charge call.
The Army?
Yeah.
Well, where'd it come from?
I don't know.
Wait a minute, that Hickok's voice.
He's leading the charge.
Well, how can we fight against the U.S. Army?
And there ain't no escape. The back trail's blocked in by that blast.
Yeah, and the boys are throwing down their guns.
Well, they can give up, but I ain't. Give me that rifle.
Put down that Winchester, Jennings.
But that's Hickok. He's right above us.
Let me get a shot at him. Oh, my arm.
Get him, Jennings. Ain't no man ever lived fast enough to outshoot Wild Bill Hickok.
All right, you men. Line up. Jingles, take their guns.
I'd consider it a pleasure. Come on, you hombres. Kick those guns over here.
All right, Hickok, you got us, but it took the U.S. Army to do it.
The U.S. Army. Are these coyotes in for a surprise?
You want to meet the U.S. Army, Jennings? Come here, Clay.
Here I am, Mr. Hickok.
Show these gents a bugle, Clay. That was the U.S. Army, Jennings.
And us, too, the sheriff and me.
Why, you tricked us.
He sure did. Your whole pack of bad men captured by 3 men, an old-timer and a kid. Pete Jennings, you ought to hide your head in shame.
Sheriff, I want to apologize to you. You're not a nanny goat at all. You done real well.
Well, thank you, Pappy. And the folks of Flat Rock City will do well to learn from you and from Wild Bill Hickok. Even though you're outnumbered, you got to fight for your rights. And you'll get 'em.
Come on, Sheriff. I'll help you take these men to the lockup.
Come on, you polecats. Move along.
Hey, now, just a minute. I almost forgot something. Now, let me at that Pete Jennings.
Hey, take your hands off of me. What are you doing?
Just fishing in your pocket for something. Now, let me see. Is it in... And here's what I want.
Hey, that's a $20 bill.
Why, Pete, that ain't money. That's my brand new hat.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Well, folks, hope you'll be around again next week.
Doggone it, Guy. Why can't we find a nice, quiet town with law and order and plenty of good eats?
I don't know about the eats, but you can bet we'll find trouble.
Trouble, always trouble. Guy, I gotta have food with my fighting.
All right, Andy. All you have to do is remember to load up with Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Hey, sure. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir. Be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Colleen Collins, Barton Yarborough, Fred Shields, Stan Farrar, Bill Boucher, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The FBI in Peace and War, ordinarily heard at this time throughout the year, is taking its usual summer vacation and will return to CBS 4 weeks from tonight on September 1st.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's a promise you make to yourself in some dismal part of your life, or it's a name you say like a curse. It's a place of golden women and mirrors of chrome, or it's a beggar who will tear off a piece of his soul for a cup of coffee. It's anything you want, any time you want it. And it's my beat. By 9 o'clock, police headquarters had settled down to its nighttime routine. So far, business was slow. I was sitting in my office straightening out the detail sheets that always accumulated on my desk.
Lieutenant Clover. Good evening, sir.
Well, Dr. McClure, Dr. Robbie McClure. It's a pleasure to see you. Sit down. Sit down.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Hey, what's the matter? What's the matter, Doctor? You look pale.
Well, I could give you all the clinical reasons for the way I look. Now, now, Lieutenant.
Let me get you something, Doctor. I'll be right...
No, wait, Lieutenant. Last month, there was a shooting. It's not that I want to confess to. It's the thing about... you should know about... Last month, a murder that the police never solved. Daddy, I don't want that to happen to me. I don't want that...
Dr. McClure. Dr. McClure. Sergeant Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny.
Come here.
Yeah. Well, what's the trouble, Danny?
Close the door.
Well, what's all... Well, Danny, what's the matter with Doc McClure?
He's dead.
What?
Flip his coat aside. You'll see why.
Oh, Danny.
From the size of the wound, I'd say it was from a .22 fired from up close. Tartaglia.
Yeah?
Call downstairs and tell him about Dr. McClure. Then get a detail to find out everything you can about the doctor. Friends, relatives, bank account, everything.
Right.
And in the morning, I want the files on every murder that happened about 30 days ago. Unsolved murders. On my desk in the morning.
Right.
Good. I'll see you.
Now, where are you going, Danny?
I'm going to wind back McClure's life. I'm going to find out why he had to die. The great buildings of the city lean against the night in crazy, tilted angles, like lighted toys deserted by a sleepy giant. And there's the feeling that unless you walk carefully, you'll upset their insane balance. But Dr. Robbie McClure's office building was different. It sat square and solid on its haunches, and when you pressed the night buzzer, it growled at you.
Well, sure, my mare, if it ain't Danny Clover the Turbot. Canter in, me boy, canter in.
Same old Pippin.
No, not the same, Danny. There are bald spots in me fetlock, and I ain't so quick to break from the starting gate like I used to. From a dashing, mounted policeman to a flabby night watchman. Ah, that's a bit of pasture, Danny, me boy, a bit of pasture.
Maybe you're wrong, Pippin. Maybe it's sweet pasture and you don't know it. Pippin, you know Dr. Robbie McClure, don't you?
Sure I do. A great surgeon. But what a waste, what a waste.
How do you mean?
Sure he was a genius. Sure, should have been a veterinarian. What else would I mean, Danny?
What else, of course. You know what time he left his office tonight?
I do. I have it right here in my book. Now, let me take a look. Oh, yeah. Here it is. 8:40 in the p.m.
Was he alone?
No. He was in the company of the sleekest, prettiest, raciest-looking filly. It's been my pleasure since I cavorted in the mounted police.
Did you have her signature?
Oh, no. She was the doctor's patient, or guest, or best bet for tomorrow. Night watchmen are discreet, Danny. Some ladies, they don't ask to sign out.
Well, ask him from now on, Pippin.
Huh?
I mean it. Have you got any idea where they went?
No, Danny, but they took a cab from that hack stand out there in front.
Did you see whose cab they took?
Yes, I did. I opened the door for them. They took Irv Newman's cab. If you want Irv, you'll probably find him at his home. I know those hackish skitters, you know.
Well, thanks, Pivot. If you get a lump of sugar in the mail, it's from me.
What do you want? What? Hey, it's Danny.
Hi, Irv.
Hey, Rose, it's Danny.
Who?
Danny Clover of New York's finest.
So's gonna help me wash the dishes already?
Pay no attention to Rose, Danny. She's moody tonight. Come on in.
Thanks, Irv.
Now, sit down, Danny. Sit down.
Irv,
Can I offer you something? A glass of tea, a cold beer? I got it. How about one of Rose's blintzes, huh? Hey, Rose.
Never mind, Irv. Don't bother Rose.
What's the bother? Even if she's moody, she can't wrestle you up a blintz.
Oh, I'm here on business, Irv. Some other time.
Oh, business? Hey, Rose.
Huh?
Come here.
Huh?
Shut off Caruso.
Huh?
Make quiet Caruso.
Oh, it's you, Caruso.
Caruso. Now we'll talk, Danny. What kind of business brings you down here to Orchard Street, the land of the knish and the bagel?
Pippet told me you drove Dr. McClure somewhere tonight, Herb. Where'd you drive him?
Park Avenue. Yeah, here's the address, Danny. I was just making out my records.
Thanks. Was he alone?
At first, no. Later, yes.
Translation?
First, he is with a doll. Lean over, Danny. Rose shouldn't hear. A Zoftic-type doll. You know what I mean? Then he is without the doll. Around 50th, she opens the door of the hack and slips out into the traffic. McClure tells me to keep going. I think they had an argument.
What about it?
Danny, I'm the type to eavesdrop, especially when they shut that glass panel.
The address Herb Newman gave me was a study in millionaire respectability, Scrub, Park Avenue, Brownstone. The butler took my hat and sighed and told me it was all right to go down the corridor into the living room if I tiptoed. I did. Then all of a sudden it hit me. The light from a couple hundred bulbs set in a crystal chandelier. When I finally squinted through it, I couldn't quite believe it. It wasn't the size of the room. That was only about 100 yards long. It was the walls, from ceiling to floor and all the way. The walls were decked with murals, Mother Goose murals, paintings of every fairy tale and nursery rhyme character in the book. And on the floor, smack dab between Marjorie Dawn, her seesaw, and Jack and his beanstalk, sat a man. He was wearing three things: a goatee, a full dress, and a beanie, three propeller type.
Well, hello there.
And hello to you.
My butler said your name was Danny Clover. But my butler lies. What is your name, sir?
Danny Clover.
You see what I mean? Grab a toy out of the toy box, sir, and sit down.
Mr. Fletcher.
Here. Take my latest product. Child psychologists claim it's remarkable for improving the coordination and tactile responses of a 4-year-old.
Really? Has it helped you?
Immeasurably. We place the ball in the cup, so.
Uh-huh.
Then we squeeze this lever, so.
Yep.
Then we catch the ball. Oops, we missed.
Oh, I guess we overestimated ourselves. Now, Mr. Fletcher...
Oh, well, call me Fletch. Don't stand on ceremony just because I'm the president.
Oh, does Margaret know?
Huh? Oh, no. I mean the president of the Fletcher Toy Company. I make toys for children, sir. I bring gay bits of sunshine into their otherwise drab little lives. And, as you see, I test my products before I market them. Incidentally, sir, what is your business?
Police.
Police? Police?
Stop your screaming. You'll wake up Snow White over there.
Sir, what right have you to be in my house?
Well, technically none, Mr. Fletcher, but there's a little matter of...
A matter of invasion of privacy. What do you want?
Was Dr. McClure here this evening? Dr. Robin McClure.
In a word, yes.
Why was he here?
I'm his patient. Is that a good medicinal reason?
Simply sterile. Are you a sick man, Mr. Fletcher? You don't look sick.
Dr. McClure says I'm a hypochondriac, but he gives me pills. I take them. They make me feel better. Ergo, I must have been sick before I took the pills.
One more thing, Mr. Fletcher. Who was with Dr. McClure?
I beg your pardon?
Or maybe she stayed in the cab that brought him here. Who was she, Mr. Fletcher?
Oh, that one. Yes. I peeked out the window and saw her waiting in the cab. Oh, beautiful, isn't she? Oh, striking. One of the most striking women I ever saw.
I blew at the top propeller in Fletcher's beanie, and then the butler came in and ushered me out in the downdraft. Lying must have been one of the little games they played in that $1 million house. Fletch said the butler lied. Then Fletcher lied about a girl he hadn't seen, a girl who was a question mark or an answer in the murder of Dr. Robbie McClure. If I was going to wind back McClure's life, I needed some sleep. All that got wound up were the sheets in my bed. And in the morning, I started it all over again in the good doctor's office.
You're early. The doctor hasn't come in yet. You'll have to wait.
Everything about her was anonymous. The white shoes, the white stockings, the starched white uniform, the starched white face, and the mouth, scarlet and thin, that she wore like a ribbon of merit.
You're a new patient? Fill out this card, please.
Not a patient. Police. Lieutenant Danny Clover, Broadway Special Detail.
Oh. Did Dr. McClure ask you to come here?
You could say it that way. I'm here to investigate his death.
What? You mean something's happened to him?
He died in my office. He was murdered.
I don't believe it. I won't believe it.
Oh, I'm sorry you had to be told like that, but we don't always have time to be gentle. You were his nurse, Miss...
Elliot. June Elliot. I have an agglutination test to make on some Rh-negative blood, Lieutenant. May I do that while you investigate?
Yeah, go right ahead. Where do I find the doctor's patient records?
In that metal file box.
You've been with the doctor long, Miss Elliott?
3 years. Pardon me, Lieutenant. I need that slide.
It's the usual question. Did he have any enemies?
You knew him. What do you think, Lieutenant?
Doesn't matter what I think.
He was a fine man. Generous and kind. I'll need that microscope.
Oh, sorry. This is strange.
In the patient's file? What's strange, Lieutenant?
This card has a name and a date. All the other cards are filled with case histories. All this has is a name and a date. Dorothy Rivers, June 29th. Isn't that strange, Miss Elliott?
The files were the doctor's responsibility. He had his own way of keeping.
Then you don't know anything about a patient named Dorothy Rivers or this date.
Nothing, Lieutenant.
May I take this with me?
You're the police. You do anything you like. I'll have to turn the lights out now, Lieutenant, for the test.
Go ahead, Miss Elliott. Go ahead. This will do for now. And thank you, Miss Elliott.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Miss Rivers, Miss Dorothy Rivers, Dr. McClure's office. We advise a rest, a long rest in a quiet place.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. If murder should suddenly explode in your face, you'd know how Casey, crime photographer, feels tonight in the drama titled Sellout. That's exactly what happens to Casey. A routine newspaper case suddenly erupts into a savage murder mystery which requires the sharpest thinking and fastest action of the crime photographer to solve. Crime Photographer is yours for the listening every Thursday evening, as is the other thriller, Escape. Tonight, Escape brings you Leiningen versus the Ants, a top story of harrowing adventure on a top program. Remember Escape and Crime Photographer tonight over most of these same CBS stations. Now, back to Broadway's My Beat.
There's this thing about Broadway. It can tickle you under the chin and make clucking noises, or it can slap you hard across the mouth and laugh. Either way, you get hurt. Right now, the receiving end of the slap was the police department for various and sundry unsolved murders. And the laugh, the big laugh, the cold laugh was that a man named Dr. Robbie McClure had come to my office to die, and I didn't know who'd killed him. I sat at my desk at headquarters tearing the tabloids into a noose of paper dolls when Sergeant Tartaglia opened the door and with a fine Italian flourish lay a thick paper-bound file in front of me.
For you, my lieutenant.
Your memoir, Sergeant? What is it?
Not only what you asked for, a file on one of our more recent unsolved murders.
Get it out of here. Get it out of my sight.
Huh? Hey, Danny, you sick or something?
Oh, all right. All right, leave it.
I also have here in my pocket the dope you wanted on Dr. Robbie McClure. Here, read it.
Talk it to me, son. I'm sick of reading.
There were some interesting items, Danny, about the good doctor. Item. Friends, numerous and friendly, all with alibis. Item. Relatives, none. The doctor was a lonesome man.
Are your wife and kids, Tartaglia?
Oh, great, Danny, just great. Hey, you should see the latest, little Christina.
I bet she's a doll. Go on with the items.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Item. And this is the one I think will interest you, Danny. On June 30th, Dr. Robbie McClure made a deposit in the Corn Exchange Bank in Bronxville. 10,000 crisp, cool, clean dollars.
June 30th, huh? Now you can talk to me about the recent unsolved murder.
As follows. A man named Martin James was murdered in his Sutton Place penthouse apartment at a party, night of June 29th.
Yeah?
He was asked to step outside, and he was murdered. Martin had a gun. He fired one shot. The bullet from Martin James' gun was never found. We figured it took off across First Avenue.
Tartaglia, there's a doctor's patient card over on the table over there. Tell me what it says on it.
Sure, Danny, sure. Says Dorothy Rivers, June 29th.
See a name like that on the James guest list?
Wait a minute, Danny. Yeah, here it is, Dan. Dorothy Rivers. In an alphabetical list with a lot of other girls.
Is your address there?
All the girls have the same address.
What? Say that again.
They all have the same address. The Tony Seville Model Agency.
Tartaglia, here's a fin. Buy your doll Christina a doll or something.
Oh, thanks, Danny, thanks. But there's something I think you should know.
About Christina?
About Dorothy Rivers. The records say she never showed up at that party. She was never there at all.
Tony Seville paid rent for his model agency in the Empire State Building. For this, he received the privilege of maintaining a 10-room suite on the 40th floor and decorating it with orchids and genuine neutrils. The other decorations were too numerous to mention. Delicate shadings of blonde and brunette. When they crossed their legs, the silk whispered. I started to whisper back, but a scented haze with magenta fingertips beckoned me into an inner office. She closed the door behind her, and all I was left with was a pork barrel in a double-breasted pinstripe named Tony Seville.
My secretary whispered you are a policeman. How have I trespassed? I parked my car incorrectly, perhaps. I forgot to curb my dog.
Let's stop rubbing noses, huh?
I beg your pardon?
Let's put it this way, simple and blunt. There's some questions I want you to answer for me.
You must have a dull profession, asking questions. Very well. Ask a question.
Mr. Seville, your agency supplied a half-dozen models to a party at the home of Martin James. Said party a little over a month ago, June 29th. Said home a penthouse on Sutton Place, right?
Possibly right. However, don't underline your details with a sneer. My agency furnishes models as decorative baubles to any social function.
One of your decorations on the evening I'm interested in was named Dorothy Rivers. How do I get in touch with her?
You're a detective? Detect.
What's her address, Seville?
May I suggest a dragnet detective, or any of the numerous machinations you police are oh so adept at?
Her address, Seville. Where do I find her?
You should be told. We only give the model's address to an approved client. I don't approve of you.
Look, kid, sometimes I can forget I'm a cop. I can forget right now.
I think you mean it.
Yeah, try being cozy for one more second.
I don't know where Dorothy Rivers is. I haven't seen her a month.
You can do better than that.
The day after the party, she phoned. She said she was going on a vacation.
You're doing fine, Seville. Keep it up.
There's nothing more. I tried to get in touch with her several times since. She checked out of the hotel. She left no forwarding address.
You're telling the truth, aren't you, Seville?
The truth is this, as far as I know and care. Dorothy Rivers could be dead.
Beginning at the 40th floor, I picked petals off a tired daisy. At the 38th, Dorothy Rivers was dead. 37th, she wasn't dead. 36, dead. 35, not dead. I don't remember how it came out, because when I got off at the ground floor and walked into the yellow heat of 34th Street, a character stopped me by tapping me lightly on the leg with the front bumper of his cab. The character was the character named Irv Newman.
Don't look so scared, Danny. Brake psychotic could stop this cab on a thin latke.
Latka schmatka, so long as I got my health.
You're charming, Danny. Absolutely charming. Hey, told me at headquarters I'd find you around here. I got something for you.
One of Rose's blintzes?
Maybe better than that yet. You know that girl he was asking me about, the one I picked up with Dr. McClure, the professional man?
What about her?
I spotted her for you, Danny.
Where? Tell me where.
So let me tell you. Happens I got a friend, Danny, a truck driver. He's a peach of a fella. His name is Clem. Every morning gives me a push with the truck so I can start this lousy hack.
Where did you spot the girl there?
So I'm telling you. While Clem is pushing me with his truck and I'm gliding along in my hack like in a gondola, I see this girl coming out of building.
What building?
6 West 23rd Street. So I turn around, I wave to Clem. He should stop already. Yeah? Danny! Danny, didn't let me finish!
Yes, who is it?
Miss Rivers?
Who are you?
I want to talk to you, Miss Rivers.
By what right? I don't know you. Get away from here. Get away.
Go inside, Miss Rivers.
Who are you? What do you want?
I'm Danny Clover. I'm a police detective, Miss Rivers. Been through a lot to get to you. We get along a lot better if you just settle down.
Why do you want to see me?
I've read somewhere that grief can make a woman even more lovely. You look like you've been grieving.
Don't be clever with me. I'm sick of clever men.
Maybe I can help you.
You, a policeman?
Me, a policeman.
Well, it's all over now, isn't it, Mr. Clover?
Just about.
You want to know what happened at Martin James' party, isn't that it?
The guest list said you were invited, but you weren't checked off. That mean you weren't there?
I was there. Through the back entrance, Mr. Clover, because he said that was the way it should be done.
Who? What should have been done that way?
Look, Mr. Clover, I'll tell you what happened. I owe it to myself to tell you what happened. I'm tired of paying.
That's it, huh? Blackmail.
Let me tell you from the beginning what happened. Perhaps you'll even believe me.
You'd be surprised, Miss Rivers. Policemen can believe the truth.
Martin James was a man who made investments in all sorts of deals, a kind of silent partner. One of the partners was a man named Fletcher.
Man with a goatee?
He manufactured toys, Mr. Clover. I went to the party with him. Mr. Clover.
What's the matter?
Mr. Clover! The window!
He's gone. Who was it? Who dared you see? Oh, maybe you should have told me his name, Miss Rivers. Now you don't owe anybody anything.
Even as a coroner, I say it's a shame, Danny. Such a beautiful girl. Shame.
Yeah, it's a shame. What I've been waiting for is your report.
Yeah, Dorothy Rivers. Age about 24. Bullet entered left sternum, pierced pericardium. That's the heart, Danny. Dead on arrival.
That all?
This girl was shot once before. She's got a healing wound that, well, it looks mighty like a bullet wound. It's right here, Danny.
Yeah, that makes it all add up. That makes it add up just fine, Corner. Neat. Real neat. Oh, Fletcher? This is a friend, Fletcher. The payoff goes on just the same. Tonight, kid, 9 o'clock. So long, Fletcher. It took me 10 minutes to get to the Park Avenue Palace that Fletcher had built out of psychological toys for kids. Across the street, I took a plant behind a fat, uniformed doorman who kept looking at me out of the corner of his fat eyes as if he were terribly sorry a thing like me had ever happened under his gilt-fringed canopy. At 8:30, the lights in Fletcher's crystal chandelier began to go out in sections. In 5 minutes, he was on the street, hailing a cab. I tossed a nickel to my fat doorman, hailed a cab of my own, and tailed Fletcher to an office building I'd been in once before. I watched him slip Tippett a bill and then walk down the corridor to a self-service elevator. I thought it'd be nice if he had company on his lonesome ride. He didn't.
Police. Why am I constantly surrounded by police?
Maybe because you bring sunshine into my drab life, Fletcher. You know how to work this thing?
Well, of course. It's nothing but a toy.
Allow me anyway. It's the 4th floor you want, isn't it?
Well, no, not at all.
Humor me, Fletcher. Let's make it 4. Right down this hall. 438, Dr. McClure's office. That's where you want to go, isn't it, Mr. Fletcher?
There are obviously some titillating gyrations going on in that mechanical policeman's brain of yours. You will reveal them to me, please?
I was waiting for you to ask me that in just that way. Here we are. After you, Mr. Fletcher.
Oh, thank you.
Now I reveal. The payoff money, Fletcher. Give it to me.
Ah, of course. I see. I thought it was curious that I should have to keep paying blackmail to a dead man. Dr. McClure is dead, isn't he?
The money, Mr. Fletcher. It's hard for me to say please.
Well, here you are. $1,000. You'll want it weekly, I presume, just as I paid it before?
That's cheap, isn't it, Fletcher, to buy out the electric chair? It's quite a toy, too, I hear.
Yes, quite. Then you know, of course, that Dorothy Rivers and I murdered Martin James.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he deserved it, you know. He swindled me out of a good deal of money.
What was Dorothy Rivers to you?
Oh, now, you're talking like a policeman again. Dorothy Rivers was a toy, expensive and fragile. It made her all the more desirable. That and the fact that I could make her do anything I liked.
Could you bring her back to life?
What?
Hey.
No. Don't get up, gentlemen. As long as I was eavesdropping, it makes me less of a lady.
That gun's not becoming either, Nurse Elliot.
Put it away, my dear. Toys like that make me nervous.
I prefer this pose. Now, what were you saying, Lieutenant?
Now that you're here, I've got even more to say.
As a nurse, I'm a humanitarian, Lieutenant. You've got a minute more saying time.
A man should never lie under the circumstances, huh? And if I told you this, if I told you that you were the blackmailer instead of Dr. McClure, what would you say?
I'd say you were telling the truth.
What? Then I've been paying all that money to this...
Temper, Mr.
Oh,
Fletcher.
Dr. McClure took the initial $10,000, all right, but the nurse here kept right on blackmailing you and Miss Rivers in the doctor's name. McClure found out, so he had to die.
All through, Lieutenant.
Not quite, nurse. After the blackmail, you had to kill Miss Rivers because she was about to talk to me.
Now, Lieutenant.
One more thing. If you kill me, the payoff stops. Consider it, Miss Elliot. I got $1,000 in my pocket. Half yours, half mine. It could go on and on. We could still make Fletcher pay. Think about it, Miss Elliot.
Put the money on the table, Lieutenant. Half yours, half mine.
All right. On the table.
Thanks. I'll take mine, Lieutenant. Now.
Yeah, now, Nurse Elliot.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
Put your arm, nurse. Drop it. Throw up the gun. Yeah, thanks.
I'll lift it up for you, Lieutenant. I'll get the gun.
Lift this, Fletcher.
You!
Got any smelling salts for Fletcher, nurse? It took 3 police officers to carry Nurse Elliot away. She tore at their faces and screamed in a language she hadn't picked up in medical books. Fletcher? He was different. He settled himself in the Black Maria, pulled out a solid gold yo-yo, and played with it all the way down to headquarters. Broadway's happy now. It's got on the carnival clothes it wears every night, and the midway boils with roustabouts and yokels and hurdy-gurdy sounds. It's a jack-in-the-box, and it's a clown. It's a shining girl on horseback, or it's a geek with no arms, no legs, and no heart. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with script by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Musical direction is by Lud Gluskin. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for Broadway's My Beat. America can be proud. America is proud of the young men of our armed forces. Painstakingly trained as specialists in many fields, these servicemen will be the leaders in tomorrow's civilian life. Educational advantages open to today's servicemen are unparalleled if you can qualify. Look into the volunteer enlistment program now. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Brought to you by RadioClassics.com. All copyrights are the property of their respective owners.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage, Sir Laurence Olivier on Theatre Royal, Lawrence Tibbett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Frederick March, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. A lot of vacations start as a daydream and end as a daydream for lack of money. That need not happen to you. You can have extra money when you need it. Simply join the payroll savings plan for buying United States savings bonds. When your bonds mature, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you invest. And there's your extra money, your vacation, both guaranteed. Ask your employer about buying United States savings bonds through the payroll savings plan. Then join. Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
The rain had stopped, but the wind still carried slivers of moisture that cut into the boy's face as he rode along the edge of the creek. When he saw the yellow light from the back of the office, he pulled up and slid out of the saddle. Then tied a wet bandana under his eyes and walked slowly, quietly to the door.
All right. Put him up over your heads. Reach.
What's that?
Way up, both of you. Stay away from that shotgun.
Now, look here, young fella.
You, get over to the safe. Better hurry it up, mister. Open it. I said open it. That's better. Now toss me that sack. Okay. Don't try to follow. Thanks a lot. Hey, see you.
Dirty young. I'll show you. I'll show you. Rotten little.
I hadn't figured on going through Clay City. It was an hour out of my way, and I was already a day late to the Jefferson Ranch where I'd signed up for the roundup, but scars started limping from a loose shoe, and I didn't have much choice. So we had to head to the nearest blacksmith shop, so we turned north.
Mister. What's the trouble?
Well, the horse is losing a shoe here.
Let's have a look. Raise it up, fella. Come on, boy. Yeah, that's split, mister. Needs a new one. Okay, boy.
Can you take care of it, you think?
Sure. Bring him over here.
Say, what happened to Red? Fella used to own this shop.
Oh, he went to Nevada chasing silver. I bought him out a few months ago.
Is that so? Ah. You know, you don't look very much like a blacksmith.
I'm stronger than I look. Heavier, too. Yes, sir. Well, what do you think I weigh, mister?
Oh, I don't know.
Hey, why don't you take a guess? Say 120? 30?
Oh, well, not more than that, I wouldn't say.
You a betting man, mister?
Sometimes, yeah.
All right. I say I weigh over 130. And if I don't, you get the new shoe for nothing. But if I do, you pay me double. What do you say?
Well, now, you got a set of scales?
Don't need no scales. What do you say, mister? Is it a bet?
Don't seem to be no way of proving it, though.
All you got to do is lift me up. You look like a man who can judge weight. What do you say?
Okay. All right, it's a bet.
All right, mister. Just heist me. If you don't think I weigh more than 130, the shoe is free. Come on, heist me up.
I haven't never tried to judge a man's weight before, but well, here we go. Well.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be doggone.
Yes, sir. I'm packed solid, mister. Real solid.
Oh, you're packed tighter than a steer. You must weigh 150.
You see what I tell you? 158. Horseshoe's going to cost you money, mister. But you ain't the only one. Ever since I bought the shop, there ain't been a stranger come through Clay City but what he paid double for his first horseshoe. You ain't sore, mister?
Oh, no, I'm not. That's a fair bet.
Sure it was. I told you I was heavier than I look. That's what folks call me, Heavy Norton. My real name's George, but everybody calls me Heavy. What's your name, mister?
Ponsett, Britt Ponsett.
Fellow they call a six-shooter? Well, doggone it, I've heard about you, mister. I sure heard about you.
Well, I
sure have. Would have recognized you, too, if I'd have noticed your gun. Sure is fancy, ain't it? Say, do you mind showing it to me?
No. Here, catch it.
Oh, that's real fancy. Just like Sheriff Schofield said. And you know something? He says he seen you fire 6 shots with it while Whitey Jackson was getting off his first bullet. That time down at Eagle.
Yeah, well, the sheriff kind of likes to build up a story, you know.
Well, he swears it's the truth. Well, here's your gun, Mr. Fawcett. Thanks.
Sure.
You was mighty quick in getting into Clay City. How'd you hear about it so fast?
Hear about what?
Why, the holdup at the Fargo station last night. Ain't that why you come?
No, I was heading past town. Turned off because Scar got a loose shoe.
Well, now, ain't that a coincidence? Fellow holds up the Fargo office, kills one man, maybe 2, gets away with $5,000, and 12 hours later you ride into town.
You got any idea who did it?
No, sir, not a single solitary one from what I hear. Like I say, the deputy agent was dead when they found him. Other fellow, Fred Wilmer, a friend of his, got shot up pretty bad. Ain't done no talking yet. Doc says maybe he never will.
I see. Well, does Sheriff Schofield take out a posse?
Nope, ain't nobody to go. Most of the men signed up for the Jefferson Roundup. Left town day before yesterday. Here's the Jefferson Ranch paying good money this year.
You seen the sheriff this morning?
No, not lately. He might be over to his office. You could try there.
Yeah, I think I'll walk down there while you're fixing up Scar.
Sure, Mr. Fawcett. Darn good idea. Sheriff Schofield will be real glad to see you.
A couple of doors this side of the sheriff's office, I saw the Wells Fargo sign nailed up next to the window. The place wasn't locked, so I went inside. One of the chairs was upset, and there were some damp stains on the floor. The cast iron safe against the wall was standing wide open, so I kicked it shut. And then I went out in the back stoop. There was some more blood on the steps, and then just red mud. Right at the edge, I saw the hoof prints. They trailed off the side of the creek, and whoever made them had headed west. I let one knee down into the mud and looked at the prints real close. The horse had been wearing one shoe different from the other 3. A sharp rock must have cut into it somewhere or another. Not enough to split it, but just enough so that the print left a sort of a jagged line, like fancy handwriting.
You find something, Britt?
Huh? Oh, hello, Sheriff. I was just heading out your way.
Yeah, I just saw Heavy. He told me he was in town. Did you find something?
I don't know. Did you see these hoof prints?
Yeah.
Well,
Don't mean nothing. Trail gives out a mile or so down the creek at the fork.
Has Clay City had any other trouble lately, Ed?
No, not a bit. I guess any town's got to expect a hold-up once in a while.
Well, I heard it was more than that.
Yeah, that's right.
Fred Wilmer able to talk yet?
I'm afraid not. Doc said he'd let me know the first time he come around. Took him out to his ranch on the other side of town.
You been out to see him since last night?
There wasn't no reason.
Well, it might be a good idea to be there just in case.
I thought maybe I ought to stick in town.
Well, it don't look like anything more is going to happen here. Why don't I'll get Scar and meet you out at Fred's place, huh?
I can handle this alone, Britt.
Well, sure. I was just offering to keep you company, Ed.
I'll meet you there.
Well, he's all fixed up, Mr. Ponce. Tied him up around the side so he'd be in the shade.
Well, thanks very much.
Mighty fine horse you got there, too. You find Sheriff Schofield? I told him you was in town.
Yeah, I found him.
Figure out anything?
No, not so far.
You will. Sheriff's a good man. You and him together, you'll get whoever done it.
Maybe. Say, you're the only blacksmith around here, aren't you, Heavy?
Yeah, only one for 40 miles, yes, sir.
Did you ever see a horse with a shoe that's got one jagged edge, left hind leg?
A lot of shoes got jagged edges, Mr. Ponce.
Yeah, I know, but now let's see here. Let's see, I'll try to show you what I mean. I'm not much of an artist, but it looks something like this.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like that.
Yeah. Seems to me I did see a shoe like that just the other day. Well, sure. I remember. Told me I ought to get a new one for it. Ben Schofield, that's who it was, just the other day.
Ben?
That's right, Sheriff's kid. You know him, don't you, Mr. Ponce?
Sure. Well, I haven't seen Ben for a couple of years, though.
Well, sir, you wouldn't recognize him if you saw him now. That boy just sort of growed up overnight.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he has.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Here's a reminder about some of the wonderful entertainment that's yours for the listening each Wednesday evening on the NBC Radio Network. There's comedy for everyone when you set your dial to NBC for such programs as You Bet Your Life with Groucho Marx and The Great Gildersleeve starring Willard Waterman. The Great Gildersleeve provides 30 minutes of top-flight entertainment that your whole family will enjoy. Then, when it's time for Groucho Marx, watch out. Groucho throws a mean ad lib, and there's a barb at the end of every one of them. Listen and laugh as this Marksman trades quips with his contestants from the studio audience. It's a riot of fun from top to bottom when Groucho Marx plays You Bet Your Life. Also on Wednesdays, listen to more quiz fun on Walk a Mile with your genial quizmaster, Bill Cullen. That's Wednesday night on the NBC Radio Network. Be sure to listen. Now, Act Two of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponce.
It wasn't much of a ride, and Sheriff Schofield was sitting on Fred Wilmer's porch swing when I got there. He told me Doc was inside with Fred, so I squatted down on the stoop and waited. About half an hour later, Doc came out. Told us we could go inside and see Fred. Fred was lying on a cot, breathing hard. The white cloth across his chest was stained pink, and his voice sounded like it was full of air.
We was just sitting talking, Sam and me. Didn't hear the back door open. Must have left it unlocked. Turned around, and there he was, holding his gun on.
Did you get a look at him, Fred?
Sure, but it didn't do much good. Handkerchief over his face. Couldn't see nothing, just the gun. Told Sam to open the safe. Wasn't nothing else Sam could do.
Sure.
Took the money, walked over to the door.
Yeah?
Looked at us for a minute and then fired. Didn't have no reason. Hit Sam in the face, hit me in the chest, and couldn't have no reason.
Now take it easy, Fred.
It's just like he enjoyed shooting at us. That's how it was, like he enjoyed it.
Maybe he was scared.
He wasn't scared. He didn't have no reason. thought he killed us both. Started down the steps. I got my hand on the shotgun and let him have it.
You hit him?
I don't know, maybe. He gave a yell and rode off.
You go out back after him?
I couldn't go nowhere, Brett.
What kind of a fellow was he? Young? Old?
I couldn't see his face. He's a young fellow, I'd say, though.
How young?
Oh, 17, 18. He was full grown.
You sure?
He sounded young. He moved young.
Tall? Short?
Medium. About the size of your kid, Ed. About that size.
That enough for you, Ed?
Yeah, that's enough.
Think you get him, Brett?
Sure, Fred. Sure, we'll get him. Come on, Ed.
Didn't have no reason to shoot. No reason.
Let's go, Ed.
We're wasting our time, Brett. He's got a day's head start. He'll be 40 miles from here.
Not if he's shot up.
Well, you go on if you want to.
Well, you're the sheriff. You've got to make the arrest.
You ain't never been so particular before.
Maybe not. This time I am particular. You coming?
We don't even know where to start.
Well, I thought along the creek. Good a place as any other.
It's a waste of time, Brett.
We picked up the trail along the creek and headed west. Wasn't hard to follow. Every once in a while, we'd see a few drops of blood spattered against the bushes. About 10 minutes later, we came to the fork where Ed said the trail gave out. Scar stuck his nose down into the water, and I looked around. The trail didn't give out. It turned south. I nodded in that direction. Ed didn't say anything. He just followed. Then about 5 o'clock, we stopped to eat. Ed built a fire, and I opened up a couple of cans of beans I had in my roll. What, you're not hungry, Ed?
It's early for supper. It's too early.
Yeah. Ed, I talked to Heavy before I went out to Fred's place. I asked him who had a horse that would leave a mark like the one we've been following.
So?
He said that Ben did. Your son, Ben. I thought you ought to know that.
A lot of horseshoes leave the same kind of mark.
Fred said it was a young fellow.
It wasn't Ben.
Where is he, Ed?
He's at Jefferson Ranch. He's working on a roundup. He left Clay City day before yesterday. It couldn't have been Ben. There's a lot of wild youngsters in these parts, but Ben's a good boy. It couldn't be him.
You sure?
That mark don't mean nothing. Plenty of horseshoes leave the same kind of mark. You know that, Britt.
You had enough to eat?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. The moon came out, thin, yellow. Not real bright, but enough so we could follow the trail. For about 3 miles, there wasn't any blood sign. He must have wrapped something around the wound, wrapped it real tight, and then we found the bandage. A piece of shirt tail sopped through. For the next mile, he'd been bleeding a lot, much worse than before. He was hurt pretty bad, Ed.
Yeah, looks like it.
He couldn't have gone much further, could he? Hold up, Scar. Ed.
Yeah?
Pull up. Pull over here. Look. Over there in the gully, that cabin.
Yeah?
Whose is it?
I used to belong to Jake Levant. He died a couple of years ago. Ain't nobody living there now.
There's somebody living there.
What?
Out back. There's a pony. We'd better go on foot.
Britt?
Yeah?
We're gonna take him alive, ain't we?
If we can.
We gotta take him alive, Britt.
It's Ben, isn't it?
I don't know, not for sure.
It could be Ben?
It could be.
Where's he been the last couple of days?
I don't know that either. I had an argument with him 2 nights ago. He needed some money. He'd been playing poker. He lost a lot.
Now, the $5,000 that was taken out of that safe is a lot.
I wouldn't give him none. He got mad. He said he'd get it himself. And I hit him. I hit him hard across the face. Hit him twice. He started to hit me back, and then he walked out of the house, and I ain't seen him since. I wish he had hit me back.
Now, we've got to get across this clearing, Ed. Over to that clump of trees.
They may see us.
We'll have to take that chance. You ready?
Yeah.
You all right?
Yeah, sure.
We'll stay in these trees for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
And then we'll rush him. It's not going to be easy to take him, Ed, now that he's spotted us.
Brett, you ain't going to kill him.
I'm not going to let him kill me.
It ain't his fault, Brett. It's mine.
You know that's not so.
No, it's the truth. It's my fault. I broke him. I broke him like you break a wild horse. Tried to take all the fight out of him fast. You know what happens when you do that to a horse? He gets tame, but the fight's still there, and someday he turns wild again. He ain't really broke at all.
I'm going to rush him alone, Ed.
No, stay here.
Sam Norton's dead. Maybe Fred Wilmer, too, by now.
Killing Ben won't bring him back. He's my son, Brett.
I'm sorry, Ed.
No, we're going back to town.
Not without him.
We're going back. Now, you can outdraw me, Brett, but I'll still have time to get a shot off.
I'll try to get him alive, Ed. I'll try.
No, don't turn your back on me, Brett. Don't be fooled. Don't make me do it, Brett.
I knew he wouldn't shoot. I wasn't being brave, but I knew he wouldn't shoot. A man like Ed Schofield just don't change overnight. You can figure a man like Ed. But I hadn't figured on what happened next.
Ben! It's me, Ben! You're dead! Can you hear me, Ben? Brett Ponce is coming after you. Throw out your gun, Ben. Brett Ponce is coming. No, listen to me, Ben!
I saw him go down real slow, like his legs had buckled under him. I pushed myself past a couple of rocks and edged over toward the back door. The kid was in the kitchen. I couldn't see him, but I could hear him moving around, going from window to window, looking out, waiting for me. I slid past another rock. I could run for the door now or wait. The kid made up my mind for me. He knew right where I was. I took out my gun and waited. I knew he'd get nervous first. Young fellas always do. I wasn't so young. I could wait. It wasn't more than 5 minutes before the door started to open. His pony knew he was coming, too. He started for his horse. I aimed at his leg. For a second, he just stopped moving, just hung there in midair like a hawk. And then he sprawled forward out of sight behind a log. Everything was quiet now. Even his pony. And then the moon went behind a thick cloud. And I came around the corner of the cabin. And then suddenly the moon came out again, and just in time for me to see his .45 coming up over the top of the log. His revolver slipped out of his fingers, and I saw him try to reach for it. But he couldn't make it. I stood up and I walked over to the log. I turned him over with my foot, and I looked at his face.
Ed? Ed? Over here.
Where'd he get you?
The shoulder. But I'll be all right. Is he... Did you have to... Britt?
No, he's not dead.
Oh, thanks. I guess he didn't hear me calling to him. Didn't know who I was.
It isn't Ben.
What?
It isn't Ben, Ed.
You sure, Britt?
Yeah. This kid's got red hair.
There ain't no reason to lie to me, Britt. I ain't shot up bad.
I'm not lying, Ed. I knew it wasn't Ben. While I was going up there after him, I knew it.
What are you talking about?
Well, it just came to me. I don't know. A man don't change overnight. Neither does a boy.
Well, if it ain't Ben,
Oh, there's a lot of tough kids in these parts. You said so yourself.
Where do you suppose Ben is?
Where you said he is. Jefferson Ranch, working on the roundup. The pay's good. Boy, don't change overnight, Ed.
Yeah.
You were able to ride back to town?
Yeah, sure. Hey, I may have to take it a little slow.
Sure, fine. We'll take it slow.
Yeah.
Well, I'll get the kid.
Britt?
Yeah?
You know something, Britt? I couldn't believe it was Ben neither. Not when he shot me. I just couldn't believe it. You know that, Britt?
I know. Sure, I know, Ed.
Picture the most extravagant vacation imaginable. Then picture yourself going on that vacation. Sounds like a daydream? Well, it isn't. It's completely possible. But it does take a bit of planning, such as the regular purchase of United States savings bonds. Now, the best way to do that is through the payroll savings plan. That's the best way because it's the sure way to buy your savings bonds regularly. The payroll savings plan works like a charm because it's completely automatic. Your employer does everything for you. It's especially easy on you because money is saved from your paychecks before you have a chance to miss it. And when those bonds mature, you can pack your bags for that extravagant vacation because United States savings bonds pay back $4 for every $3 you put in. Join the payroll savings plan where you work. That's the way to save money regularly. Earn extra money regularly through United States savings bonds. The Six-Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Parley Bear, Jimmy McCallion, Herb Bygone, and Bill Conrad. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Hal Gibney speaking. Hear Exciting Stroke of Fate tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. I'm going to tell you another true crime story. Listen. The general just fell out of bed. His name? William Scott Ketchum, Major General, United States Army, retired. So that there'll be no mistake, this is the same William Scott Ketchum who led the famed Ketchum's Raiders against the Seminoles in 1842, who was acting Inspector General of the Department of the Missouri, and the one who did such a bang-up job of recruiting in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania during the Civil War. The general is in agony. In protest against the quick ebb of his life, he's kicking the floor. The general is dead.
And tonight, my transcribed report to you on the final day of General Ketchum and how he died.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
The year is 1871. The place is Baltimore, Maryland. The month, June. No poet in the world, to my knowledge, has ever written a poem about this month in Baltimore. It is hot, it is humid, and the oysters are not in season. And any almanac will show you that in June 1871, had oysters been in season, with eggs and breadcrumbs, they could have been fried on the sidewalks. For most Baltimoreans, it was the season for dipping hands into tepid scrub water to wash the marble stoops. It was the season for sleeping on back porches and Druid Hill Park, the time of sweat and the hand fan, and the usual quota of elderly stout folk dropping dead from the heat. In short, it was a time to get out of there. In a certain house near Charles Street, a lady was preparing to do just that. Her name, Mrs. Wharton, and she was packing to go to Europe.
Coming. General.
Mrs. Wharton,
How nice. How very pleasant. Do come in, do.
may I present Mrs. Chubb?
Delighted. Oh, do come in, you and the General. I've been cooling myself with iced dandelion wine. Do join me.
I do not imbibe. I work for the United States Department of the Treasury.
Mrs. Chubb needs to keep a clear head at all times.
I used to work for the United States Post Office Department, but now I'm with the Treasury.
My, that's interesting. And you came all the way from Washington with the General. Perhaps your next position will be with the Army.
My dear Mrs. Wharton, I must talk to you.
Of course.
Will you pardon us, Mrs. Chubb?
Is this where you talk to her about the money she owes you?
Mrs. Chubb.
$2,600. Isn't that what you told me, General? Why don't you pay the General his money, Mrs. Wharton?
Mrs. Wharton,
Yes?
as long as the cat is out of the bag, I thought to bring along the note you signed. I understand you're going to Europe.
Get the money, dearie.
Why, I have a distinct recollection, General, of having reimbursed
She's going to tell you she's paid you the money.
Let's not embarrass each other.
But there's really no hurry, is there? There's no train back to Washington for hours. Wouldn't you like some wine?
I do not imbibe.
Just a small glass?
You just sit down and relax. I'll bring you the wine and we'll chat.
You might stop at the cookie jar, too, dearie, for the $2,600.
The heat in Baltimore wasn't bad enough, but what the only breeze was an ill wind that blew in from Washington. From the point of view of Mrs. Wharton, that is. It should be remarked that Mrs. Wharton was no chicken. She was 50 years old and at an age when petty tribulations could easily bring on an attack of the vapors. Now consider. Here she was packing to go to Europe, and if you remember just a moment ago, she was happily singing. Now descends upon her people who ask her for money. Certainly conducive to vapors, if anything was. But Mrs. Wharton, true to the noble tradition of Baltimore women, of whom I might mention the fabulous Eulalie Bracken, the belle of the Rappahannock, did not permit herself the vapors under duress. Instead, she went directly to her wine cabinet. Right here, and for the next 10 minutes, history only serves up to us a vacuum. We do know, however, that when Mrs. Wharton returned to her guests, carrying a goblet of wine for the General, this remark was made.
What took you so long, Mrs. Wharton?
Did you stop at the cookie jar, dearie?
General?
Your health, ladies.
And yours, General.
Oh, my, yes.
General!
What are you doing on the floor, General?
I can't get up, Mrs. Chubb. Please.
What is it, General?
Call a physician. I'm ill.
And how's my patient now? Feeling better?
Dr. Chu?
Yes?
You must do something for me.
Anything, General.
Convey to Mrs. Wharton my apologies. Tell her I'm so ashamed of myself for falling down on her rug. And tell Mrs. Chubbs to find a room in town. And Dr. Chu.
Anything, General.
Tell Mrs. Chubb to stay there.
Of course. General.
Yes?
You know what's wrong with you?
What?
I don't know. I thought perhaps you did. I thought perhaps you had a previous diagnosis. I thought perhaps this was a recurring ailment.
I haven't ailed a day in my life, except...
Out with it.
Except when I was in the swamp chasing the Seminoles. Then I was sick most of the time.
Ah.
Yes?
In the swamps. Cholera morbus. And your present symptoms. Sweating, purplishness, weakness, and debility. Cholera morbus recurrent type.
Is that very serious?
Rest easy. I have the very thing in my bag. You're going to feel like a new man as soon as you take this.
Vile-looking stuff.
Why is it that all you army men quail at the sight of medicine? Here. Drink this, General.
No, I'm not going to drink it.
General, come on, open.
I don't want to.
General. Yeah. Here's some water. Drink it.
What kind of medicine was that?
Creosote and lime water. How do you feel?
It seems...
Yes?
Suddenly the foreignness is gone.
Good, very good.
May I get up now?
Oh, no. You'll be abed until tomorrow at least. I'll have Mrs. Wharton fetch you a prescription which will work wonders. Goodbye, General. Mrs. Wharton.
Coming.
I have a message for Mrs. Chubb. Where is she?
Must I reveal?
Well, I do have a message for her.
She imbibed. She can't stop. She's in the rose garden now. I can't get her out of there. But then...
Tell her to take a room and stay there. General's orders.
And how is the General?
He says his furriness is gone.
Splendid.
I gave him a palliative, a temporary relief.
Is he seriously ill?
He isn't young anymore, you know. There are no small sicknesses when one gets to be his age, and I'm afraid he can't be moved. He'll have to stay here at your house.
But of course, he can stay in my room. I'll use the guest room.
And an errand for you, Mrs. Wharton, to the druggist's. Get some tincture of yellow jasmine and give him a tablespoonful every 2 hours.
Tincture of yellow jasmine every 2 hours.
Goodbye, Mrs. Wharton.
Goodbye, Dr. Chu.
So Mrs. Wharton, dressed prettily, took parasol to hand and strolled down Charles Street. She walked slowly because of the heat and because Charles Street is a fashionable street, and one is apt to meet many of one's friends, and one is apt to stop and pass the time of day.
Why, yes, Mrs. Becker. General Ketchum just fell right over, right there in my parlor.
And she strolled some more. And to Miss Celia Bradshaw, an old friend of hers from picnic days, who she saw waiting on a corner.
You'll never guess, Celia, who's dying in my house. At least I think he's dying. Dr. Chu wouldn't confess it, but I have a premonition. The General's dying. General Ketchum.
And at the druggist's, she took time to down a sherbet. Seltzer water was all the rage in Baltimore in this era, so she had a little of it with a squeeze of lemon. Then she walked over to the druggist and ordered...
Tincture of yellow jasmine, sir. And while you're at it, I'd like some tartar emetic.
please. I hurt. Mrs. Wharton, please, hurry. Mrs. Wharton!
Coming. And here we are.
Oh, my stomach.
The doctor said as soon as you drink this, you'll feel no pain.
Please, hurry.
Now here, drink this.
All of it?
Every drop. Come on. Now, General, just a moment ago you were begging for it. Now, every drop, all the way down, the whole glass. General, watch out. You'll fall out of bed. Oh, General, what's the matter? General, you look... Oh, General.
The general was dead. Frontiersman, recruiter, quartermaster, dead on the floor. Fini to a military career. And it was then and only then that Mrs. Wharton had the vapors. A few words about Baltimore, Maryland, of the era which concerns us. Even in the 1870s, it was one of the medical centers of the world. It is known as the home of the crab cake. Sidney Lanier, Edgar Allan Poe, Henri de Rochefort, alias the French butcher. And, as is well known, has given its name to a bird, the oriole. It is a city of row houses and marble stoops and beautiful women. If from Baltimore, all the more, one of the rapier wits of the time had it, of the beauty of the city's demoiselles. It is known that in her earlier days, Mrs. Wharton met neatly the qualifications of the adage, and at 50 she was not to be sneezed at. However, at this precise instant, we may safely assume that the lady presented an appearance somewhat less than comely. For a general had just tumbled out of her bed and died. Fright, horror, dismay. But a few of the things this gentle lady must have experienced, and how nice could a gentle lady look under such circumstances? She was leaning against a bedpost, pressing her temples. From the front door.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Wharton.
Oh, Mr. Van Ness, quickly, come in.
You look so pale.
Look in my bedroom.
What?
Look in my bedroom.
Did you lose something or what?
Please, do as I tell you.
All right. Oh. He looks terrible, Mrs. Wharton. Where?
He's dead.
He can't be.
Please don't be stupid, Mr. Van Ness. He's dead. He was ill, and he died.
But when I saw the general this morning, he looked so robust.
You saw him this morning? Why?
He came to check your accounts with me.
Oh?
As your solicitor, I was only too happy to discuss them with him. Why didn't you tell me
Tell you what, Mr. Van Ness?
that you were in the general's debt to the tune of $2,600?
I paid him back immediately.
Do you have the note you signed? Did he return it to you when you paid him?
Why do you ask?
He showed me a note this morning. He said he wanted his money. I knew nothing about it, so he said he would see you.
He saw me. He tore up the note.
Tore it up? Why? Did you pay him?
No. He tore it up as a sailing gift to me, to see me happily on my way to Europe.
Do you have any witnesses of the transaction?
No.
That is not good. Mrs. Wharton.
Yes?
There was a lady with the general this morning.
Come to the window, Mr. Van Ness. See? There.
Where?
There, under the Empress Eugenie rose bush.
Why, it's Mrs. Chubb.
She imbibed.
Well, she told me she never did. She said she was employed by the United States.
As my solicitor, you must tell me. What shall be done now?
I must tell you that I will have to report this of the $2,600.
Of course you do. And you must be very distressed, Mr. Van Ness.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Do sit down. I'll fetch you something to drink.
All right.
I'll only be a moment. Oh, here, drink this, Mr. Van Ness. Your favorite.
Thank you.
I am happy to report to you that Mr. Van Ness regained consciousness an hour later. He rose to his feet and looked about him. He was quite alone. Through a window, he could see the setting sun. He could also see Mrs. Wharton's rose garden, and in it, Mrs. Wharton, her arms about the waist of Mrs. Chubb, of the United States Department of the Treasury. And the two ladies were walking about the rose bushes. Whenever Mrs. Chubb would stumble, Mrs. Wharton would dab at her face with a handkerchief and assist her to her feet. Mr. Van Ness let his gaze drift from the bucolic scene and went immediately into the boudoir, where was the corpse of General Ketchum. Mr. Van Ness determined that promissory note which he had seen earlier that day was not upon the general's person, so he took himself to the police and to them made charges, and the charges, murder.
But I murdered no one. The general took ill at my house. Ask Dr. Chu.
The general was sick, all right. I diagnosed it as cholera morbus recurrent type. The general having been sickly in the Everglades.
So you see, I didn't murder the general. Why should I?
Because you owed him $2,600.
He tore up the note as a gift.
You were with him alone when he was dead. You could have destroyed the note yourself.
And you call yourself a gentleman.
And you call yourself a lady.
I am a lady. I work for the United
Of course.
She drank of the same wine that did the general. And you too, Mr. Van Ness. You got tipsy, and all that happened to her was a few scratches, thorns, Empress Eugenie rosebush thorns.
Well, I don't know what came over me.
Oh, there, dear, there.
You're so sweet, Mrs. Wharton.
When you're in Baltimore, my house is your house.
Murderess.
However, Mrs. Wharton was charged with suspicion of murder, and immediately a more detailed statement was taken from Dr. Chu.
Cholera morbus recurrent type. More? Oh, when I was first called to attend General Ketchum, I found the sick man in a semi-comatose state. The pupils of the eye were of a natural size, but almost wholly insensible to light. When I prepared the dose of medicine, I found the general's teeth so clenched that it was a matter of considerable difficulty and adroit convincing to put it in his mouth. His furriness, gentlemen, the haziness of manner vanished almost immediately. I gave then Mrs. Wharton a prescription calling for tincture of yellow jasmine.
And the druggist was questioned.
Oh, yes, I remember vividly the occasion. Mrs. Wharton entered my store, had a sherbet, some seltzer water over a dash of lemon for heat, tincture of yellow jasmine, and tartar emetic.
A word about tartar emetic. It is a deadly poison.
I use it externally for wrinkles.
As did many ladies of the time. Next came the autopsy. The general's stomach was removed and examined. Two of the greatest internalists of the day, Dr. Williams and Dr. Aiken of the Maryland University, could not agree as to the causes of death by a superficial examination, so it was sent to a chemical laboratory at the Johns Hopkins University. And upon the analysis depended the fate of a lady who just wanted to go to Europe.
Of course, the flagellation wasn't complete, but that's the way it happened.
All right, hand it to me. I'll put it through the filter.
Filtrate. Thank you. I'll wager Dr. Imhoff was astounded, wasn't he?
He thought he discovered something. He was prepared to call it the Imhoff effect.
Attach this to the hydrogen sulfide, will you? You know what?
What?
This is the closest I've ever been to a general. His stomach in an Erlenmeyer flask.
I did a prima donna once, poisoned by a jealous mother. Arsenic she used. You should have seen the titration on that one.
Precipitated. I'll get it. Here. You separate.
I say no poison.
I say poison for $1. How do we stand now?
You owe me 3 from the last 2 analyses. Hand me the muriatic acid. Thank you. Ammonium sulfide?
Oh, my.
Orange red, Joe.
Tartaremetic in the stomach, wouldn't you say?
Tartaremetic? Chalk gives the same reaction. Plain, everyday chalk. That's the way my report is going to read. Chalk in the general stomach.
So they gave their report to the city solicitor's office, each different. One tartaremetic, the other chalk, which confused the city solicitor no end, for not 1 hour before he had read a report from another chemist, Professor R.S. McCullough. Professor McCullough, having examined a like portion of the general stomach, averred that not a trace of tartaremetic was to be found, nor chalk, but a bit of chicken Maryland. Confusion. The while, Mrs. Wharton, detained in prison, had a visitor.
I baked these myself, dear Mrs. Wharton.
Dear Mrs. Chubb.
They're wrong about you, what they're saying.
What are they saying?
That you poisoned him. And others are saying that you would not, that you're too much of a gentle lady.
Do you remember, dear Mrs. Chubb, when you came to my house, you drank from the same bottle as did the General?
Did I?
Of course you did. Remember?
Wasn't it from another bottle I drank? And at a different time?
You are a tease, Mrs. Chubb.
Did I tell you there was no Mr. Chubb?
I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry.
3 years ago, he ate a bad crab.
And you are alone, as I am.
Oh, I dislike Washington.
When we return from Europe, you'll come to live with me.
Dear Mrs. Wharton, and I have something else to tell you. Professor McCullough examined the general's stomach. The professor said the general had not been poisoned.
La 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 la
What transpired next, I have in a journal of the day. It is headlined with Doctors Disagree, Learned Men of Science at Variance, Several Schools of Thought. I quote, Dr. Reese, when interviewed, stated that General Ketchum died from cerebral spinal meningitis. On the other hand, Dr. Edward Warren stated that the general had not died from cerebral spinal meningitis. Dr. John R. McClurg attested that the general died of apoplexy from congestion. Dr. Abram Claude clings to the school of tartaremetic poisoning. And Dr. Josiah Simpson, Dean of Baltimore Physicians, has made this statement. I believe the general died from natural causes. On December 4, 1871, the case went to trial. And possibly because of the conflicting testimony, Mrs. Wharton was acquitted. And thus it is that the true cause of the general's death is not known. Nor does history record whether Mrs. Wharton and her dear friend Mrs. Chubb ever got to Europe. But Mrs. Wharton's home, Her abode, wherein the general died, still stands. I expect you think I'll tell you that today the house is haunted. Well, it is, but not by the general. By Claude Forrester, who was the victim of an unsolved axe murder some 20 years later. The general has been forgotten. Until, I hope, tonight.
General Ketchum, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program was transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Paula Winslow was heard as Mrs. Wharton and Russell Simpson as the General. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Bill Bissell, Sarah Selby, Hy Averback, and David Young. George Walsh speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Big Sam Hobday was a very important man in Helena, Montana Territory. He wanted to be even more important and insisted that I write about him. This is what I wrote.
Frontier Gentleman. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. In just 1 minute, we will bring you this latest report from the Frontier Gentleman.
Did you fill up the gas tank of my swept-wing Dodge?
Yes, I did. That'll be 80 cents. She didn't need no oil or nothing.
Okay, wipe off the windshield, will you?
Yeah. Hey, this is some big windshield, boy.
Yes, it's a Dodge picture window windshield.
I can't reach the middle part, right up there where it curves back. Hold my ankles and boost me out on the hood.
All right, up you go.
My, this is a big car. I still can't reach all the windshield.
Well, just walk out on the hood and finish it up.
Okay. Boy, you must be rich to own a big car like this.
Well, actually, Dodge costs less than 59 different models of the low-price field. I just got all the car I was paying for.
I forgot my squeegee.
Here it is.
Why, I could afford a Dodge.
Come on, we'll see a Dodge dealer.
Well, put up to the pump and I'll swing down.
Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
I had been 4 days in Helena, the capital of Montana Territory. It fascinated me, this lusty city, which owed its very existence to the discovery of gold. It was the evening of that 4th day that I was made aware of the fact that my presence in Helena was a newsworthy event. I was eating my dinner in the Hotel Colorado.
Mr. Kendall?
Yes?
The name's Coleman. Don't think we've met.
How do you do?
I'm manager of the hotel. Thought maybe you'd like to see this. Rocky Mountain Gazette.
Oh?
Right there, see?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. Correspondent for the London Times visits our fair city. That's you.
Well, I wouldn't exactly
I got the
say
whole story about you and the kid and them claim jumpers you brought in a few days back.
It has.
You know, we're mighty proud to have a visitor from foreign shores with us, Mr. Kendall. Anything I can do for you, you just sing out.
It's very kind of you, Mr. Coleman.
Will you be staying a while?
Oh, no. No definite plans. I'd like to do 1 or 2 stories from here.
Yeah, kind of put Helena on the map if you did.
Mm-hmm.
You might mention my hotel while you're at it if it's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all, Mr. Coleman.
That's fine. I'm obliged to you. Much obliged. Now, you be sure...
Something wrong?
Those fellas just come in. Walking over to the bar. Ed Jeffers and Tucson Willie. Big Sam's boys.
Big Sam?
Hey, you've been here 4 days and you ain't here to Big Sam Hobday?
Should I?
He kind of runs things, him and his boys. Got mixed up with the vigilantes a few years back, and nobody figured yet which side he was on. But when the shooting was finished, Big Sam was top dog in these parts.
I'm surprised I haven't met him.
Between you and me, Mr. Kendall, he's not the kind of man we want.
You Kendall?
Yes, that's right.
Good evening, Ed.
You shake your hocks, Coleman. Me and Tucson here, we want words with this fellow.
Sure, Ed. That's fine. See you later, Mr. Kendall.
You want to talk to me?
It ain't us, Kendall. Big Sam.
Really? Big Sam?
Yeah. All right, let's go.
I haven't finished my dinner.
Well, you finish it when you get back, huh? Come on.
Rather an aversion to cold steak.
What's he talking about? Aversion. What's aversion?
How come you ain't educated, Tucson? What just means you don't like it.
Would you like to go over to the bar until I'm finished, and then possibly we can talk about it?
Mister, I guess you just didn't hear me right. Big Sam wants to see you now.
Well, you tell Big Sam I'll see him. He can come to the hotel in the morning.
Man, you shouldn't ought to even think like that, let alone talk it.
Hey, Tucson, this place is getting real fancy. Look, yeah. They lay a cloth on the table for a man to eat off it.
Yeah.
You know, I seen a fella do that once. He whooped the cloth off, and not a dish was broke. It stayed right there on the table.
I'm sorry you did that.
Mister, you try and draw iron, I'm going to shoot you full of daylight.
Tucson's got the drop on you, Kendall, for a fact. He's an awful fast gun.
So I see. This friend of yours, Big Sam, he must be rather anxious to see me.
Oh, sure. Big Sam just wants a nice, quiet talk. Ain't that so, Tucson?
Yeah. So let's burn the breeze out of here.
I was relieved of my gun, and we left the hotel. I noticed that most of the men passing by gave my companions a hurried nod and a wide berth as we made our way down Main Street toward a saloon. It was called a Bonanza, and from the look of the business that was being transacted at both bar and gambling tables, the name was a fitting one. I was taken upstairs and shown into a quite gaudily furnished room. Sitting behind a table was one of the largest men I've ever seen, literally shoveling food into his mouth. Lolling on a couch nearby, a woman of rather extraordinary proportions was sipping champagne.
Oh, Kendall, you had your dinner?
And I was having it. There was a slight interruption.
What's the matter, you Jeffers? Ain't you got no manners?
Well, it ain't our fault, Big Sam. He wasn't going to come.
That's right. We had to persuade him.
All right, go on, get out. Grab a chair, Kendall. All right, Millie, get a plate. Give Mr. Kendall some of them lamb fries. Best doggone lamb fries you ever ate, Kendall. Go ahead, sit down. This here, Millie. Best looking gal this side of Chicago.
How do you do?
Tell you what I want to see you about, Kendall. I figured you want to write something about me in that London paper of yourn.
Here's your lamb fries, Mr. Kendall.
Yes, thank you.
Champagne, Millie. All right, see, the Rocky Mountain Gazette says you're in town, Kendall. That was a fine thing you done for that kid the other day. Fine thing, yeah. No good Scissor Bill claim jumpers got what they had coming. Should have hung them, though.
What'd he do? I ain't read the paper.
Shut your mouth, Millie. Where's your champagne?
Here's your champagne, Mr. Kendall.
Thank you.
Now go lie down and don't bother us. So like I say, Kendall, I'm a pretty big man in these parts, and I figure folks read your paper and want to know.
Well, is there something particularly interesting about you? I mean, aside from the fact that you own what is obviously a successful business?
Hey, mister, this town breathes when I tell it to. Ain't that so, Mel?
Sure. That's right, Mr. Kendall.
I got myself one of the biggest strikes in the country. Taking out better than $1 million. How's that?
Congratulations.
The saloon, that's just a sideline with me. I'm a man that's going a long way, Kendall. You write about me, it'll help. Savvy?
In what way?
Well, I've been thinking about going in for politics, maybe being governor. Now, a story about me written right, it look pretty good for folks here and in Washington, reading what you say about me all the way over in England.
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't be of much help.
Why not?
I don't write what people want me to write.
I'll pay you $1,000.
I don't think so. Thank you.
Oh, sit down. You ain't even tasted your lamb fries.
Some other time. Good night.
Hi, Kendall. You going or staying, Big Sam?
Staying.
Well, now you go on back inside, huh?
Tell you what, Kendall. I'll pay you $2,000. Easiest money you'll ever make.
Sorry.
Well, I'm being nice to you. I ain't used to people saying no to Big Sam.
I'd say now's as good a time as any to start getting used to it.
Mill, go to bed.
I ain't sleepy.
Get sleepy. Kendall and me want to be alone.
Night.
Good night. She's a good gal. All right, what's your proposition?
I haven't got one.
2,500.
No.
Listen, boy, I run Helena. You do what I say.
Or?
Ain't no use us whittle-wanging. I like you. Now, what do you want? A newspaper here in Helena? I'll buy you one.
You're wasting your time.
Maybe you ain't hurt. It don't pay to get Big Sam Hobday on the prod.
Hobday. I'm getting tired of this nonsense. You might as well get it through that skull of yours once and for all. I haven't any intention of writing a glorification of your political charms. Understand?
And I'm going to have to teach you why they call me Big Sam. Maybe understand now, huh?
I have an overwhelming desire to see if that stomach of yours is as big a piece of blubber as I think it is. He must have weighed 280 pounds. But I found out very quickly that looks can be deceiving. There wasn't any fat on him. He was as hard as rock, and so were his fists. I vaguely remember getting in a beauty on his nose. And then something sloshed me over the left ear, and I was finished.
In a moment, we return to Frontier Gentlemen. Today on CBS Radio, Everett Sloan stars in a thrilling drama about a big game hunt on Suspense. You'll find excitement waiting for you, too, on our next high-tension episode of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. Today, every Sunday, enjoy one fast-moving drama after another on most of these same stations. And now we return you to the Anthony Ellis production of Frontier Gentlemen.
I woke up to find myself lying on a very large bed. The lady named Millie billowed over me, applying a wet cloth to my head. Behind her, I could see Big Sam Hobday. He had a fat lip and looked worried.
Hey, you come out of it, huh?
Yes. Yes, so I have.
I feel.
I've got a headache.
That Tucson, he could have killed you.
Tucson? And it wasn't you?
Ain't you never been pistol whipped? Him and Jeffers come busting in just when we was going good. Kendall, I sure do admire your punch.
I'm going to have a little talk with that gentleman.
Oh, don't you worry none about that. I told him plenty.
Yes, I'll bet that made an impression.
Mill, go get Mr. Kendall some coffee.
Sure. You just take it easy, Mr. Kendall. Millie'll be right back with the coffee.
Sure glad to see you up. I thought for a while you'd seen the pale horse. Let's go to the room. How about a drink? Name your poison.
Brandy?
Sure. You're all right, Kendall. And when Big Sam says so, it means something. Now, I want to do something for you.
I think you've already done more than enough.
Yeah, you're all right. Yeah. Now, how about it?
How about what?
You writing a piece on me?
I thought we'd settled that.
We ain't settled nothing.
Must we go through it again? I told you I write only the way I see things, not as you or anybody else wants me to.
Then you ain't going to do it?
Oh, I'll send a story about all this, but I don't think you'll like it.
But you're stubborn as a bobtail mule.
No doubt. Now, if I can have my gun, please, I'd like to go back to the hotel.
You ain't going nowhere, Kendall. I've been real friendly to you. Now I asked you a favor, polite and nice, and you turned me down. Well, I ain't asking no more. I'm telling you. Big Sam wants you to write what he says to write.
Yes. Well, you tell Big Sam there's not a chance.
Jeffers! Forward! That's the trouble with me. I get easy with folks like you. They take the bit in their teeth.
Something you want, Big Sam?
Well, sure, there's something I want. How come you figure I call you? Now, get some writing paper, quill and ink. Kendall here's going to work.
Sure.
Tucson, you stay here. I'll be right back.
How about you sit down, Kendall?
Yeah.
That's fine. Don't you do nothing to make me shoot you. Big Sam will be awful mad.
Ooh, perish the thought.
Here's your coffee, Mr. Kendall.
Thank you, Millie.
You sure are welcome. Tucson, how come you're holding a gun on Mr. Kendall?
I'm watching him for Big Sam.
Oh. You know, Mr. Kendall, you should not wrangle with Big Sam. He's a real loving man when you get to know him, that is. Why don't you do like he says, huh? It'd make him real happy to be a governor.
But it would make me very unhappy.
Oh.
Tucson, put away that gun. Look here now, Kendall. I brung Sheriff Downer. He just happened to be passing by.
Hello, Sheriff.
Mr. Kendall, sure is nice seeing you again. You walked out so quick after bringing in them claim jumpers, I never did get a chance to properly thank you.
Sheriff could tell you about me, Kendall.
I could for a fact, Big Sam.
Sheriff thinks I make a doggone good governor, don't you, Downer?
Well, what I think ain't so much, Big Sam. It's the people that count.
You see? Now, we all know what a fine thing it'd be if that London Times of yourn says a lot of purty English words about Big Sam Hobday.
Just a point of information. Sheriff, are you aware that I am being held here against my will?
Well, sure is. As a citizen, I've been keeping you for the sheriff because you disturbed the peace.
I disturbed the peace.
That's right. I invited you up for a peaceable talk, and you jumped me. That's against the law in Helena. Ain't that right, Donner?
If a man wants to bring a complaint, I guess it is.
I'm a fair man. Don't hold no grudges. As far as I can see, no harm done. So you write what I want, and I don't swear out no complaint.
You know, if I didn't have more respect for the people I've met in the territory, I'd do it.
What does that mean?
The answer is still no.
Donner, take him over to the jail.
Oh, now,
I got my rights.
I'm sorry, Mr. Campbell.
No, it's all right. And while we're at it, I want to serve a counter-complaint against Big Sam. Same charge. If I go to jail, he goes too. We'll settle it in court. My word against his.
Ain't a judge in town gonna believe you, Kendall. I'm Big Sam.
I'll take the chance. You arrest me, Sheriff, you arrest him, too.
He's in his rights, Sam.
What do you mean in his rights? He ain't got no rights. You do like I say, Donner. We're getting a new sheriff.
I got to uphold the law, Sam. If I take him, I got to take you. He's made a complaint.
Donner, you get me hog wild.
I'm mighty sorry, Sam.
You gonna do like I say?
Well, I can't. I swore to uphold the law. You remember when I was swore in?
I'm warning you, Donner.
It don't make no difference.
All right.
I found papers. Hey, what's the matter with the sheriff?
You and Tucson lay him on the bed inside. Mill, go take care of him. Felt like maybe I broke his jaw, poor feller. Now, Kendall, you see how it is around here. Why don't you just fall off and cool your saddle and write your piece? The boys will keep you company. Jevers?
Yeah?
I'm going downstairs for a while. You and Tucson keep an eye on things. Kendall, you have that finished when I get back, you hear?
You heard what Big Sam told you.
Yes. Oh, yes. Now, how's the sheriff?
He's fine. Didn't break a thing. He'll be coming around.
Now, you get going, huh? I'll put the paper and quill there on the table.
I may need some help.
What kind of help?
Oh, things about Big Sam's background, his past.
Well, Tucson here can tell you. He's been with him longer than me.
Good. Now, where was he born?
Kansas, I guess. Near as I can remember.
Kansas, huh? How old is he?
Ed, how old is he?
I don't know. Mill?
He never said.
What did he do before he came to Helena?
Well, lots of things. Some maybe he wouldn't want you to write.
Helpful. I'll just use my imagination. I began to write flowery, revolting nonsense. Tucson came closer, leaning over my shoulder. From time to time, I asked him a question. I knew if I could take him off guard for just a moment, it would give me a chance to get his gun. I had filled almost 2 pages when the time came. Well, now, what do you think of this, Tucson?
In Montana Territory, the flower of manhood has reached its perfection.
That's right.
In the mining town of Helen. I refer to a
stalwart
citizen who bears, and with good reason.
Hey, where's going? Put your hands high over your head, Jeffers. I'll take your gun if you don't mind. Another patient for you, Florence Nightingale. Pick him up, Jeffers. Take him in there.
Kendall, Big Sam ain't gonna like this.
I have an idea there'll be quite a few things Big Sam won't like. This is the least of them.
Move over, Sheriff, honey. You got company.
I'm all right. Let me up. Millie, you souse him with water. Get him awake. I'm arresting him. And you, Jeffers. Big Sam, too. Mr. Kendall, I'll ask you to be a witness at the trial.
My pleasure, Sheriff.
And you can't arrest Big Sam.
Listen, boy. Maybe I ain't the best sheriff in the country, but there ain't a man alive gonna bust me in the jaw and get away with it.
Oh, he didn't mean nothing, Sheriff. He's just a big, playful puppy.
Kendall! Tucson! Jeffers!
Shall we break the news to the playful puppy?
Sam, I'm arresting you for doing me a bodily harm.
You're fired, Downer. I'm firing you right now. Roll your blankets and pull freight out of here.
We'll let the judge decide that.
The judge did decide, strangely enough, against Big Sam and his boys. 7 days in jail and $200 fine. It was a small thing, but it broke Sam Hobday's hold on Helena. The whole town stood against him, and he knew it. I sent the story off to the Times, but I don't think that it will improve Big Sam's chances for governorship of Montana Territory.
Frontier Gentleman was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Jack Crucian, Stacey Harris, Vic Perrin, Gene Carson, Harry Bartell, and Charles Seal. Music was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Now stay tuned for the Ford Road Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentleman. John Wall speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
You've probably heard the expression, off the rails. It usually signifies that somebody has let the side down by descending to a little blackmailing, or perhaps a touch of arson. In fact, going off the rails is usually taken as a sign of being not quite straight. I'm using the term, however, in quite a different sense. Today I'm going to tell you something about criminals who, when they're off the rails, are on the rails. Perhaps that sounds a little ambiguous. Let me put it in a simpler way. This program is about the kind of crime and the kind of criminal who is most at home on the railway. start off this Secrets of Scotland Yard program with a few facts about robbery on the railway. In 1938, claims against the railways for stolen goods costing about £180,000. Today, similar claims are costing over £2.5 million a year. As an inspector of the railway police, that's not a fact I'm particularly proud about. All the same, it goes to prove that robbery on the railways is a growing business. Our job is to stop it growing.
Almost half the claims were for the theft of tobacco, wine, spirits, textiles, boots and shoes, articles which have the greatest black market value.
Investigating them is taking up much of the working time of more than 1,000 railway officials.
Hello? What are you doing with that crate? Hey, just moving it. Moving it where? What's that to do with you? On a railway report. Oh, is that so? What's the look of that badge of yours? Here, let go of my crate there. I think you'd better come along. Oh, now you don't.
Pilferage has ceased to be a proper description of railway thieving. Wholesale looting is the only term appropriate. The railway police estimate that about 60% of the looting is carried out by organized gangs, usually not more than 6 in number. Scotland Yard has met cunning with cunning, but those who specialize in robbery on the railway are always up to new tricks. Now listen to this story. It occurred not so long ago. A goods train was puffing slowly up an incline on its run from Nottingham to Chesterfield. Standing by a plate-laying hut at the crest of the hill, you might have seen a small gang of workmen. Apparently, they were waiting for the train to pass before resuming work on the line.
All right, chaps, it's the 5th van out the engine. Remember, the 5th van. Charlie, Jim, wait till I give the word jump. Just the way we rehearsed it. Okay, Jack. All right, jump. Okay, boys. Pass me a crowbar. There you are. Now, give us a hand. There we go. Ah, that's got it. Now go on, in we go. Look like this, we're going to go stronger.
Once inside the van, which contained hundreds of pounds worth of cigarettes, the gang got to work. As soon as the train left the tunnel, they pushed open the door and threw down the embankment over 1 million cigarettes, packed neatly in cartons. And here comes the organization. Waiting on the road by the side of the embankment were a couple of lorries.
All right, boys, get busy. Down there, load them up. Right away there. Things are ready. Let's get going.
They didn't find the cigarettes were missing until the train was 100 miles further up the line. Obviously, the men who boarded the train must have had a good idea of what was in the van. They knew exactly where the train would slow down, and they calculated the whole job in such a way, proving they were professionals at the game. These men got away with it. It doesn't always go that way. Listen to this case. It took place a few months ago, late one night in one of London's largest goods yards. The Cricklewood sighting.
Hey, anybody about? Who's that? Ah, evening, watchman. Evening, mate. Sorry to be so late, chum. I'm afraid you'll have to open up these gates. What's the idea? It's 12:30. I know that, mate. But there's a load of one of these vans in the siding which is wanted extra special. And if we don't get it down to the docks by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, somebody's going to lose a few £1,000. We'll have to see your papers. Ah, don't you worry. Everything's in order. Here, take a look at this. It seems all right. You've got permission? Well, that's what it says. All right, I'll open up. Well, don't be long about it. Come on, then. We'll be coming out in about an hour. All right. Come on now, open up these gates. Now, hold on a moment. I've got some friends to see you. What do you mean, friends?
Hello, chum. Fancy meeting you.
Look out, boys! Look
Yes, it was the brothers, the police to you and me. And as the inspector says, the boot was on the other foot. The watchman felt suspicious about the whole thing, and he'd contacted the railway police. He was right. They were stolen goods, and the papers were forged. 7 men were picked up in the fight which followed, but the leader got away.
Of course, not all railway robberies are as ambitious and were organized as the two you've just heard about. The simplest, and yet one of the most effective methods of looting, has been for railway employees to stick false labels on parcels and packages in transit. One importer readdressed parcels to his own home. A relabeling conspiracy at Waterloo Station was broken up through the vigilance of an employee.
I've got a couple of parcels for you.
Oh, shall I sign for them?
Yeah, that's right, miss. Sign here.
My daughter's wedding. She's having such a lot of presents.
Yes, so I noticed.
Bring them in here, will you? Thanks a lot. Good morning.
Daughter's wedding. That's funny. I can understand her getting a mangle. But what's she doing with 2 dozen electric light lamps? Don't seem to be the sort of wedding present she'd get. I wonder if there's something fishy going on.
And from wondering, was only a step further to talking to the railway police about it. It was found that this was just one of the ways in which a very astute gang had been robbing the railways. It was not the only method they used. It was found that packages in transit had been redirected under other names to small stations, where they were later collected by members of a gang, one in a chauffeur's uniform. The final destination of the stolen goods was a flat in Soho, where the thieves operated in a quick sales showroom and office. The flat was raided and the ringleaders caught. I came to have a look round.
Who sent you?
Charlie?
Ah, that's all right. Come on in. Well, what do you want to see? Cigarettes, radio sets, or was it butter?
I think I've seen quite enough. I have a search warrant here.
Here, what's a gun?
This is not a game. This is a raid.
Goods worth hundreds of pounds were recovered, but the police knew that for a long period beforehand, the gang got away with much more than that. These modern highwaymen are certainly people of resource. But if you think you've heard the limit of their ingenuity, just wait and see. Before turning to the organization of the railway police, let's take a few more examples of crime on the railway.
In a railway yard in Scotland at one time, whole truckloads of coal were systematically rerouted to the yard of a small merchant who was in a swim.
4 porters at Woking took advantage of a consignment to set up a nylon emporium and sell the stockings through station taxi drivers.
Railway police bored 2 holes in a wooden fence by a railway arch in Suffolk and watched loot worth £2,500 being carried into a thieves' den. 9 men and a woman were convicted. One man had a puppy in a crate which began barking, and the police overheard him say, "Shut up. You'll have to get used to being here."
Now listen to the story of just an ordinary member of the railway police. He was on duty at a goods yard at Burton-on-Trent one dark evening. His name was Railway Police Constable Robert Cameron.
Hi there. What do you want? I'd like to take a look at that lorry, if you don't mind. What lorry you got? I'm a member of the railway police. Yeah, I don't care if you're a member of the Marines. On the night. You'll still have to stop, I'm afraid. Oh, will I? Oh. Come on, boys. Tie him up and leave him in that shed over there.
He feigned unconsciousness while he was dragged into a warehouse and tied up. When the thieves had gone, leaving the whiskey behind, he struggled free and crawled to a shunter's cabin. Today, Railway Police Constable Robert Cameron wears the British Empire Medal. Perhaps the most amusing conclusion to any incident of pure pilferage was an occasion when a portrait crew danced into a mirror one Sunday and saw a man in a quiet corner of another platform undo his braces and turn slowly round and round. A chase down a lane followed until the man's trousers fell to the ground and he halted sheepishly in his underpants with ring upon ring of twist tobacco, stolen from a crate in the station, wound round his middle.
Police officers at Euston saw 2 men in porters' uniforms examining goods loaded on barrows ready for dispatch, and knew that neither was employed in handling parcels traffic. While they watched, one of the men removed labels from 3 bales, which the second man then transferred to a smaller barrow. This was wheeled out to a point near the station cloakroom. The man walked away, but returned a few minutes later with 2 other men who began loading the bales into a waiting motor car. All were arrested. The bales were worth £300.
Before the British railways were nationalized, each company maintained its own police force, led in many cases by ex-members of Scotland Yard. Today, the railway police is a complete force of its own, charged with the particular responsibility of policing and protecting thousands of buildings and many thousands of miles owned by British railways. The men who discharge this duty undergo a special training. They learn most of the tricks we've told you about today in this program, and they cooperate with the regular police force and Scotland Yard to put a stop to every form of crime on the railways. Perhaps the most unpopular of all railway criminals are those who play for the high stakes and endeavor to rob His Majesty's mails.
Of course, there were some classic mailbag robberies of the past, but today's stories read like fiction. A £10,000 mailbag theft last year from a Glasgow Euston train remains unsolved. The empty bags were found on an embankment 70 yards away. The disappearance of nearly £40,000 in £5 and £1 notes in transit between a city bank and Scotland is still being investigated. A letter bag containing £6,000 vanished during a 60-minute road and rail journey between Liverpool and Wigan. And when a packet which had contained £2,000 for a Manchester bank was opened, the contents had miraculously changed to wooden blocks. To be strictly accurate, the theft of mail bags comes under the General Post Office and is not really the railway's responsibility. But it's their worry all the same. Here's the story of one of the most classic of mailbag robberies of all time.
The scene is one of the sorting vans on a world-famous night mail train. Leaving Euston Station in London every evening just before midnight, it reaches Scotland the following morning. While most of Britain is asleep, this train speeds through the heart of the country. The nerve center of the train is the sorting van, where almost 100 men are at work all night sorting Scottish mail picked up at London and dividing it up into the various regional areas so that when it reaches Scotland, it will be ready for distribution in the big Scottish cities by the second delivery that morning. Most of the men who work on this train have been in the service of the GPO for a number of years, but naturally from time to time there is a new face among them. Take tonight, for instance, the young fellow over there at the rack in the corner. He's only been on the job for a few weeks, but he's just qualified to work on his own without the guidance of an older sorter.
Edinburgh, Aberdeen, Glasgow, Inverness, Edinburgh.
One by one, he sorts the postal packets into the pigeonholes in front of him. Monotonous work, but still demanding all his attention. But tonight, this young sorter is not really thinking about his job. He's thinking about something else.
Inverness, Aberdeen, 5 minutes to 2. I must go. And then?
Yes, 5 minutes to go, and then...
What's the tea? What's the tea, boys?
Together with half of the sorters in the corridor, our young friend moves into the next car, where a primitive canteen is set up and cups of tea are being poured out. He makes some excuse and moves on further down the car. Perhaps he's going to wash his hands, or perhaps... It has taken 3 months of plotting and planning to obtain that key. The key to the van which contained the registered mail. He worked quickly, 3 bags and no more he took out. But those bags had been chosen carefully. The contents were known to be negotiable banknotes, a rich prize. Now comes the cleverest part of the trick. 3 other bags, in appearance precisely the same as the original registered mail bags, had been concealed by our friend in a suitcase which he had brought aboard the train. The exchange was made and the mail van locked up once again. Everything seemed perfect. When the train came into Glasgow station, it looked as if nothing could go wrong.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You're Robert Staunton, aren't you?
That's right.
I wonder if I could trouble you to come along to the office for a few minutes.
What do you want me for?
Just a few words. Bring that case along with you.
Yes, sir.
Come on in.
Now, Mr. Staunton, would you mind opening up that case for me? How do you know? Well, this is the one question I cannot answer. You see, if I told you, you'd not believe me.
And how did he know? It was really very simple. But as you've learned from these programs, it's the simple things that make the crook's game a mug's game. Obviously, the railway realizes that GPO sorters on the trains, if they should have crooked disposition, have a number of opportunities for putting some original ideas into practice. For that reason, every new sorter, while he's training, is screened very thoroughly by the railway police or the GPO. Our friend Staunton and his companions took all the obvious precautions. Trouble was, one of the precautions was just a little too obvious. Mr. Staunton had given his address during his training period at a lodging house in London. It was a routine matter. The police checked up on his character with his landlady. His landlady, dear soul, had given him an excellent character and had mentioned, as a matter of fact, that Staunton had frequent visits from his widowed mother. The widowed mother was a bit of camouflage for Mr. Staunton to compact his companions. Unfortunately, in his original application for the job, Mr. Staunton had described himself as an orphan. Starting from that very small fact, the railway police had spun a long line of thread, which led eventually to the station master's office in Glasgow and the arrest of Staunton. Just another crook who thought that the way to easy money was along the railway lines.
I'd like to add a historic note. Of course, there has been crime on the railways ever since there were railways, which is well over 100 years. Who was the first railway criminal? Well, no one could say for certain, but I can tell you about one of the very first men to realize the possibility of crime on the railways and what happened to him. It was long, long ago, when a trip by train was still a great event. Passengers traveled in open cars, which today we would consider little better than trucks. The guard wore a top hat, and the engine driver wore one too. The most unpleasant part of the journey was when the train came to a tunnel. There were no lights in the carriages. Worse still, there were no windows. So they soon filled up with smoke and grime. You can imagine the coughing and confusion. Well, it was this very confusion that gave our friend, a pioneer in his class, the great idea. You see, his profession was that of a pickpocket, and it occurred to him that never was there a greater opportunity to practice his craft than aboard one of these newfangled railway trains when he'd entered a long tunnel. He went about it very carefully. He studied the trains and the passengers from all angles, and for some time pursued a most successful career. Everybody was far too concerned with their comfort to notice his activities, and when thefts were reported, it was far too late to do anything about it. Then, at last, the railway company decided that they had to take some action regarding the numerous complaints they were getting. To every poison there's an antidote, and to every crime there's an answer. Well, just as usual, our friend the pickpocket boarded a train one day, little knowing that he was followed by a detective employed by the company. Off went the train. They came to the tunnel, and our friend prepared to go about his business. He turned his attention to the man sitting next to him, a big, well-dressed but simple-looking gentleman who he picked out as a likely-looking victim. His hand was busy abstracting a solid-looking watch from his pocket, and suddenly there was a terrific roar of steam from the engine, and then a sudden flash of light. And what is it? The engine driver had no sooner entered the tunnel than, on prearranged plan, he reversed and come out again. And as for the simple-looking gentleman, yes, you're right, he was the detective. Ah, dear. The way of a pioneer was always a hard one, and our friend's case proves that there's no exception to the rule.
As I told you, not all railway crime is quite so ambitious. In 50% of railway cases, the word pilferage is applicable. There have been too many examples of criminal folly for women, some of whom have sacrificed 30 to 40 years' service and pension rights for thefts of soap, a packet of chocolate, or a pair of stockings. An engine driver took coal from his engine to swap for eggs. A man-with guard rifled suitcases in a van and regularly threw stolen goods into his own garden as the train passed his line-side home. Fur coats, typewriters, vacuum cleaners, and a piano accordion were among the goods pilfered in 1948. Out of 8,585 larceny prosecutions by the railway police last year, 2,287 were at railway theft. Thus, 3 outsiders were convicted to every 1 railway man. Statistically, this means that only 1 in every 300 rail workers is found guilty of theft.
I believe that, don't you? And just because this program has told you about some of the crimes that are on the railways, I hasten to add that a trip by a railway in Britain is one of the safest ways of traveling. But while you're about it, keep an eye on your bag. After all, if everybody were just a little more careful, most of the crooks in this world would be looking for new ways of earning their living. And it would just help to avoid that temptation to go off the rails.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Hoppy Takes a Chance. September at the Bar 20, like all cattle ranchers, is a happy month for the line riders, the lonely cowboys whose duty it is to patrol the boundaries of the ranch and see to it that the outfit's stock stays on the reservation. It's a happy time because it marks the end of the season for them and the friendly atmosphere of the ranch house just around the corner. But Bob Cranston was different from the rest. There was a frown on his face as Hoppy rode up to him on the ridge south of the Bar 20 ranch house.
Hi there, Waddy. How's it going?
Can't complain, Hoppy.
Good. I figure on sending you out at sunup tomorrow. Make a circuit of the ranch boundaries, run down the strays, and kick any of Salinger's cows back onto their own territory. Take you a week or so.
Oh, okay, boss.
How do you like the new job?
Fine, I reckon. Wondered if I might keep right at it on through the winter after cutting out in Brandon.
You mean you want that winter job?
Sure, why not?
Bucking the snowdrift and running down weak dogies in a blizzard? Most of my boys yammer like a stuck pig when I hand them an assignment like that.
Well, I don't know. I ain't much of a hand around the ranch house. Like to be off by myself. I don't mind the cold. If you'd give me the job, I'd sure work at it, Hoppy.
Well, brother, if you want it, you get it. Come on, Topper, let's get back to headquarters.
Morning, Hoppy.
Sheriff, what are you doing here?
Oh, just dropping by on a friendly call, Hoppy. You know Shelby Selinger here.
Sure. Hello, Mr. Selinger. Have a chair.
Thanks. How are you, Cassidy?
Great. Just sent one of my line riders out to hustle your stock back on the reservation. Seems an awful lot of Circle C cows like Bar 20 grass better than they own.
You save your rider a lot of work, Cassidy. I sold them off last week. I needed the money.
I see.
Yeah, Mr. Selinger got payment before delivery and shipped $12,000 out by stage day before yesterday, Hoppy.
Yeah?
To pay off a loan on his ranch.
Yeah?
It didn't get very far.
What do you mean?
About as far as the blind turn on the stage road. Road agent shot the driver outright.
Wait a minute. Clem Yates was guard on that stage.
Shot him down in cold blood.
Clem? How could anybody...
Yeah, that's the way we all feel, Hoppy. Folks in town are ready for a lynching.
You got any leads?
We know who it is.
His name's Johnny McIver.
Is that so?
Yeah.
We talked to the only passenger on the stage, a girl named Van Richards. She described him for us.
Who is this McIver?
Young fella, about 25 or so. Just got out of prison. Came through this part of the country a few days ago looking for a job. We, wondered if he came by here.
I'll keep on the lookout for him, Sheriff.
The townspeople have put up a reward.
Well, if he shot Clem Yates, that's all the encouragement I need.
We can sure use your help, Hoppy.
You'll get it, Sheriff.
Thanks. Bye.
Goodbye. California.
Huh? How you, Hoppy? I was just frying up half a dozen eggs here to tide me over till dinner.
Forget your stomach for once.
Hoppy, eggs is brain.
I don't need your brain. I need the seat of your pants and a saddle. Right now.
What's up?
I want you to ride down the South Ridge and pick up Bob Cranston.
You mean the new hand you put on yesterday?
That's right. I want to find out why he calls himself Cranston when his real name is Johnny McIver.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, Hoppy Takes a Chance. Two men have been murdered. One of them, the beloved Clem Yates, when the mail stage out of Baker's Crossing was held up and robbed by a masked bandit. The sheriff and the townspeople are sure the robber is Johnny McIver, a young ex-convict. And while they scour the country for him, Hoppy is talking to him in the main room of the Bar 20 ranch house.
You've got to believe me, Hoppy. I had nothing to do with this. I didn't
Take it easy, Bob. I'm not accusing you, yet.
How come you changed your handle, Sonny? Seems to me we hired a hand named Bob Cranston.
I told you, California. People just can't deal an ex-convict a straight hand.
I can understand that. But you didn't need a new name around here. We take a man for what he is, not what he used to be.
I wish they were all like you. Mr. Sellinger didn't look at it that way.
Sellinger?
Yeah. When I first got to town a few days ago, I hit him for a job.
When was that?
Let me see. Wednesday afternoon.
And the stage was held up that night at 8. What did Sellinger tell you?
He told me to come back about 10 o'clock. Said he'd let me know then.
So you went back, huh?
Yeah, I started back from town about 7. Didn't see anyone till I got to that place where it fords the creek. You know, there's a grove of cottonwoods there.
Yep, I know the place.
There was a fire going and a couple of men boiling up some coffee. They said they were from Sellinger's ranch.
What did they look like?
One of them was heavy set, wore a pair of side whiskers.
That'd be Sam Wellman.
Who?
Sellinger's ranch foreman. What about the other one?
He was red-headed, kind of short.
Yeah, it's Red Conroy. What happened then?
They told me Sellinger wasn't back to the ranch yet. Asked me to have a cup of coffee with them. It was pretty chilly, and I figured a cup of coffee would taste good, so...
So you accepted the invitation?
Yeah. They said Mr. Sellinger had passed right by there on his way back. Well, we sat around a while, then the redhead pulled out a pack of cards and suggested a game.
Them fellers are sure death at poker.
Huh?
Red and Sam are a couple of pretty slick poker players. How much did you lose?
I didn't lose. I won $300.
Huh? Sonny, you're wasting your time as a cowpoke. Anyone who can skin them coyotes that draw poker is...
Wait a minute, California. You pretty good at poker, Bob?
Oh, just fair. They played pretty stupid. I took $100 pot with a pair of tens.
Huh? Playing against Red Conroy and Sam Wellman?
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe this makes sense. What did you do with the $300, Bob?
I saved it. They told me a lot of places I could blow it in town, but I didn't.
They did, huh?
Now, what's that got to do with it, Hoppy?
I'm not sure yet, but I got an idea. The coach was robbed at 8 o'clock. Where were you at that time, Bob?
That was about 30 minutes before I met the two men. I was at the trail quite a piece.
Alone. No alibi.
I guess not.
About a half hour after the robbery, you run onto Red and Sam and win $300 from them at poker. They figure, of course, you'll roll into town and blow it sky high. When did Salinger finally show up?
Well, I don't know. About 10, I guess.
And he turned you down?
Yeah. Said he didn't want any truck with jailbirds.
I see. Well, before we start out, I want you to know I'm going to give you every break I can. If you tell them the truth, I'll stand up with you against the whole town. If you're not...
I'm not worrying about that, Hoppy.
Okay, let's get going.
Where?
The blind turn on the stage road, where the coach was robbed. Maybe we can find a few tracks. Bob?
Yeah?
You can check your gun here at the ranch house. California and I'll take care of any shooting that has to be done.
Any luck, Hoppy?
No, not a chance to find any tracks on the road here. Someone came through here with a bunch of cattle after it happened.
That was Selinger. That bunch of steers he just sold.
Tell me something, California.
Anything you want, Hoppy. My brain's at your service.
Well, harness it up for a minute. You planned to hold up the mail coach here. Where would you hide out?
That's a cinch. Right behind the tree yonder.
That's what I thought. Come on.
Hey, I sit over there behind the tree.
Sure. So naturally, a smart bandit would hide up in those rocks above the turn.
Off along, Cassidy, so help me.
Don't get insulted, California. You got a wonderful pair of feet.
Pretty hard to find any tracks in these granite rocks, Hoppy.
Yeah, especially when the robber was careful not to make any. Getting pretty dark now, too. You got a match, Bob?
No, I don't carry him.
Oh. Well, no use looking around here in the dark. May as well ride over to that cottonwood grove by the creek. See if there's anything left of that campfire that you sat around.
No dice, Hoppy. There ain't a thing to show anyone's been here. Not a track, not a sign of a campfire.
But I told you the truth, Hoppy. I was here. Someone's cleaned the place up.
I know it.
Huh?
You mean you believe me?
I think I believed you from the first, Bob. Now I got proof.
But we ain't found a thing, Hoppy. Now, how can you...
That's just it. It's not what we found, it's what we didn't find.
What do you mean?
One of our line riders uses this place regularly. Builds his fire right here in the clearing. The ashes would be here if someone didn't have a reason for cleaning them up. They knew Bob had come here with his story. They wanted to make a liar out of him.
You mean Sam and Red?
Yeah. And back there at the blind turn, we didn't find any tracks on that granite. But I found something else.
What was that?
That's why I asked you for that match. I never saw a cigarette smoker yet who didn't carry matches. One of the robbers left this behind.
Well, I'll be a cigarette butt.
Yeah.
You think it was Sam and Red?
And someone else. The man who planned the job. I can't think of a single reason why a man would drive a herd of cattle 6 miles out of the way. Unless there were some embarrassing tracks he wanted to cover up.
Lord Almighty. Salinger.
That's right. Salinger.
Hoppy, amigo, you come here to my fiesta saloon once in the blue moon. The sarsaparilla, she is on me.
Afraid I haven't time for a drink, Mike. I got a lot of things on my mind right now.
You tell Mike the sicko, huh? Maybe I help, quien sabe.
What do you know about Salinger, Mike? Seems to me he was up against us for money for a while back.
Why do you ask, Hoppy?
It's pretty important right now to a kid named Johnny McIver.
That kid, he make one big mistake when he killed Clem Yates.
You think he did it?
The whole town thinks so. His life, she's worth 2 centavos, maybe less.
You know why, Mike? Because the kid has a prison record.
See.
He's the second man who came to Baker's Crossing with a record, Mike.
See.
And he feels like you did when you got out. He wants to go straight if the people here to let him alone.
You have kept our secret well these 10 years, Hoppy. But why do you ask about Salinger?
Because I think you know how bad he needs money.
See, he tried to borrow $10,000 from me 2 weeks ago. His rancho, the Circle C, she's in one bad fix.
That's what I thought. He got his money, Mike.
Huh? What do you mean?
He figured by shipping that cattle money express and robbing the stage, he'd collect from Wells Fargo, too. A nice way to double your money. He got a young ex-convict handy to take the blame.
Madre de Dios, you mean Salinger?
Yeah, with Red Conroy and Sam Wellman to give him a hand.
Hoppy, you can prove this?
There was one passenger on the stage, a girl named Ann Richards. I think she knows more than she's telling.
Oh, but the word of a young senorita against Salinger. No, she's no good, Hoppy. She's not enough.
Mike.
See?
That's just why I came to see you.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hop Along Cassidy and Hoppy Takes a Chance. Hoppy is sure now that Shelby Salinger and his two henchmen engineered the robbery of the mail stage, carrying his own money, knowing that Johnny McIver, a young ex-convict, would be blamed. But it's quite another matter to prove it. That's why Hoppy has called on Ann Richards, the one passenger on the stage during the robbery and the only living witness.
Please, Mr. Cassidy, that's all I know. It's just as I told the sheriff.
I tell you, I want to know the truth, Miss Richards. I want to know exactly what happened on that stage from the minute the driver pulled up at that blind corner.
But I've told you.
You told me what someone's forcing you to say.
Hoppy.
Yeah?
Fred Conroy, standing across the street. I just seen him through the window.
I know.
Huh?
I made sure he saw me come here. Keep an eye on him.
Sure, Hoppy. Oh, I sure wish I knowed what was going on.
You know what you're doing, Mr. Cassidy. He's watching this house. He'll do anything, kill me, anything.
Wait a minute, Miss Richards. I wonder if you know what you're doing.
I tell you he'll kill me. Do you understand that? He'll stop at nothing.
Listen to me. You're the only witness to that robbery. Because you said so, they're out looking for one man instead of three. Because you said so, they'll hang Johnny McIver. Because he happens to have a prison record and no alibi.
I can't help it. I can't.
If you want it in plain English, Miss Richards, you're yellow. You're willing to let an innocent man hang to save your own skin.
But it's too late to do anything now. The people are ready to lynch him. I can't stop them. What can I do now?
You can tell me really what happened out there at that blind corner.
You're right, Mr. Cassidy. I guess I am a coward. I don't know. When they came here and threatened me.
Who?
Conroy and Wellman. They said they'd kill me if I didn't tell the story the way they wanted it.
Well, let's have it now.
There wasn't just one man, Mr. Cassidy. There were two.
Conroy and Wellman.
I think so. I couldn't identify them out there on the road. They wore masks, and one kept calling the other McIver.
I see.
I was inside the coach when they forced Clem Yates to get down. He was right next to the window. I heard him say, McIver? You're not McIver.
Then what?
That's when the shot came.
Hey, he's coming across the street.
There he is now. Get behind the door when I open it. You know what to do. Stay right here, Miss Richards.
Oh.
Ready?
Let her rip. Hello, Cassidy.
Conroy, what can I do for you?
I can talk better inside. Especially with a gun in my hand.
You think that's going to get you anywhere, Red?
Put your hands up, Cassidy. That's better. You know, you got a bad habit. Messing around in things that ain't your business. And I'm going to break you of that right now. Before you get your nose caught in somebody's keyhole. Keep those hands up, Cassidy. Did you hear what I said?
Nice work, California.
Hit him too hard. My gun butt will never be the same.
Mr. Cassidy.
You see, Miss Richards, these tough guys aren't so bad when you use the right kind of diplomacy. Get some rope out back, California. We're going to truss this turkey up so that he won't come undone till roasting time.
Right, Huffy.
Why are you going through his pockets?
Ah, here we are.
A letter?
Yeah, and it ought to be just what the doctor ordered. You see, Miss Richards, we can hook Red and Sam on your testimony. But there's no way we can touch Salinger. That is, unless either Red or Sam decide to talk.
They'll never do that. You don't know them, Mr. Cassidy.
And Miss Richards, you don't know Mike DeSico.
So, she's changed the story, Huck.
Yeah.
Muy bueno.
But not good enough. I want Salinger, too. And if she tells her story now, we'll lose any chance of getting him.
Wait.
Huh?
Don't turn around. The sheriff just came in.
Quick, take this.
Yes?
A letter Red Conroy wrote to a girl in Council City.
Bueno.
Morning, Hoppy.
Oh, howdy, Sheriff. Anything new?
Been keeping mighty busy, Hoppy.
Me, too. Got no business hanging around the fiesta here. Gotta get on back to the ranch.
Just a minute, Hoppy.
Huh?
Don't run off. But you might like to know Johnny McIver was spotted by a posseman an hour ago, riding line on the Bar 20.
Which means what?
Which means you're under arrest, concealing and giving shelter to a public enemy. Sorry, Hoppy, but you're going to jail.
What can I do for you, gents? Howdy. I'm California Carlson. This here's Mike DeSico. I'd like to see Hopalong Cassidy, if you don't mind. Well, I don't know. Sheriff said no wants to see him.
Por qué?
That means why not in Mexico. Already told you. Sheriff said no wants to see him.
Well, nothing to do but wait until the sheriff gets back, eh?
Reckon so. Mind if we sit down? Free country. Jail's public property. Sit anywhere you please.
Gracias.
That means thanks in Mexico. You sit in the chair there, and Mike and I'll sit in this here packing box. Excuse me a minute, gents. I just want to check up on the prisoner. Mike, did you get a look at them cell keys hanging from his belt?
See?
Can you get them?
Can I get them? At the age of 6, I was the second best pickpocket in Mexico City.
Who was the best?
My papa. We'll get him when he sits down. You pull the chair and grab his gun, no?
Here he comes. $100. Stone walls do not a prison make, the fella says. Ain't never seen the Baker's Crossing jail, I reckon. Poor old Hoppy. Wonder if he's had his dinner. Oh, don't worry. Sheriff will bring him something when he gets back. Say, you fellas play cards? Thought we might have a little game while we're waiting. Got a deck right here someplace and draw the stack. Oh, yes, there we are.
Maybe a little penny ante, no?
10th of a cent I always play. Now, suffering snakes, sir. You hurt yourself?
Let me help you.
Chair went right out from under me. Don't know what happened. Here, I'll give you a hand. Foot slipped under the desk, caught on something down there. What in tarnation? What's the matter here? You're stuck. Got my foot jammed in the spittoon. Trapped like a rat I am. No dice. Oh, let me get a new Holt here. That won't work neither, only making my leg longer. Gotta move the desk. Guess so. There she goes. Come, son, get off of that foot, you crazy spittoon. Get off it. Hey, ain't had a world like that since I stepped in a bar trap one winter in Montana. Let's get the desk back on her feet. Hey. What's the matter? Where's the other feller? You mean Mike. Well, doggone, looks like he went. Trying to pull the wool over my eyes, eh? He's back there at Cassidy's cell, that's where he is. I'll show that feller rules of rules. Yeah, by golly, you show him. Hey, you down there, stop the name wall. What do you see? Look at that. Door's open. Tag busted. He took my keys. Well, take a look inside. Maybe Hoppy's hiding under the bed or something. I confounded I can see, can't I? She's as empty as the day she was made. Hey! Over there! Open this door! Get me out of here! Get me out! Hoppy! Get me out of here! Right!
You got him?
Sure, I got him.
Come on, let's get going. Yeah, we haven't much time.
Wait a minute, you varmint, so help me.
Adios, amigo.
Adios. What does that mean?
That's goodbye in Mexican.
Let's straight him up here now.
We'll show you what justice is, Sheriff.
Quiet, everyone. It's my duty to see justice is done. That's why I've come out here to the Bar 20 after Johnny McIver. If he's found guilty by a jury after he's had a fair trial, he'll get the full punishment under the law. And not until.
We'll give you 5 minutes to turn him over, Sheriff.
Yes, just 5 minutes.
Getting mighty rough out there, Sullinger. Don't think we can hold out much longer.
He hasn't got a chance.
He don't deserve a chance.
The law says he gets a fair trial, Sam. That mob ain't going to take him without a fight.
12 men against that mob out there? You're out of your mind, Sheriff.
You got any ideas, Sullinger?
Yeah. You went out on the porch there and grabbed their attention. The kid and I might be able to get away from the rear.
Say, that might work, Sheriff. If we could get him back to the jailhouse, we might be able to hold him off.
And if the mob spotted you?
Well, that's the chance we have to take.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy.
I don't know about that, Sullinger. If you take Johnny McIver out the back way and make a run for it...
Now, don't you see it's the only chance? The men you got won't stand up against that mob for 2 minutes.
Well, I guess we'll have to try it. But an awful lot depends on you.
You just leave it to me, Sheriff, and things will turn out just fine.
I'll bring the kid in. Come here, McIver. I want to... Cassidy!
Hello, Sheriff.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I got kind of bored down at the jail. Hello, Sullinger. And Sam Wellman. Welcome to Bar 20. You're just in time for the payoff.
What are you talking about, Cassidy?
This.
Well, what's that?
A little billy-do from your pal Red Conroy. Starts out, the following is my true and complete confession on the hold-up and murder at the Blind Turn at 8 o'clock on the night of September 12th.
Let me see that.
Not so fast, Sullinger. Want to take a look at it, Sheriff?
Yeah.
It's a trick.
Shut up, Sullinger. It's Red Conroy's handwriting, all right. I can tell it a mile away.
What'd you do with him, Cassidy?
He's taking it easy in town.
And while I stood guard at the bend, Sam Wellman walked up to Clem Yates.
It's a lie. Conroy killed him. Shut up, Sam. That double-crosser ain't going to frame me, and you ain't either, Sullinger. I never pulled a trigger. Sam!
Get away from him, Sullinger.
Sullinger shot the driver, Sheriff. It's the truth, so help me. I was keeping watch.
And it was Red who walked up to Clem Yates, huh?
Yeah.
Stay where you are, Sullinger. Keep your hands up.
I'll get you for this, Wellman, so help me, or...
You ain't getting anyone now, Sullinger. You're going to turn around while I march the two of you out on the porch and read this confession to the crowd. Come on now. Get going.
Did it work, Hoppy?
Yeah. Going out on the porch.
It was a mite too close for me, Hoppy.
Me too, California.
How about me?
You got a clean slate now, Bob. From here on in, it's up to you. And you can thank Mike here for small favors.
Oh, it was nothing, amigo. As they say in Mexico, la cuerda se rompe por lo más delgado. The rope she break at the weakest point. Es verdad, no?
Yeah. And we all have another secret to keep. Eh, Mike?
Huh? What's that, Hoppy?
That confession of Red Conroy's. Or maybe you didn't know that Mike DeSico, in his heyday, was the best forger west of the Mississippi.
It's mighty peaceful at the Bar 20 now that this Johnny McIver affair is over. But somehow things never stay that way for very long. Hoppy in California will be riding into more dangerous adventure real soon. Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Hoppy Takes a Chance was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The radio program that brings you authentic facts on criminal case histories.
Sloan's Liniment presents Gangbusters.
Files of the New York City Police, official facts on the Broadway and Coney Island murder.
Speaking of murderous careers, are you working part-time for the Axis? No, of course not. And don't be indignant. I merely wanted to make my point. Maybe your back or your arm is working for the Axis without you knowing it. You see, if you have an aching back, a stiff neck, or a sore arm as a result of overexertion, strain, or fatigue, and you don't do anything about it fast enough, you're losing valuable time and effort and playing right into the hands of the enemy. The quickest and most effective relief for muscular aches and pains is Sloan's Liniment, because Sloan's is the easy pat-on liniment that works just like a heat treatment without any painful rubbing or massage. You see, the actual pain of muscular distress is caused by blood congestion. But when you pat on Sloan's Liniment, a soothing, concentrated warmth quickly penetrates to the affected spot, breaks up that congestion, and helps permit the blood to circulate freely again. Your arm feels almost like new, and so do you. So next time muscular distress attacks and you need help in a hurry, get Sloan's Liniment. And now, Gangbusters in the case of the unknown killer. Picture our setting as a special office turned over to Gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police for a proxy interview between Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf, United States Army, and Inspector Charles N. Stilson, New York City Police, retired.
Thank you, Charles Stark. Inspector Stilson, tonight's case is one of the strangest in many years.
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. For the police were not only dealing with cold-blooded murder, but a gang leader whose identity was unknown even in the underworld.
Where does tonight's case begin, Inspector Stilson?
Well, Colonel Schwarzkopf, it was 10 minutes after midnight of April the 16th, 1939. A man sat before a battered roll-top desk in a dimly lit office on a side street off Broadway, New York City. He was busily stuffing rolls of bills into a black leather briefcase. Suddenly, the telephone rang.
Yeah, who is it?
That you, Mercurio?
Who is this?
Mean to say you don't recognize my voice? Who are you trying to kid?
Oh, it's you. Where are you? I'm in town. Where are you?
Never mind where I am. I want to see you, Mercurio.
No, wait a minute. You got me wrong.
Did I say anything? I just said I'm going to pay you a little visit. Say in about 20 minutes.
Oh, wait. Let me explain. You got it all wrong.
Have I? Still kidding yourself, huh? Well, I'm coming up to your office, Mercurio, and I'm putting daylight into your brain.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Get this money. The briefcase. There.
Going my way, Mercurio?
You
But I thought you said 20 minutes.
Just my little joke. I was calling from the phone booth next door.
Listen, let's talk this over. Can't we talk it over?
The gun's in my overcoat pocket. Shall we turn up this alley?
Alex.
Get going.
Please, you gotta believe me. I wasn't holding out your share of the door. Honest, I wasn't.
A nice little alley to walk in, isn't it?
Look, the door's in this briefcase. You can have all of it, every cent.
Big-hearted guy all of a sudden.
Just take the briefcase. Now we're square, pal. We're square.
That's right, Mercurio. All but this.
Okay, now, Gonzalez, we can talk in this compartment. What do you want to know?
Well, he's this way, Copper. This guy what sent you to Chicago to get me. He's a big shot, ain't he?
Figures they come.
How come he sends for me?
Well, you see, Gonzalez, the guy whose job you're taking double-crossed him. So there's an open spot in his mouth.
Oh.
You see, the boss keeps his ear to the ground, hears that you're doing a good job in Chicago, so he sends for you.
What kind of guy this boss is, Copper?
I don't know too much about him myself, Gonzalez.
Huh? You're his head man, ain't you?
Yeah, sure. But don't pay to get curious. Not with this guy.
Where are we going to meet in New York? His office or headquarters?
Boss don't have no headquarters. Like that, people he don't want to see can't pay surprise visits.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. He does all his business on crowded subway stations. So that's where we're going to meet him.
Copper, this is the first time I've been down in New York subway.
Yeah? Yeah. And this is the busiest subway station in the world, Gonzalez. Times Square.
Hey, where do you suppose all these people are going, huh?
Who cares? Come on, we'll walk down to this end of the station where it's less noise, huh?
We got to wait long?
You can answer that as well as me. Well, I know he was told to wait.
Hello, Captain.
Huh? Oh. Boss, I didn't see you back at that post.
And you're Gonzalez.
That's right. Glad to know you.
I've heard some good things from Chicago about you, Gonzalez. Handy with a rod, they tell me.
Sure. Both hands.
Good. I'll try that hand of yours tonight on the payroll job. Capper, get a car and we'll meet at the usual place near Coney Island at 8 o'clock.
All right, boss.
Okay, now separate and I'll see you tonight. That's the movie house over there by the boardwalk. Now, you got your part straight, Capper?
Yeah, sure, Killer. I stay in the car and be ready for the getaway.
How about you, Gonzalez?
Very sure. When the manager comes out with the money, I massage him with a bullet.
For the last time, I'm telling you that I'll handle the manager. You take care of the cop who'll be with him.
Well, I figure I handle both of them.
You do what you're told.
Hey, boss, they're coming out of the movie now.
Okay, Gonzalez, get out of the car. Capper, be ready for a fast getaway.
I'll be ready.
Come on, Gonzalez. Keep your gun out of sight till we're on top of it.
How about it, boss? Okay now?
A few more steps. Just look at that cop. He thinks he... Now, kill him.
Help! Hold up! Help!
We've got no time to waste on you, mister. I got the money.
Hey, wait, the cop ain't dead yet. Now he is.
Here comes the car.
Come on, boss, up in. Nice job.
Shut up. Get going. Come on, get going.
Urgent. Patrolman Leon Fox murdered by bandits in holdup on Surf Avenue, Coney Island. All patrolmen in Coney Island area, canvass section for eyewitnesses to crime. Homicide squad report to headquarters at once. Come in.
Captain Dennison's man out here wants to see you about the Coney Island murder.
Bring him in, Sergeant Hurley.
Right this way, please. Sergeant, the officer I talked to?
I'm Captain Dennison. Sergeant says you have some information about Patrolman Fox's murder.
That's right, Cap. My name is Siggy Nash. I'm a photographer. You know, I take pictures.
Movies?
Well, sort of. You know, you're moving along the sidewalk, and I snap your picture. And you send me 2 bits, and you get the real art job. You know.
I see. And now, about the information you have.
Yeah, well, on this night when the 2 rods burned down the copper, the policeman, I'm working 5th Avenue across from the movie house.
Then you saw the holdup?
Well, no, not exactly, Cap. You see, I'm busy pursuing my profession. I'm taking a close-up of a slick chick that's ankling down the avenue, and then the fireworks start.
Oh.
Later, though, I develops the picture, and I takes one look, and I figures that's the McCoy. Here, take a gander at this.
Yeah, that's very nice, but... Hey, what's that in the background?
That's why I said it's the McCoy. See, there's a guy sitting in a car. As soon as the shooting starts, he gets underway, and he picks up them 2 stick-ups.
Good work, Siggy. Sergeant, come here.
Yes, sir?
Sergeant, take this photograph down to identification. Have them make a blow-up of the face of that man in the car. See if anybody can identify it.
Yes, sir.
Siggy, I want you to know that we're grateful for your cooperation.
Oh, I think nothing of it, Cap. It's all part of the day's work. She sure was a slick chick, wasn't she, huh? Ain't often I get a dame what's so, photogenic. What's on, Cap?
Captain Dennison's office.
Sergeant Hurley, sir. I'm down at identification now. We've identified the man in the car.
Excellent, Sergeant. Who is he?
A gunman named Kappa. We've had him in on several homicides, but he's been able to wriggle out of them. Served time for assault some years back.
Have Kappa picked up immediately, Sergeant.
I'll get the men on it right away, Captain. We know Kappa's usual hangouts. It'll only take a couple of hours.
All right, get going.
You say that fellow Kappa spends a lot of time here in your pool room, Bonnie.
Oh, yes, sir, Sergeant. He's a nice boy, too. You know, he's never no trouble.
Yeah. What's he do for a living? Working?
Work, eh? Why? When you're so lucky with the dice, I work, eh?
What makes you think he's lucky?
Why, only other day, he come to me, I got a chance of $120 in a silver, 2 bills. I shouldn't be so lucky. Oh, here it comes now. Hello, Cap.
Hello, Penny.
Hello.
Just a minute, Kappa.
How are you?
Sergeant Hurley, Police Department.
What do you want from me? I ain't done nothing.
Sure. Just what I tell him, Cap. He's all right.
We'd just like to have you drop down to headquarters for a little talk.
Suppose they don't want to come.
Well, I think I can persuade you.
Okay, I got nothing to worry about.
No.
Keep that corner table empty, Trapani. I'll be back in a half an hour.
All right.
Come on, Kappa. Captain's anxious to get the answers to those questions.
Hey, Trapani, you think some a quiz program?
Yes, you think it's quiz. It's funny.
Personally, I prefer crooners, Kappa. I kind of think you're going to croon plenty.
All right, Kappa, it's no use calling around anymore. You're going to tell us who the 2 other men were who killed Patrolman Fox.
For the love of Mike, Captain, ain't you been listening to me? I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
Stand up when you talk to Captain.
Okay.
All right, now, Kappa. Who are the 2 men you picked up in that car after the shooting?
Tell you, I didn't pick up no one. I was just driving along.
Just driving along, huh? Just drive. Who told you to stand up?
He did, the sergeant.
Well, sit down and hurry up about it.
Okay.
What were you doing driving along Surf Avenue?
Just driving along, I tell you.
So that's all you got to say for yourself, just driving, huh?
Okay, Kappa, put your hat on. We're going up to the DA's office.
It's okay with me. Be better than all these questions you guys...
Take that hat off.
The sergeant just told me to
And who told you to stand up? Didn't I say sit down?
Yeah, sure.
Well, sit down.
Okay, you guys ought to make up your mind.
Who are the men in that car with you?
I tell you, there were no guys in the car with
What
me.
are you waiting for? I said to come along with me.
Holy smokes, what are you guys trying to do?
Stand up when you talk to the sergeant.
Well, you just told me not
Never
to...
mind what I told you. What are you going to tell us about the 2 other men in the killing?
Oh, give me a break, will you? I can't think straight. First you tell me to stand up, sit down. He tells me to put
Take
on my
that hat off.
I didn't mean nothing, Captain. I was just showing
You know, we gave Fox a break, Kappa.
You drove the murder car, Kappa.
No, I'm not. Telling you,
You said before you did drive the car.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
It might go easier on if you'd cooperate.
Stand on your feet when the captain's talking to you.
I don't know nothing. I tell you, I wasn't near the movie that night.
You said you were driving along Surf Avenue, didn't you?
Yeah, sure.
Well, that's right by the movie, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Show him that photograph, Sergeant.
There you are, my friend. See what's directly behind you?
The movie house where the killing took place.
I'm being framed, I tell you.
Get back in that chair.
Oh, let up, will you?
Where'd you get $120 in silver the day after the holdup?
In a crap game, I tell you.
You're lying, Kappa. Who's in this with you?
Nobody. I ain't in it.
You fired the first shot.
I didn't. Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, he says you did. You going to let him pin it on you? Who is Gonzalez?
I don't know any
You
Gonzalez.
just said you did. Stand up on your feet.
Okay.
Gonzalez wouldn't front for you like this.
Let me think, will you?
What are you standing up for?
Oh, lay off,
This
will
is your
you?
last chance, Kappa. Where's Gonzalez? Tell us about Gonzalez. Come on.
Okay. Okay, I'll tell you. Only let up on me. He's at the Element Hotel, room 704. Now, will you leave me alone?
Who's the other one?
I won't tell you. I don't know nothing. You can't make me say no more.
All right, Sergeant, take him away. We're going over to that hotel and pay a call on this fellow Gonzalez.
Front boy.
Yeah, Mr. Crane?
Take this luggage up to room 501.
All this stuff for one guy? He must be the 4 Hawaiian.
Never mind the wisecracks. Take the stuff up.
Honest, Mr. Crane, I can't. My back's so sore, I just can't lift anything.
Didn't you pat that Sloan's liniment on?
Well, gee, I meant to, Mr. Crane, but a couple of boys came up.
You go to the drugstore and get some Sloan's liniment.
I just pat it on, huh? Not rub it.
Right, just pat Sloan's on. It'll work like a heat treatment.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Crane. Hey, wasn't that Captain Dennison just went up the elevator with that police sergeant?
Never mind that. You go get that Sloan's liniment and pat it on quick. Yeah. And get back here fast so you can get to work.
Here's the hotel room, Captain, 704. All right. You know how to handle it, Sergeant? Yes, sir. Have your gun ready. There's no telling what we may walk into. Maybe Gonzalez not in.
Yeah? Telegram for you, Mr. Gonzalez. Telegram? Oh, okay. Shove it under the door. It's collect. 63 cents I gotta get. Okay. Wait a second. Okay, well, let's have... Hey, now what is this?
Yes, a police special 38 caliber. I wouldn't try to reach that artillery in your shoulder harness if I were you.
I'll take that gun, Gonzalez. Got a permit for it?
Who are you guys?
I'm Captain Dennison. This is Sergeant Hurley. We're arresting you for carrying a gun without a permit. And if it happens that the bullets in that gun match the bullets that killed Patrolman Fox, it's murder.
I'm being framed. What brought you here?
A pal of yours named Kappa. Remember him? He told us where we'd find you.
Kappa. Dirty rat. Should have stayed in Chicago.
Want to talk, Gonzalez, or are you going to take the rap for your pal?
I don't know nothing.
Who was the third man, Gonzalez?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anything interesting around, Sergeant?
Here's something. What do you make of it, Captain?
Now, keep Gonzalez covered, Sergeant. Let me see. It's an memo pad. It's like a number was written on the top sheet, then torn off.
Yes, we can see the indentation on the next sheet.
I think I can make it out. Looks like... Let's see. EQ. Equator. I can't make out the numbers.
What are they, Gonzalez?
You're doing swell, Kappa.
All right, Gonzalez, we'll show you something. First, we'll scrape this piece of pencil lead and blow the graphite dust over the indentations like this.
Make anything of it?
Equator 5-3. I can't quite make out the rest.
Who's had that number, Gonzalez?
I should tell you my girlfriends. If you're taking me to headquarters, take me to headquarters.
Looks like 2-1-3.
I'll try it, Captain, see what we get. No answer.
Well, let's go to headquarters.
You seem pretty anxious, Gonzalez. We're waiting right here.
Huh?
Whoever the third man is, he'll probably get in touch with you, and without knowing it, he's also going to get in touch with us.
Well, you guys got me on a gunshot. What do you want to wait around here for?
Shut up, Gonzalez.
Sergeant, get that phone number to headquarters and have the men check its location.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, I'll notify the telephone company and have them put an extension phone in this room right away.
Oh, I get it, sir.
Yes. We're going to wait here and listen in on whoever phones our friend. So sit down, Gonzalez. Make yourself comfortable. We're here for the duration. Sit down.
How about some midnight coffee, Captain? Should I phone down to the hotel clerk?
Yeah, and look, copper, make it a hamburger, too, will you? I'm hungry.
Stay sitting in that chair, Gonzalez.
Have the men checked that phone number, Sergeant?
Yes, Captain. It's a bar room. They're keeping it under watch.
We'll wait in this hotel room all week if necessary till Gonzalez gets a call.
And remember, Gonzalez, we'll be listening on the extension phone. Say just what you're told and not another word.
Well, it's 2 against 1. What can I...
Okay. Get a gun on Gonzalez.
You bet.
Now, Gonzalez, lift that receiver the same time I lift this extension phone.
Hello?
Gonzalez?
Yeah.
Where's Kappa?
Tell him he's up here.
Go on.
He's up here.
I told him to wait at his rooming house, didn't I? Put him on the phone.
Tell him you can't. He's drunk.
Go on if you know what's good for you.
He can't. He's, all ginned up.
What? I'm down in the lobby. I'll be right up.
Quick, Sergeant. Handcuff Gonzalez and shove him in that closet.
No, you don't.
You got him?
There we are. Now in you go.
Hey, let me out of here. It's the captain's boss. Captain!
Scare him off with that noise.
You better drag him out of there quickly and gag him. The front door, Sergeant. Come on. Look out. Mr. Sergeant.
Bullets went right by my head.
There he goes, down the corridor. Stop!
He's making it to the elevators, Captain.
Watch it, he's going to shoot again.
He got away into that elevator.
Get to a phone. Call downstairs, have the lobby covered.
Captain, the elevator indicator. It's going up.
All right, we'll see where it stops, then rush to that floor.
Stopping at 10.
Okay, come on, up the stairs, fast.
Oh, Edward, did you hear that noise? Sounded like shots.
Probably a truck backfiring, honey.
Oh. Are you almost ready to leave?
As soon as I comb my hair.
I'm going to phone the hotel manager downstairs. I'm certain that wasn't a truck. Oh,
Don't move.
who are you?
Shut up.
Yeah, I'm already... What is this?
Don't talk.
Ed, he has a gun. Do as he says.
That's smart, sister. I've already killed 2 guys in my life, and I'll kill you if I have to.
What do you want?
The cops have got me sewed up in this hotel. You're going to hide me until the coast is clear.
Do as he says, Ed. I'm frightened.
You, sister, come here.
Oh, what for?
You're just about my size. Maybe I can squeeze into your clothes and get out of here.
Take your hands off my wife.
Keep back, or I'll pump a bullet into you.
Oh, no, you don't.
You killed my husband.
Get out of my way before I give you the same.
Police!
Stupid dame.
All right, now, madam, please, try and pull yourself together. Tell us what happened.
My husband, he killed him.
Well, we've got the hotel surrounded. The killer can't get away. That's probably for me. Yeah?
This is Sergeant Hurley, Captain. He's been spotted on the mezzanine. We're cutting it off now.
Good. How about the elevators?
All cut off, Captain. All staircases are covered, and all guests have been notified not to unlock their doors.
All right, Sergeant. Bring an elevator up to this floor. I'll meet you at the elevator shaft.
Yes, sir. Be right up.
Has he been sighted since you spoke to me, Sergeant?
No, sir.
Well, he must still be on the mezzanine. Now, take me down there.
We got all exits covered, sir. He can't get out.
He's already killed one person in the hotel. He may kill others. Come on. We'll go over every foot of this floor ourselves.
Captain, down there. Someone coming out that doorway.
It's him. See the gun?
He ran back inside.
Come on. Careful now. Maybe right around this corner.
If he is, he's running into a dead end. According to the floor plan, this leads to the main ballroom.
There he goes, through that door at the far end.
That's the ballroom. All exits are covered.
Careful. We make a good target, and we can't see him.
Stay back or I'll shoot.
My arm. He ringed me. I'm going in after
Careful,
him.
Captain. He's gun crazy.
There's only one way to treat a mad dog. Come on out while you're still alive.
Stay back. All your men off.
You haven't got a chance.
Stay back, I tell you. I'll get you like I get the rest of them. Stay back.
You're finished. If you kill me, there'll be others. They'll keep coming till they get you. Come on out.
You ain't taking me.
You'll be running out of bullets soon. It's your last chance to give up.
No, you ain't taking me. No.
Captain, Captain, you all right? I'm all right, Sergeant. This fellow isn't going to give us any more trouble. Captain, look who he is. Yeah. Abe Beetler, the killer. The guy we've been after for the killing of that bookie. Yeah. No one will ever know how many men Beetler really killed. Funny that his last victim should be himself.
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. The ambushing of Abe Beetler in a crowded New York City hotel, after he had already killed an innocent man living there, was one of the most tense and dangerous situations that I know of.
Well, thanks to the fearless work of those police officers, Inspector Stilson, Beetler's only escape proved to be one that removed him forever as a menace to society. Thank you, Inspector Stilson, for telling these facts. And now, Gangbusters listeners, we're going to bring you urgent nationwide clues on persons who are being sought this very minute by police and federal authorities throughout the country.
These nationwide clues that have played a vital part in bringing almost 300 criminals to justice so far are broadcast every week by Gangbusters, brought to you by
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Calling All Cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 9. Regarding a young woman found murdered in Stone Canyon. That's all. Those are the
testing laboratory for gasoline is in the emergency cars operated by police and fire departments. Cities and counties keep accurate cost records of these cars, and it is easy to tell which gasoline gives greater mileage. Emergency cars test gasolines over the same streets and roads that you travel on. So when we prove conclusively that more police and emergency cars use Rio Grande cracked than any other gasoline, we have definite proof that this same gasoline will also improve the performance of your car. You'll get greater speed because Rio Grande Cracked has been chosen for the fastest cars on the highway. You'll get greater power, for the most powerful motors made are in the fire engines that use Rio Grande Cracked gasoline. And you'll get more economical operation because cost records of the many cities and counties using Rio Grande Cracked prove that this gasoline gives more miles in every gallon. So Rio Grande backs up its bid for your business with facts, not merely claims. The same gasoline that powers more police and emergency equipment than any other brand will actually improve the performance of your car. Rio Grande's independent dealers in every neighborhood offer you the same cracked gasoline that emergency cars use. Pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. There is an element of pride in the makeup of every member of your police force. Pride in a job well done. Every man is eager to be the one who clears up a mysterious case. It is this element which is really responsible for the solutions to baffling crimes. For as you all know, the financial reward of a police officer is certainly not enough to compensate him for the long hours, the nights away from home, and the risks he runs every day in his search for desperate lawbreakers. Your police officers are intensely, personally anxious to trace down every evidence of a crime, and their greatest reward is the satisfaction of writing solved on the records of a case on which they have worked. Tonight we are presenting the dramatization of a famous case in which the police had very slim and nebulous clues to work on. The case looked almost hopeless, but the men assigned to find the murderer of Barbara Mauger made it a matter of personal pride to bring the case to a successful conclusion. The story you will now hear reveals what is, to my mind, one of the finest examples of sincere detective work in the annals of the Los Angeles Police Department. The case of the 3 grooved bullets.
Our story tonight opens in June of 1928, when pretty Barbara Morger, a girl of 19, is chatting gaily in her apartment with Mrs. Roberts, her neighbor from across the hall.
Oh, my dear, I'm so glad for you. And when do you expect you'll be married?
Oh, pretty soon now. Well, Russell and I haven't set the date. But we're going to run off any time, and when we come back, I'll be Mrs. Russell Burholm.
How nice. And aren't you excited?
Oh, terribly. I just can't wait. Oh, and Russell has a new car. And Sunday we're going out in the hills on a picnic.
How nice.
Oh, pardon me a moment, Mrs. Roberts.
Of course, my dear.
Hello? Oh, hello, Russell. Yeah? Yeah, I have it in the desk. All right. Yeah, I'll look at it right now. Hold the wire. Oh, what's that? Don't be frightened, Mrs. Roberts. It's just Russell's gun. It's loaded. Let's see. Well, I can't make this out. Can you, Mrs. Roberts?
Oh, don't point that at me.
It's all right, really. Say, can you make out these numbers?
I'm simply afraid of guns. What do you want with a number?
Well, Russell wants them, so he can get bullets for it.
Bullets?
Yeah. He wants to do some target practicing when we go on the picnic Sunday. Now, what do these numbers look like to you?
Well, let's see. Oh, please, keep it pointed the other way. There.
I'm sorry.
Well, now,
I'd say that looks like a 3, doesn't it?
Yes, that's right. And that's a 2.
Yeah. And a 2 and a 0. 3220. That sounds right, doesn't it?
Well, sure, I don't know.
Well, I'll ask him. Hello, Russell? Is 3220 the number you want? Yeah. Well, that's what it is, all right. Yes, darling. All right, I'll look for you later. Goodbye. And, Russell, I love you.
My dear, get that gun out of the place as soon as you can. I tell you, I'm frightened of them. No good ever come of having a gun around the place.
That weekend, in the canyon off Mulholland Drive, pretty Barbara Morger is enjoying the warmth of a June afternoon with her sweetheart, Russell Burholm. On the horizon, white clouds salute the friendly sun. Overhead, the sky is deep blue. A bird sings nearby. Barbara is completely happy, but for one thin shadow across her heart.
But, Russell, we can't wait much longer.
Why not?
Well, I've told everybody. All my friends know we're going to be married.
Now, listen, Barbara. Been all over this before, and I don't want to listen to it again.
Oh, but, Russell, you promised me you'd marry me, and, well, every time I bring it up, you stop me. Oh, don't you think you've hurt me enough, Russell? Gee, I haven't any pride left.
Now, for Pete's sake, let up.
Oh, but, Russell,
You want to know I won't
wife.
marry you. Well, I'll tell you now. I won't marry you because I can. I've got a wife and kid back east.
Oh.
And I'm going back to them as soon as I can. You want the truth? I'm sick and tired of you, Barbara.
Oh, Russell.
From now on, we're quits.
Oh, Russell, why didn't you tell me?
Now you know what you're going to do.
But I love you, Russell. I love you.
That was in June. For more than 2 months, no one apparently missed Barbara Morger. At least her disappearance was not reported to the police. And then, on the afternoon of August 2nd, 1928, as Detective Lieutenant Frank B. Condaffer of the Homicide Squad is standing watch at the headquarters.
Homicide Squad, Condaffer speaking.
Hello, Condaffer. This is Bergen over the fire department mountain patrol.
Yeah?
Listen, we just found a dead body in the underbrush near the bottom of Stone Canyon, up off Mulholland Drive.
Yeah. Dead long?
Pretty long. Young woman. Looks like murder to me.
Okay, Bergendorf. I'll get Planderson, my partner, and we'll be right out.
A half hour later, Detectives Condaffer and Sanderson joined Bergendorf on Mulholland Drive. Hello, Bergendorf.
Hello, Conductor.
Where's the body?
Well, the body's down this gully way. Come on, follow me here. Well, boys, here we are.
Yeah, who found it?
We did. My name is Vernon Johnson, and this is my pal, Edgy Hitchcock.
How did you happen to find it?
Well, we was driving up this way, and we noticed some big buzzards circling over the bottom of the canyon. We went down to investigate. When we saw what it was, we run back and reported it.
Been dead some time.
Frank, look here.
What's that, Sanderson?
A bullet hole in the temple.
Have any clothes been found around here?
No, sir, not a shred.
Well, then it can't be suicide.
No, she could hardly have wandered all the way here unclothed.
That's what I figured.
Looks like the body's been dragged down the hill here from the way that brush is flattened out.
Yes, but it's going to be hard to make an identification. Nothing to go by excepting that she's a blonde. Uh-oh. Say, wait a minute.
What's that you just picked up?
May not be worth much, but we'll take them in. 4 white beads.
Detectives Sanderson and Condapper return to headquarters, and for hours they pore over the files of the Missing Persons Bureau. But their search seems doomed to failure.
Well, this looks pretty hopeless.
Yep, not a description here that I've seen that'll fit the body we found there.
You still got the beads?
Yeah, a lot of good they'll do. You find they're not large enough to take fingerprints from, and if they were, these prints would probably only be those of the girl.
It looks like this is just another unexplained murder.
Sure does.
Well, how can you two birds looking so gloomy about, eh?
Oh, nothing much. We're far ahead of when we started. We know that the body of the young blonde girl was found, apparently murdered near Mulholland Drive.
And that's all we know.
A young blonde girl, is it? How old?
Oh, I should say between 19 and 21.
Wait a minute now, wait a minute. Seems to me I heard something about a young blonde girl being missing.
You did? Where?
Wait a minute now, wait a minute. Let me think. Oh, yes, I remember. My wife was telling me a friend of hers lived in the same flat building with a blonde girl, the name of Mrs. Barber, as I remember. But about a month ago, she went away suddenly, and...
Hey, that sounds hot. What address was that?
Just a minute now, and I'll call the wife and find out.
A short while later, Condapper and Sanderson visit the landlady of the flat building to which their friend directs them. So you see, lady, if you could give us a line on this Miss Barber, it might help us a lot.
Well, you're mistaken in the name. No one by the name of Miss Barber ever lived here. But there was a girl by the name of Barbara Margaret, she was called. She suddenly went away. Her boyfriend called for her things. But his explanation didn't sound straight to me.
Sounds like we're on the right track.
Does it that? Now, tell us all you know about her, please.
Well, to be truthful, I don't know much. But if you talk to Mrs. Roberts, she may be able to help you. She was pretty close with the girl.
Where's she?
Well, she lives across the hall from the apartment the Margaret girl had. Just go up the stairs and knock on the door on the left.
Fine, thank you very much.
There we are. There's the name on the door, Mrs. Roberts.
How do you do?
We understand that you were acquainted with Barbara Margaret, Mrs. Roberts.
Yes, that's right. She lived across the hall from me. Why, dear,
We're police officers, ma'am. Barbara Margaret's been missing, and we're trying to locate her. When did you see her last?
Why, that Sunday when she went off on a picnic with her sweetheart.
What is his name?
Why, Russell Burholm.
Do you recognize these, lady?
Oh, well, those are her beads. What's happened? Is she dead? Oh, I just knew something terrible would happen that morning she left with him. Oh, that poor child. What happened to her? Tell me.
Now, Miss Roberts, you can help us most by remaining quiet and answering our questions.
Yes, sir, all right, I'll try. Only tell me what happened to Barbara.
We found a body yesterday, ma'am, out in Stone Canyon. She'd been shot.
Oh, I knew it. Oh, I just knew something awful would happen to her. I just had a premonition when I saw that gun.
What gun?
The gun that belonged to her sweetheart, Russell. She had it here.
What was she doing with the gun?
Well, she Russell had left it with her. One day, the day before she went on the picnic it was, I was in there with her when Russell called and asked her to read him the number on it so we could buy some bullets. I helped make out the number.
Now, Mrs. Roberts, please, you must help us here.
How long did you know Barbara Morgan, Miss Roberts?
For a while. I was with her nearly every day when she lived across the hall.
Did you know her sweetheart?
I met him once when Barbara and I were downtown. He was in front of the Metropolitan Theater.
Did he work there?
That was my impression.
And what did you say his name was?
Burholm. Russell Burholm.
How old was he?
About 28, I should say. Well, several years older than Barbara, anyway.
Did Barbara seem to be happy?
Well, not always. Sometimes when I'd visit her, I thought she'd been crying. But she never admitted it. She was always excited about getting married.
Oh, she was engaged to this Burholm then.
Oh, yes. Although I somehow had a suspicion he was stringing her along.
I see. Now, Mrs. Roberts, if you'll tell us the circumstance of the last time you saw Barbara.
Well, it was on a Saturday afternoon in the latter part of June. She was looking forward to a picnic she and Russell were going on in that place where you found her.
Stone Canyon?
That's right.
What else?
Well, as I told you, he called and asked for the number on the gun. She gave them to him, and then he explained that he had borrowed it from a friend of his, and he wanted to try it out on the picnic. Now I know what that meant.
Can you think of anything else, Miss Roberts?
I can understand it all now. Russell came back here about 6 o'clock, and I asked him where Barbara was. He said, "You said goodbye to Barbara, Mrs. Roberts. She left for the East this afternoon to visit her family." I asked him if that wasn't pretty sudden, and I was a little angry because she hadn't said goodbye to me.
Well, didn't it occur to you to report your suspicions to the police?
Well, I never meddled in other people's affairs. His story seemed plausible enough. He said something about Barbara's having met an uncle of hers who took her back. After all, I didn't think it was my business to start an investigation. She could have gone away, as he said, you know.
Yes, she could have.
Now, Mrs. Roberts, have you any idea where this Burholm worked?
Well, as I said, I was under the impression that he worked at the Metropolitan Theater. Barbara used to telephone him.
Where? At the Metropolitan Theater?
I don't know. It was a Metropolitan number.
Can you remember it?
Let's see now. It had some fives in it. I think. It was Metropolitan 152. Yes, that's it. Metropolitan 1525.
1525. That's fine, Mrs. Roberts. You've been a big help to us. Now we'll see if we can trace down this Burholm fellow.
Well, please call me if I can be of any more assistance.
We will, indeed.
Detectives Condafer and Sanderson drive immediately to the Metropolitan Theater. At the stage door, they ask for the stage manager. The stage show's on now.
Yeah.
Come on, let's get a look. I always get a kick out of being backstage.
Wait a minute. I got an idea.
What's that?
We better not let this guy know we're detectives. Might show our hands.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
We'll just act like we're friends of Burholm's.
Okay, but wait a minute. This must be the guy now.
You want to see me?
Yes, we're looking for a man by the name of Burholm. He works here.
Burholm? Never heard of him.
Well, you see, he works here.
Not here, buddy.
Oh.
That's funny. Are you positive? Or couldn't he be one of the motion picture operators?
Hey, listen, don't you suppose I know my own employees?
Yes, but
There's nobody here by that name. Somebody's giving you a bum steer, that's all.
Well, has anybody by that name worked here in the last couple of
No,
months?
I tell you, I'm busy. I got a show to put on. I can't stand here all night answering dumb questions.
Pleasant sort of a guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, we're out on the limb again.
Let's look up this number Miss Roberts gave us.
Okay, there's a phone over here by the wall. Let's see now. J-C-L-M. Here we are. Metropolitan Theater. What was that number?
Metropolitan 1525.
That's not the number of the theater.
It isn't. Let me see. No, but look. It is the number of the engine room of the Metropolitan building.
Well, now that's getting closer. Let's go down there right now. You the boss here. I'm the engineer. We're looking for Burholm. Who? Russell Burholm. He's working here somewhere. Nobody with that name here.
Well, let's take a look at the time book.
Why? We're trying to locate Burholm. Where's your book? I can't let you look at them.
We're police officers.
Oh, well, that's different. Yeah, hand over the book there. Sure. Here it is.
Find anything, Frank?
No Burholm listed here in the past 6 months.
Say, we had a cooling system put in here a while back.
Maybe a man worked on that crew. Maybe. What's the company?
It was the Macintosh Engineering Company. You might see the foreman of the installation gang. They're putting in a system in the ballroom that they built for now.
Well, thanks. We'll go over there and talk to him. It looks more like a pipe yard than a ballroom.
Sure.
Hey there.
Yeah?
Is Russell here?
Russell? No, he's not working on this job.
Oh, that's too bad. We're friends of his. We're leaving for San Diego this afternoon. We wanted to see him before we left.
Well, you can catch him at the office. I know he's there today.
Okay, thanks. We'll drop by the office. Someone to see you, Russell. Right this way, please.
Huh?
We're Officer Burholm. Come along with us.
Yeah, I thought so.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I read in the papers about a body being found. I suppose you'd be looking me up.
Then you killed her, huh?
I didn't kill anybody. I had an argument with my girlfriend and she left me.
Is that any reason for you to think you'd be accused of murder?
Well, I noticed the body was found out on Mulholland Drive and it was out there I last saw her.
Pretty peculiar coincidence, don't you think?
Oh, I don't know. Even if it is her they found, that doesn't prove I killed her. Somebody else must have done it.
I'll warn you right now that anything you say may be used against you. At the same time, you're at liberty to clear yourself if you can.
I guess I won't do any talking till I've seen an attorney.
If you aren't guilty, you won't need an attorney. Later, accompanied by a police stenographer who makes surreptitious notes from the front seat of the police car, conductor and Sanderson drive Burholm to the scene of the crime. They question him en route. Now, you say you had an argument with Barbara, and she got out of the car, and you left her there. What was the argument about?
She was always asking me to marry her. I told her I wouldn't.
Why?
I couldn't.
Why not?
Because I'm already married.
Oh, I see. Then you had a motive.
Now, what do you mean, motive? I told you I didn't kill her.
Where did you first meet her?
The department store in Philadelphia. They both worked there.
What name did you go by when you worked in Philadelphia? Burholm?
No. No, my own name. Russell Sinclair Baxter.
Oh, your real name isn't Burholm.
No, I'd gotten into a little trouble at the store, so I decided I'd use another name out here. Because I didn't want my wife to trace me then. And I'm sick of this place. I'm going back to my wife and kid.
Maybe you are. Perhaps you won't mind telling us why you thought the body found in the canyon might be hers.
Sure. Sure, I'll tell you. Someday, I think it was the 24th of June, we started toward Stone Canyon for the picnic. Everything went swell until on the way out she began to beg me to marry her. And I told her I wasn't ready to marry her. Anyway, we had a quarrel. Finally, she started crying and got so mad she made me stop the car. She wouldn't ride with me any further. I kidded her a little bit, but I just made her madder, and she got out and walked off. That's the last I saw of her.
Why'd you leave her? Along here somewhere?
I really couldn't say. She might be near here.
Well, let's stop here anyhow. Get out, Burholm, or Beitzel, or whatever your name is. Now, you say you left Barbara and Margaret on the road along here.
Yeah, she said he'd get home all right. She said someone would come along and give her a lift.
You haven't seen her since, and it's been over a month.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Why didn't you report her disappearance to the police?
Well, I was afraid I'd get into a jam, just like I am now, see?
Come on down this way, Beitzel. This is where we found her. What? Yeah, surprises you, doesn't it? Not where you left her at all. That was further up the hill. You hadn't figured on Kyle dragging her body, had you?
Oh, stop. I tell you I didn't do it.
Where's the gun you shot her with? You had one, and we're going to find it.
Sure I had a gun.
Yeah.
I brought it along for target shooting.
Your aim must have been very good. What did you shoot at?
Nothing in particular. A couple of birds, that's all.
Yeah, what you really mean is you murdered her, stripped her body, and left it up the hill there.
I did not.
Where's the gun you used for target practice?
My desk. I borrowed it from a friend. I thought I might buy it, but I decided not to.
Naturally, having no further use for it, what did you do with the clothes and things you removed from her apartment?
Well, I bundled them up and shipped them away.
Where to?
Why, I just sent them up to some town in Arizona. Phoenix, I believe.
To what name?
I can't remember. I put a Seattle return address in the package.
Well, what was the idea of that?
I thought I could get them back again if you ever came or wrote for them.
Come on now, Beitzel. You must realize your story is pretty thin. Won't hold water at all.
That's my story.
Yes, and you're stuck with it.
I haven't anything to worry about.
You may have before you're through, young fellow. And Beitzel has much to worry about as the case against him mounts. Philadelphia police notified us of arrest, informed Los Angeles that he is wanted in Eastern City for embezzlement. A taxi driver, recognizing his picture in the paper, tells police to are taking him to the lonely spot of the murder late one night. A check of the fictitious address to which Beitzel admits sending Barbara's clothes results in the return of the package. Microscopic examination reveals some blonde hair on the clothing to be the same as the hair on the murdered girl's head. In September of 1928, Beitzel goes on trial for murder before Superior Judge Charles S. Burnell. As the trial drags through one hot September day after another, Beitzel maintains an elegant air of cool insouciance. Then, after the defense has been wound up, the prosecution introduces a surprise witness.
Yeah, this is going to be a cinch. It doesn't look bad. Who's this guy they're calling up to the stand?
I don't know. Let's listen.
And what is your profession, Captain Crosman?
I'm an expert on ballistics.
Will you explain to the jurors what that means?
Ballistics is the science of projectiles.
Good. Do you recognize this gun?
Let me see. Yes, I examined that gun for Lieutenant Condother of the police department.
This is the gun you examined. The same gun which is being entered in testimony as belonging to the defendant?
Yes.
How do you know it is the same gun?
Well, I recognize the serial number, but even if I didn't, I'd know it by the claw marks on the side. The barrel has been sawed off, apparently to make possible the attachment of a Maxim silencer.
I object, Your Honor, on the grounds that this has no bearing on the case.
It has a direct bearing, Your Honor. If the counsel for the defense will permit me to proceed.
Objection overruled. Proceed.
I would like to admit as exhibits two enlarged photographs. Turn them so the jury may see them, Bailey. Thank you. Now, Captain Crosman, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes. They are enlargements of photographs I made myself.
And will you tell the court what they depict?
The one on the right shows the mouth of the barrel of this gun. The saw marks I referred to may be seen clearly.
Your Honor, I object.
Objection overruled. Witness may proceed.
The other photograph shows 3 fired bullets. You will notice the grooves clearly shown along the sides of the slug. These grooves were cut by the saw mark on the barrel of the gun.
Your Honor, this is a waste of the court's valuable time.
Witness may proceed.
The bullets, you will notice, are marked identically. The ones on the right and left were test shots made from this gun. The middle bullet was taken from the skull of Barbara Morgan.
Nothing could save Beitzel after the unimpeachable testimony of the ballistics expert. And the jury of 5 women and 7 men found him guilty of murder in the first degree. On September 28, 1928, Judge Burnell sentenced Beitzel to hang by the neck until dead. And on August 2nd, 1929, Russell St. Clair Beitzel paid his ultimate debt to society for his crime.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Police departments of the West are great boosters for Rio Grande cracked gasoline. The officers and sheriffs who drive police cars know that it develops greater speed and power in their engines, especially in emergencies when so many ordinary gasolines fail. The recommendations of these police officers and sheriffs have caused thousands of motorists to try Rio Grande cracked gasoline. With such satisfactory results that Rio Grande is leading all gasoline companies in percentage of sales increase. You'll try Rio Grande cracked someday, and you'll be thrilled by your car's improved performance. But when you're trying and you're enjoying the greater power and speed created by Rio Grande cracked, be sure that your engine is protected. High speeds in hot weather thin out many motor oils so that they rupture and break down. That's why we urge everyone who drives to use Sinclair motor oil. Sinclair, Pennsylvania, and Opaline motor oils provide a guaranteed thermal protection that never breaks down at any speed. Because all impurities, wax and petroleum jelly, are extracted from Sinclair motor oils, you can use a lighter grade, which makes your engine run smoother with less drag. You use less oil because the impurities that burn and form carbon are already extracted. Fill your crankcase with Sinclair motor oil. Fill your crankcase with Sinclair motor oil from refinery sealed tamper-proof tins, sold by all Rio Grande dealers. When you drive in tomorrow, also ask for your free copy of the latest Calling All Cars news, which illustrates the complete junior detective outfit that Rio Grande is giving away free to all boys and girls.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against the community, bank robbery.
A man walks into a bank, holds up a teller, and walks out a few minutes later with thousands of dollars. How was he finally caught? How was he traced? What is the clue to his identity? The answer seems easy. A teller could describe him, that's true, but until 1934, there were about 600 bank robberies every year, most of them successful. Last year, there were 37, most of them unsuccessful. What brought about the change? The explanation that in 1934 Congress gave the FBI jurisdiction over certain banks is not enough. The main clue to work on is still the same, the robber's description. The real explanation lies in the FBI itself, in its organization, in its coverage, in its methods of following up a description, of tracing bank robbers, of hunting down, for example, the two men who began plotting a bank robbery in a small rooming house in a Midwestern city a few months ago.
Hi, Artie.
Oh, hi, Phil.
What time is it?
2 o'clock?
Was I sleeping that long?
Yep.
Who are you riding with?
Nora.
Oh.
Told her I'd hit Cincinnati around the 20th.
Uh-huh.
That'll be the blow-off for us then, kid.
Really gonna marry her, huh?
Yep.
Then what?
Then I lay off for a couple of years.
That's for squares.
So I want it.
Where you gonna take her?
Got a spot all picked out, kid. Up in Minnesota. Nothing to do all day but fish and hunt.
Yeah. Just cigarettes.
On the table.
She know about you and larceny?
Nope. And she ain't gonna.
Hey, what's in this box?
Look out for that.
Huh?
Handle it real easy. It's loaded with dynamite.
Real dynamite?
Yep. I've been working on it all morning.
What for?
It's Betsy.
What?
She's gonna go with us on the bank job tomorrow.
I don't get it. You figuring on blowing the joint up?
Nope. She just makes the job easier.
Look, Artie.
Let me give you the setup. We take Betsy into the bank with us.
Uh-huh.
I hand one of the tellers a note.
Yeah?
The note says if he don't hand over all his cash, Betsy will go off in his kisses.
And you go with it.
No. He ain't that brave. He hands over the cash.
Look, what's the matter with using a gun?
That's for kids. This makes it a nice, quiet, clean operation.
Oh, wait a minute. I ain't gonna...
Phil, that's how we're gonna do it, see?
Artie.
Yeah?
Special accounts window is free now.
Uh-huh.
We can still do it the other way.
Just stand by, kid. This'll be a cinch.
Help you, mister?
No, thanks.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Are you making a withdrawal?
Yeah.
Well, may I have your passbook, please?
I don't think you'll need it.
I beg your pardon?
Just read this note.
What?
Read it.
If this is some sort of a joke...
It's no joke, mister. Don't try any funny stuff.
I wasn't going to.
Betsy here wouldn't like it. She could go off real easy. Well?
How much do you want?
Everything you've got.
Singles, too?
Everything. Use that money bag there.
Yes, sir.
Hurry up.
That thing won't go off by itself, will it?
It might. Just keep on moving.
Yes, sir.
Don't forget them 20s.
I was just putting them in. There, that's all the currency. Do you want the silver, too?
No. Just give me the bag.
Yes, sir.
Remember what the note said about not giving any alarm.
I know.
You better let me have that note.
Oh, of course. Here.
Thanks. So long, chum.
What is the next step in the holdup of a bank? What do the criminals do next? In this case, they stopped a taxi, drove to the downtown section of the city, and rushed into a busy, crowded department store. That took 15 minutes. Long enough for the bank to notify the local police and the FBI. Long enough for the teller to give a description of the robber. Long enough for both robbers to have disappeared before the FBI and the police could throw a cordon around the department store. 15 minutes and the trail was cold except for a description of the man. But for the agents of the FBI, that was a beginning. That was a lead. That was a clue which would lead to other clues sooner or later.
Busy, Jim?
No. Come in, Ray.
Thanks.
Any further developments?
No. No trace of either one of them.
Well, they probably went in one door of that department store, not another.
Yes.
Did you get a description of that second man?
Not a very good one. The teller gave us a detailed picture of the first one, though.
The one with the dynamite?
Yes.
Was it given to the police?
Yes, they're sending out a general alarm.
Good. Fowler speaking? Oh, yes, Sergeant. Yes. Yes, go ahead. Want to take this down, Ray?
Sure.
Black Chevrolet sedan. 4-door? 2-door.
Got it.
1940 model. Illinois license plate Y235.
Y235.
Stolen from employee's parking lot. Where? Behind the Federal Building. Thanks, Sergeant. We'll put that on the teletype right away. That might be the getaway car, Ray.
The Federal Building is in the same block as that department store.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like we've got work to do.
Now there are two descriptions. A description of a man and a description of a car. Now there is more to work on. Now the trail picks up again. But what of the bank robbers? If they have planned this crime well, they know that the stolen car will be reported, will be watched for, will lead to their capture. What do? They keep off the main highways, keep clear of the state roads, keep driving swiftly along lonely, unused back roads.
Artie.
Yeah?
Do me a favor, huh?
What?
Get rid of that box, will you?
Betsy?
Yeah. What for? Well, you done what you wanted with it. I know. I just feel better having her around. What's the matter? I don't know. Oh, great. Take it easy. No dice, huh? No gas. Look at the needle. Empty. Ah, now don't get excited, Phil. This is no problem. One car goes dead on you, so you pick up another one. Where? What's wrong with that one up ahead there? Just coming around the bend. Hey. Come on, let's hop out quick. What do we do? Flag him down. I mean, how do we grab the car? Just tell him we want it, that's all. Look, you're not going to use that Betsy routine. Why not? Takes too long. I got a better idea. Well, put that gun away, will you? Give him a wave. I'll go get Betsy. All right, flag him down, will you? Okay.
What's the matter?
Our car ain't running.
Oh.
Looks like we got to borrow yours.
Huh?
Pile out, mister.
Oh, no.
I told you to wait till I got Betsy. We got the car, didn't we?
When the FBI works on a case, it does not work alone. It has the cooperation of the local police in the city, in the surrounding counties, and the whole state if necessary. It was a local policeman who found the wounded man and telephoned in his report. Immediately, the special agents checked the engine number of the abandoned car, checked on the man who was shot, found that he had a car, and broadcast a description of it. It wasn't long before that broadcast got results.
Fowler speaking.
Hello, Jim.
Ray?
Yes. We've traced our men across the line into Missouri.
Are you sure?
Positive. They held up a farm family in Monticello, took some food from them, and stole their car.
How about the car belonging to the man who was shot?
They abandoned that. The sheriff who reported it checked the motor number.
I see.
How badly was that man wounded?
I think he'll pull through.
I hope so.
Ray,
Yes?
what's the dope on this latest car they took?
1938 Ford. We've got all details on it. An alarm has been sent out.
Good.
Another small lead.
Hmm?
This farm family heard the two men quarreling. They talked of splitting up.
In that case, one of them would leave the car.
Yes.
Well, let's send their descriptions to every bus depot, airfield, and railway terminal in, let's see, Missouri, Iowa, and Illinois. That ought to cover it.
The more stops a criminal makes in his flight, the more perfect is the description he leaves behind him. When the bank robbers held up the Missouri farmer, they indirectly presented the FBI with a portrait of themselves. Now the special agents knew what both men looked like, and that knowledge was broadcast throughout the whole region. That's why when a short, dark man of 35 with several moles on the right side of his face boarded an eastbound bus at Fairchild, Iowa, the local police who received the report from the station notified the FBI. The agents immediately checked the schedules, found where the bus would stop next, found when it would stop, and found that they could get there ahead of time.
This is a 5-minute stop. 5 minutes only.
They're starting to get off, Jim.
Yeah. The bus is pretty crowded.
We want to do this as quietly as possible.
I know.
Jim.
I see him. Come on. Just a minute, sir. We'd like to talk to you, please.
What for? Just step over here. What is this?
We're special agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You might be able to help us.
Well, I will if I can. We're looking for two men who held up a bank on Saturday. Later that day, the same two men shot a farmer over in Easton County. They stole his car. So? The farmer they shot is still in the hospital. Would you mind letting him look you over?
Don't bother. He'd know me. Never mind the frisk. I'm clean.
How about money?
From the job?
Yes.
I got my cut.
What's your name?
Bardo, Phil Bardo.
Where's your partner?
I don't know. We split up the other side of Fairchild.
What was his name?
Told me it was Artie Clinton.
Where was he headed?
He was going to see a dame in Cincinnati.
Where in Cincinnati?
I don't know.
What about that dynamite gadget?
You mean Betsy?
Betsy?
That's what he called it. Oh. He kept that with him, which was okay with me.
Well, Jim, at least we can tell Washington headquarters that one of them is in custody.
Yes. But Arthur Clinton and Betsy are still at large. That means this case is still pure dynamite.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on Arthur Clinton, bank robber. We'll return to this case in just a moment. Tonight, we'd like to introduce two widely separated members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States to each other and to you. Mr. Litton, we'd like you to know Helen McGrath. And Helen, we want you to meet Mr. Henry C. Litton, president of the Hub, Henry C. Litton and Company of Chicago, Illinois. Having attained the remarkable age of 98 years, Mr. Litton ranks as a senior member of the Equitable Society. Helen is one of our youngest and newest members. Yesterday, she was 4 months old. Mr. Litton, when you became an Equitable member in the year 1861, the Society was facing its first great crisis, the financial difficulties brought on by the Civil War. Since then, the Equitable Society has continued to grow and expand through 3 more wars and 7 major depressions. And so, Mr. Litton, after your 73 years' experience with the Equitable Society, we think you could tell little Helen McGrath that her father showed excellent judgment in making her a member of this society. You can assure her also that as long as she lives, the funds of her society will be put to work in many different ways that will benefit her and her family. Equitable dollars are invested in the farms that help feed her, and in industries which provide jobs for her father and millions of other fathers. By serving its members, old and new, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to the file on Arthur Clinton, bank robber.
Almost every criminal has a great sense of loyalty and equality. His loyalty is to himself, and his belief in equality is a belief that if he's caught, his partner should be caught. Philip Bartow told the special agents of the FBI everything he could about his partner. Told them his name was Arthur Clinton, told them he was going to Cincinnati, and told them that he was going there to marry a girl. That was a clue, but Cincinnati is hardly a small town. And like every town these days, the majority of its population is women. Still, it was a clue to be followed while other agents investigated Arthur Clinton, a clue that later on turned out to be accurate. For Arthur Clinton was in Cincinnati, had married a girl there and was living with her in a quiet hotel.
Me, honey. Honey.
Oh,
Hello, baby.
hello, darling.
How you coming with your packing?
I'm afraid I haven't made much progress.
I brought the car on, honey. It's downstairs.
Oh, I'll hurry then. Aunt Mary phoned.
Yeah?
She kept me talking for almost half an hour.
What you want?
Oh, you know. Why was I going away? Why didn't we have a church wedding?
What'd you tell her?
I said we were married by a justice of the peace because that was the way we wanted it.
Atta girl. Can I get those dresses out for you?
Oh, thanks. She wanted to know all about you.
Yeah? Did you tell her?
Well, just about 10 minutes worth. I said you were wonderful, that I was very happy.
Suppose she wanted to know where we were going on our honeymoon?
Of course. I just said we didn't know. We were going to get in the car and travel.
Get some dresses, honey.
Oh, put them on the bed, will you, dear?
Okay.
You can close that bag there.
Sure.
You know, Aunt Mary really is very sweet, but she still thinks that I'm about 12 years old. She doesn't want us to go away at all.
Why not?
Oh, on account of my painting, mostly. She thinks I should stay here in Cincinnati and study.
Did you tell her you were going to take your paints along with you?
Yes. I said I'd get more work done that way than ever.
There. Now then. Anything else I can do?
No. No, I think I'm just about ready, dear.
Okay, honey.
Oh, well, would you put these shoes in your bag?
Yeah, sure.
I didn't realize how much...
Oh, look out, honey.
Huh?
Don't touch that little box. Just put the shoes on the other side, huh?
Oh, all right. What's in it?
The box?
Yes.
Nothing really. It's just kind of a good luck thing I carry around.
Oh. Well, I'm all packed.
The description of a criminal can sometimes lead to his capture. But the chances are better if that description can be checked against something else. The FBI had something else, the fingerprints that Arthur Clinton had left on the abandoned cars. The prints checked were those of a man who had been arrested 4 years back in Jackson, Mississippi. The name was different, but the description was the same. The trail was easier to follow now. It was smoother, and it led straight to Cincinnati, to a marriage bureau, to the family of the girl Clinton had married. But after that, once again, the trail stopped dead.
Well, let's see what we have here now, Ray.
Well, there's the description of Clinton.
Yes?
Description of the girl.
Yes.
Also some data on the second-hand car he bought in Cincinnati.
This girl knows nothing about Clinton's background.
Not a thing. Her family was quite shocked when they heard about him.
Too bad.
He had told them that he had his own business out west, that a relative had died and left him money. That's how they could afford this long honeymoon.
Has the family had any word from them?
One postcard, mailed from Chicago. I have it here.
No indication where they were going.
No. They appear to be heading west, though.
This car must have Ohio license plates.
They went out on the teletype, but Clinton's probably changed them by now.
Yes.
One possible lead is the girl's interest in painting.
Oh?
She studied art for a number of years. In fact, she sold 1 or 2 watercolors to some local dealers.
I see.
Her family said she brought her equipment, paints, canvases, along with her.
That could be a very good lead, Ray. By the way, did you see this?
A wanted notice on Clinton.
Yes. Mr. Hoover ordered that for national distribution.
In cities, in towns, in villages, wanted notices for Arthur Clinton appeared, and local police were on the lookout. But the FBI did not stop there. At the same time, special agents went to every art material store in the region and left photographs. 2 photographs, one of Clinton and one of his wife. Then there was nothing to do but wait. Wait for what had to happen sooner or later. Wait for what finally happened in Duluth, Minnesota.
Can I help you, ma'am?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I wanted to look at some brushes, please.
Sure. There's a whole trayful right here.
Oh, thank you.
That's a new shipment. Just came in.
Yes, I see.
I can't say that they're too good.
Do you sell paintings?
Well, that's not my regular line,
Well, I have some watercolors here. I did them myself.
Let's have
I
a look
don't
at
know.
them.
Well, surely. Let's see now. There's just the 2 of them. Landscapes.
Mm-hmm.
My husband and I have a camp up in the lake country, and these are local sketches.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're not bad.
Well, I've sold several canvases back home in Cincinnati.
Cincinnati?
Mm-hmm. Would you be interested in them? I don't care about the money. It's just the selling of them. That's very satisfying.
Mm-hmm. Well, why don't you leave them here, and I could handle them for you on a commission basis.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Where do you live?
Well, we're buried up in the woods right now. I'll just drop in here from time to time, see if you've had any luck with them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll take these 3 brushes.
That'll be $3.
Very well. Here you are.
Thanks. Can I wrap them up?
No, thank you. I'll just put them in my bag. I should be in again by the 1st of the month.
Mm-hmm. Hope I sell them for you.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Cincinnati. Hey, miss! Miss! Oh.
Operator, get me FBI headquarters. And you positively identify this photograph, Mr. Weymouth?
Yes, that's the girl, all right. Oh, what a fool I was. Her signature is on both these landscapes, Jim. I let her walk right out of here.
Did she say she'd return?
Yes, she said she'd drop in. I don't think we can wait for that. Gentlemen, I wish that there was some way...
Mr. Weymouth.
Yes?
These landscapes. Where did she say she'd painted them?
Why, right up near their camp.
Are you familiar with the country around here?
Of course, I know every inch of it. That's what makes me so mad. If she'd told me where that camp was...
I think she has.
Huh?
If these scenes are near her camp, you should be able to recognize them, right?
Say, I never thought of that. Do they look familiar to you, Mr. Weymouth? Let me look at them again. Surely. Here. Say, I believe I do know this spot. Yes? She's changed it around some, but that's Hibbins Lake.
Where's that?
It's about 40 miles north of here.
Could you take us there?
Be glad to. When?
Right now.
Well, this is the day, honey. This is the day I nail that pike.
Say, he's really got you going,
Oh, look,
hasn't he?
baby. If you spend as much time as I have watching that guy flirt all around the hook.
But, darling, aren't there other pikes?
Sure there are. But this one is Big Casino.
Well, I wish you luck.
You want to come out in the boat with me?
No.
Huh?
I want to finish that watercolor of the hills.
How's it coming?
Oh, I've changed it about 4 times.
You'll be running out of paint.
Practically.
I'll leave the car here, sweetheart. We can walk down to the lake.
All right.
I'll get your stuff out of the back.
Thanks. Oh, what a lovely day.
All right, Clinton. Just keep your hands where we can see them.
Arthur.
Don't be alarmed, miss.
Who are you?
Special agents of the FBI.
FBI?
Nora, hand me that box.
Of course.
Wait. Would that be Betsy?
Yeah. Never mind, honey.
The trail of a bank robber begins with a description, continues on with a stolen car, leaps across state lines, and ends finally with capture and arrest. Along that trail are clues, good and bad, big and small, right and wrong. The agents of the FBI follow them all. That thoroughness is a great factor in its success. But there is another, a vitally important factor that must never be forgotten. It's in every region, every area, every section of this country. Local policeman, sheriff, and deputy in the entire nation. That cooperation is invaluable. And it extends beyond to the cooperation of every loyal citizen of this country. That is a formidable opposition. That's a defense to stand up against any criminal. That's a protection which could only be found in a country where the people not only make the law, but are the law.
You'll hear about the file on next week's case in just a moment. Will you join the Equitable Society in a salute? A salute to the man on the tractor and to all men who plow the good American earth. Yes, a heartfelt salute to the farmers of these United States. In spite of manpower losses, our hard-working farmers have managed to increase this country's food production by more than 1/3. Authorities in England and Russia say that the war might easily have been lost without this extra food raised by America. Today, as it has for many years, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is lending the farmer a helping hand. Equitable funds make it possible for thousands of farmers to own their own homes and lands and realize that typical American ambition summed up in the words, I want to run my own business. In addition to helping to raise the food that fights for freedom, Equitable funds are heavily invested in other industries which make and transport the weapons of war. Still, other Equitable dollars are invested in war bonds. For in wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country. Next week, a crime against the nation. Espionage. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious. Any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Artie Clinton was played by Mandel Kramer. The music was composed and directed by Van Cleve. Your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Challenge of the Yukon. King, the swiftest and strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the Challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in the Yukon during the gold rush of '98. That was the year that brought over 50,000 men swarming into the Klondike region, and the greed for gold led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, the force preserved a splendid record in maintaining the right. The challenge of the North was answered, and justice ruled triumphant. The jail in Machete City was a small building that had sturdily withstood the fury of Yukon storms and the strength of desperate prisoners bent on shaking its dust from their feet. In the light of early morning, two men stood talking to the one inmate who nervously paced the floor.
Think I like walking up and down this place? Waiting for you two?
Oh, take it easy, Con.
Easy? I'm warning you. If you think I'm going to rot in this place while you two walk free, you're daft.
It takes time to figure this out.
I ain't got much time. And neither of you. Unless you get me out of here soon, you might just as well move in now. I'm not hanging alone. Get me?
You won't hang?
No. You're darn right I won't hang. I got enough on you to see you both swing, and the Mountie knows it, see? All I gotta do is open my mouth.
I can't spring you overnight. This place is tighter than a drum.
My patience ain't gonna last much longer.
You got another week, ain't you?
Another week. Last Tuesday it was 2 weeks. Tomorrow it'll be 6 days. Then 5, then 4. And it's me that's getting closer to that noose, not you. How I get out of here is your worry.
Listen, Con. We ain't let you down yet. Just wait a little while. We'll get you out. Don't worry. Come on, let's get out of here.
Remember what I said.
You all through, boys? Yeah, we just wanted to cheer Con up a bit.
I guess he needs cheering. I'll tell the sergeant you two dropped in to see him.
That's all right with us.
Outdoors, the two men walked aimlessly through the straggly settlement of frame buildings. One thought was uppermost in both their minds.
If he talks ace, we're as good as done for. Yeah. That Mountie's been waiting to pin something on us for a long time now. We either gotta make sure Con keeps quiet or get him out of there. But how? I don't know. Come on, let's go in and have a drink.
I can sure use one.
Look at me, boys.
Hey, usual, Shorty.
You too, Pete?
Yeah.
You boys sure look low enough. Of course, I can't say I'd feel much better myself if I was in your shoes.
What do you mean?
Well, it ain't none of my business, but everybody knows Con ain't leaving this world unless you two go with him.
Your business is filling glasses. You better stick to it.
Oh, he didn't mean nothing, Ace. Come on, let's sit down.
That's right, I didn't mean nothing.
Yeah? Looks like it ain't no secret.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons we can't catch that Mountie off guard.
He's the first guy I ever met you couldn't buy off.
Ain't no use talking about buying him off. You could as soon buy off the Queen's crown. Trouble with these Mounties is you can't buy 'em or scare 'em.
And he swore to get us.
Well, if we don't get Khan out of that jail, he ain't going to have much trouble doing it either.
You know, if he only had a weakness. He don't drink, he ain't got a family.
What's a family got to do with it?
Well, you ain't forgetting how to think, are you? If he had a family, we could...
Say...
What?
You're right.
What do you mean, right? I ain't said nothing yet.
Sure you did. Don't you see?
See what? You're going loco, Ace.
Now, listen. He ain't got a family, right?
I just said that.
Yeah. But he's got that mud of his, ain't he? He thinks an awful lot of that dog.
Oh, yeah. I see what you mean.
And what's to stop us
You're
from...
right. We'll have that Mountie eaten out of our hands.
Later that day, as Sergeant Preston was entering the jail.
All right, King. You stay out here, boy.
Hey, Sergeant Preston.
Yes?
We want to see you a minute.
You want to see me about Khan, you know the answer.
Well, as a matter of fact, that's what we did come to see about.
I won't release him under any circumstances. I'm just sorry you boys aren't in there with him.
Well, we warned you, Mountie.
We ain't asking any more. Next time we'll demand that you release him.
I haven't time to listen to threats.
You'll have time, all right.
What do you mean by that?
You'll either let Khan out or else.
Later that night, with darkness to cover them, the two men walked quietly down the street.
I tell you, I saw him at the jail not a half hour ago.
All right, I just wanted to be sure.
I'm sure. Don't worry about that. See, there's a light in the office.
Yeah, I see him. He ain't taking no chances. But this is one thing he ain't expecting.
You have the blanket ready?
Yeah.
I'll walk in front of the mutt to get his attention. And you drop the blanket over him before he can set up a howl.
Yeah.
And remember, the dog's mighty smart. The sooner we get him out of here, the better it'll be for us.
He hears us coming.
I told you he ain't no dumbbell. Now do just like I said.
Now, take this end of the blanket. Got it. I'd sooner wrestle a grizzly in this mutt.
He's got plenty of fight. Come on, let's get out of here. I left the sled back at Sam. Don't try to follow us, Mountie, or this dog's as good as dead.
Yeah, the dirt hurt him.
There's the sled. Come on. You won't get away with it. March, you huskies, march!
King fought his captors valiantly, but the dog was at a disadvantage. For even after they reached a cave on a high ledge overlooking the trail, Pete kept the blanket over him.
Why'd you take that blanket off him now?
Listen, I ain't forgetting this mutt nipped me once.
I clean forgot that.
Well, I ain't. Still got the marks of his teeth in my arm. Oh, sir, I'm keeping the blanket over him. Take it off in the morning.
Before I see Preston, I'll tell Con.
You better. That's a yellow rat'll think we still ain't done nothing towards getting him out.
Oh, I don't know. You probably heard Preston looking for the dog. Maybe he'll put two and two together.
Only thing he can put together is his gun.
I can't wait to see the expression on that Mountie's face.
If Ace had seen the steely determination in Sergeant Preston's eyes as he stood talking to two friends in the Golden Goose Cafe, the outlaw's amusement would have cindered to ashes and the fear would have clutched his heart.
Why, the low-down varmints. Anyone that'd steal a dog.
They think by holding King that I'll bargain with them for the release of Con Mason.
Guess they tried every other way to spring him. They ought to be right behind the bars with him.
Yes, and they will be. Con has already told what he knows.
Oh, I see. But they don't know that.
That's it exactly. Oh, every minute King's in their hands.
Now, Sergeant, I reckon they ain't real men. But I don't think they'd do anything to the dog till they try to make a deal with you.
Oh, you can't trust men like that.
You can't blame them for not wanting to take any chances, Joe. I'm with you, Sergeant. If I can be of any help...
That's what I hoped you'd say.
You mean you're going after them varmints now?
Yes. And here's what I want you to do.
It was dawn when Sergeant Preston and his two friends reached the trail far beneath the cave where King was an unhappy captive. Dark as it was, the determined Mountie had tracked the kidnappers. His eyes brightened as he glimpsed the light of a campfire thrown out over the rocks high above him. Meanwhile, in the cave...
Too bad we couldn't have let Con know about this.
I'm telling you, it'll be a load off of my mind when he's out of that jail.
He'll be out, too. Preston thinks a lot of that mutt.
No more than the dog does of him.
He hasn't made a sound lying in that blanket. Looks to me like he's waiting for something. What? Listen. He's whining.
Somebody's down the trail.
Yeah, probably a couple of miners on the way to Machete.
Yeah, well, I'm making sure. Ain't no miners on the trail at this hour.
Hey! Hey! Yeah?
Hey, it's Preston.
What? Grab that mutt. He'll rip that blanket open.
You grab him. I'm getting my gun.
He'll jump.
Well, let him. He's a dead dog if he tries it.
Stop forward! Stop!
Hear that? He's going to do it.
In blind obedience to his master's command, King leaped over the ledge. A dizzy, breathtaking drop.
Hold that blanket tight, men.
Yeah, here he comes.
Oh, King.
Now, boy.
Good fella. Good fella, that's it.
I never see anything like it. That was a right smart idea to get this blanket to catch him in. The way he come flying through space. Hey, Sergeant, where are you going?
After those two. Con talked and I have enough evidence to hang them.
You can't climb up there.
It's the only way up.
Here, I'll cover him with my gun as well as I can.
Here comes Preston. Get back, Mountie.
I'm coming after you, Ace.
That's what you think. Missed him.
Here, let me get him. Them rocks protect them. Ace.
Just put your head out once more, Mountie. Just once more.
Ace, listen, I'm out of bullets.
You stand over here. What'd you say?
I tell you, I ain't got any more bullets.
Well, where are they?
They're in a pack over there, and we ain't got time to get him. He's coming.
Wait, let's see how many I got. Wait a minute.
How many?
One. One more.
Yeah, he's almost up here. Let him have it, Ace. Go ahead.
Now, here goes our last shot.
You get him?
I don't know. Listen. Oh, he's still coming.
No, you're wrong. I'm here. All right, you boys are under arrest.
You ain't got nothing on us.
No? Con was afraid you decided to leave the Yukon.
You mean he talked?
Yes. It's going to be a triple hanging this time. I'll start marching down that path. And I wouldn't try any tricks. 2 men have guns waiting for you down on the trail. And mine's right in back of you. Yes, King. The case is closed.
Upholding the motto of the Northwest Mounted Police, Sergeant Preston and the Great Dog King maintain the right and get their man. Don't miss their next thrilling adventure when they meet the Challenge of the Yukon once again on Saturday at 6:30. Challenge of the Yukon, the copyrighted feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, brought to you every Saturday at the same time, originated in the transcription studios of WXYZ Detroit. The characters and events in tonight's drama were fictitious. Bob Hite speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Saying Sergeant Klein. What do you mean you were robbed? Held up? So where did this happen? Where? Did he have a gun? There were 2 men. When was this? Just now?
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center.
Where they went.
A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Where are you calling from?
Where?
On what floor is that? All right. You take the elevator back downstairs. The officers will be right there. They'll be right there. You just wait. Yes, ma'am.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between 5th Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their persons, their homes, and their property is my job. My job and the job of the 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st.
What makes a city? Not buildings, not subways, not business. People make a city. From dawn to midnight, from midnight to dawn, the rich and the poor and the good and the bad pour their lives together and stir up the city. As in the 21st, sometime in a way you'd least expect.
I was working my 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. tour. It had started to rain during the night, and it was still raining at 1:15 p.m. when I came out of the luncheon meeting of the Lenox Hill Lions Club, at which I spoke on the problems of juvenile delinquency. From the lobby of the hotel, I rang in. Sergeant Klein on TS told me everything was quiet. I instructed him to send a car for me. When it came, I had the operator, Patrolman Farrell, drive me to the New Era Theater, a movie house on 1st Avenue. I went into the lobby and was told by the manager that Mr. Crows could be found at the back of the theater near the candy stand. I saw him in the dim light, and I walked over. A cartoon was on the screen. Hello, Mr. Crows. Huh? Oh, Captain, how are you? Just fine. I had a report from Sergeant Collins on the night tour that you've been having some trouble over this way.
Yeah, that's right, Captain, but I told the sergeant what was on my mind last night. I appreciate you stopping by anyway.
Well, I'm giving instructions to the men on post and in the cars here to pay special attention to the conditions.
Oh, well, thanks. Oh, just a second. Here's that scene. I get the biggest kick out of these cartoons. I don't know why. You ever see anything so funny?
Well, it's sure clever, all right.
Look in there, Captain. A rainy afternoon and business is just fine. You know, I got the answer to what's wrong with the picture business.
Have you?
Mm-hmm. If they make a good picture, you do business. Even on a day like this. It's simple. Make all good pictures.
How many kids, as a rule, hang out at that candy store at night, Mr. Cross?
Well, you know, it varies. Now, on a nice night or a Saturday, there's a whole gang of them.
They yell and they make jokes at the people coming on their way to the theater at night. And that can scare them. I don't need my patrons scared away. Condition at the box office is bad enough, and it's not healthy for the neighborhood.
All right, Mr. Cross. We'll see what we can do about it.
Look at that rabbit. How do you like that? You know, I see a feature picture once, I'm through with it, but I can watch these cartoons 4 or 5 times a day.
Yeah, well, if the condition doesn't clear up, Mr. Cross, you just get in touch with me.
Oh, is this the cop looking for you, Captain?
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me, Captain.
Yes, Farrell?
Signal 30 just came over.
Yeah?
Hold up just around the corner at 340. I thought you might want to take a look.
Yes, I do. So long, Mr. Cross.
Thanks, Captain. One man, no description put out yet.
All right. Let's go.
I left the theater with Patrolman Farrell. It was still raining. We got into the car, and he drove around the corner to 340, a loft building. The sector car and the sergeant's car were already there. Sergeant Burns had posted his operator at the front door of the building to keep the curious out of the lobby. He held the door open and nodded as I went in. The lobby was long and narrow, the building old and grimy. At the far end of the lobby was a single old-fashioned elevator. Sergeant Burns was talking to a woman dressed in a raincoat, a woman about 35. The sector men and the patrolman on post were questioning the elevator operator several feet away. I walked to Sergeant Burns.
Do you know how much was in the envelope exactly?
Hello, Sergeant.
Well,
Captain.
there was $1,362.25.
Exactly?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I just came from the bank. It was the payroll.
Oh. Captain Kennelly, this is Miss Beatrice Parazoni.
How do you do?
Is that how you pronounce it, Parazoni?
Please meet you. Yes, that's right.
She's a bookkeeper for a firm up on the 6th floor, Captain. She was coming back from the bank with a payroll. A man followed her into the lobby and onto the elevator, pulled a gun, took the package. Then he forced the elevator operator to take them back down to the ground level. He got off, told him to go straight up to the top. Is that about right, Miss Parazoni?
Yes, that's right, exactly.
Did you get a description, Sergeant?
Yes, sir, as good as they could give me.
I didn't remember much. I honestly didn't. I could only look at that gun. That's all I could see.
The elevator operator's not so good with the English. I called TS, gave him the best description we could get.
Good. What kind of company is it you work for?
Well, it's a place that makes optical lenses, you know, for eyeglasses.
Yeah.
It's just a small company, about 14, 15 men working in the shop and myself in the office with the boss, that's all. That was the whole payroll, $1,362.25, the whole payroll for a week.
Where's your boss? Did you tell him about it?
I stopped up on the floor to call the police. He's not there. He's out selling. He's usually in the shop in the morning and he goes out seeing customers in the afternoon.
How long have you been employed there, Miss Parazoni?
Almost 10 years, between 9 and 10.
You never had anything like this happen before, did you?
Oh, no, nothing like this at all, never.
Well, it's 5 minutes after 3 now, Miss Parazoni. What time did you leave the office for the bank?
Well, it was just about 2 o'clock. On payday, I usually work all morning until I get the payroll finished, and then I write out the check, and the boss signs it before he leaves to call on customers. I had the check, and I went out to lunch. And then I was going to the bank right before it closed to come back here in time to make up the payroll for when the men go home.
You follow this pattern pretty much every week?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you pay on the same day every week?
Oh, yes.
And do you go to the bank just about the same time?
Yes, they're usually right before it closes.
Oh, Sergeant, you ought to have the sector car and get back on patrol. We don't need them here anymore.
Yes, sir, Captain. All right, Ryan, Thomas.
I really ought to be getting upstairs and back to work, Captain. I don't know what I'm going to do about the payroll today. I don't know where I can reach the boss, and the bank is closed. It'll be a shame for the men to go home without their money. Can I go upstairs now and see if I can get it straightened out?
Well, the detectives will be here any minute, Miss Parazoni. They'll want to talk to you. I think you ought to wait down here until they come.
Hello. Ring in when you get back in service.
I don't see what I have to wait for the detectives for. I told you everything I know. I told you and that sergeant and the policeman there.
Yes, well, it's the detective's case. It's up to them to conduct the investigation.
I see. Out of all people, Captain, I don't know. Why did they pick on me? The funny thing, he picked on me.
Is it?
I guess he didn't pick on me. He just picked on the $1,300.
The essential duty of the uniformed force is patrol. When the criminal is unknown or has fled, it is the job of the detectives to investigate. In this, as in all similar cases, the 21st Detective Squad under the command of Lieutenant Matt King was notified by the desk officer immediately on receipt of the report. Within a few minutes, Detectives Ben Novak and Whitey Howard were on the job. Sergeant Burns opened his memorandum book and from notes he had taken for his UF-61 and unusual occurrence report, gave them the facts as he had learned them. He introduced them to the victim and to the witness, then resumed patrol. I returned to the precinct house. It was still raining, but not nearly so hard. I walked to the telephone switchboard where Sergeant Klein was on the boxes.
Hello, Captain.
Any messages, Sergeant?
No telephone messages, no, sir, but there was a communication on the teletype addressed to all precinct, division, and borough commanders. I put it on your desk.
Good. Tell Glass I'll read and sign whatever reports he's got ready now.
Yes, sir.
I'll be in my office.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein.
Captain Ellie. Hello.
All right, 24.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cross. Captain, can I talk to you for a minute? What's the matter? Are those boys at the candy store giving you trouble this early in the day? No, I'd just like to talk to you, Captain, if I could. Yeah, sure. Come into my office. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Go ahead. Have a seat, Mr. Cross. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Well, what's on your mind? Well, Captain, I'm a curious type, you know. Like anybody else, I like a little excitement. So on. Well, when that cop came in and told you there was a signal 30 around the corner, I got sort of interested. It's no secret what a signal 30 is. It's an armed felony, right? That's right. Well, anyway, I figured I'd like to see what's going on. So when you left, I got my raincoat and I walked around the corner. The cop was standing at the door of the loft building, so I couldn't get in. But I looked through the door and I saw that girl you were talking to, and from the conversation around there, I found out that she was held up for a payroll. Right? Yes, that's right. What about it? Well, look, it's none of my business, maybe. I feel like an idiot. Well, you came here to tell me, didn't you? Yeah, I did. That girl, Captain, the one that was held up, she did an awful funny thing a little while before. Well, what do you mean? About 2 o'clock, I was standing in the lobby there. In the lobby of the theater. It was raining outside, and I was still wondering how we were doing all the business we were doing so early in the day with the weather. But a good picture will bring him in. That's all you need. What about the girl? Yeah, well, I guess it was about 2 o'clock. I remember it because she had on a funny brown raincoat with a plaid pattern. You know, the one she was wearing. Yeah. Well, she bought a ticket and she came in the theater. Did she? Yeah, she did. Now, I know that's not funny in itself. I wouldn't have noticed her except for that raincoat. But I stand in the lobby a few minutes, talk to ticket taker, go to the box office, talk to cashier, shake hands with a few patrons. Mm-hmm. Then it's about 2:10, maybe 2:15, and I see this raincoat walking out again. Well, I figure this is funny. So I stop her in the lobby and I say, "What's the matter, lady? Did you see the picture before? If you saw the picture before, I'd be glad to give you your money back. We don't want any dissatisfied patrons." What'd she say? She said, no, she didn't see the picture before. So I told her, "Look, lady, if it's not the kind of picture you think it is, or you don't like it, let me give you a free pass. You can come back some other time. You know, we do these things for public relations." So she says, no, everything is all right. She doesn't want her money back or anything like that. Anyways, while I'm standing there talking to her, a man walks out of the theater, and he walks right past without saying a word. Well, she sort of looks at him like she was going to say something, like she knows him, but he walked out and he didn't even turn to her. Yeah? Well, that's all. Is it? Yeah, except that she left. Well, I see I shouldn't butt in anybody else's business. Sit down, Mr. Cross. You think there's something to it, Captain? I thought there was something to it. That's why I came over here, but I can't figure out what. What did the man look like? Well, that's kind of hard to say. Well, was he tall? Oh, I couldn't say he was exactly tall, but I couldn't say short either. Medium, maybe. You sure it was the same girl? I'm positive. I never forget a face, and I never forget a raincoat. In the whole city of New York, there couldn't be 2 raincoats like that, at least in this neighborhood. Listen, Captain, you think there's something to it? You think I hit on something? Maybe. For what? What? Mr. Crows, it's just like in your business. They're not all good pictures. Some of them we have to clear up. The inconsistency of witnesses and their honest mistakes are major problems to law enforcement officers. The whole truth is not an easy thing at which to arrive. In this case, the victim of the robbery, Miss B. Parazzone, made no mention of stopping at the movie theater en route to the bank. The theater manager said he saw her there. This discrepancy could be either a mistake of identity, a coincidence, or of great importance. I asked Mr. Crows if he would mind telling his story again. He agreed, and I took him upstairs to the 21st Detective Squad on the 2nd floor. In my presence, he repeated the events as they occurred. Lieutenant King questioned him in great detail. When you saw her in the lobby, do you remember what kind of hat she had on? Well, it wasn't a hat exactly, Lieutenant. It was a bandana-like, a handkerchief over her head. It was raining, you know. Lots of girls wear those things when it rains. And you couldn't see what color hair she had? No, but it was the same girl. Take my word for it. It was the same girl. Was she carrying anything in the theater? What do you mean? You mean a package or a pocketbook, anything like that? Yeah, she was carrying a pocketbook. Anything else? An umbrella. She had an umbrella. What kind of umbrella?
What do you mean, what kind of umbrella?
What color was it? What kind of handle did it have?
Oh, I don't remember those things, Lieutenant. I didn't take that much notice of it.
When you looked through the door at the building and you saw her standing there talking to me, Mr. Crows, did she have the umbrella in her hand then?
Well, I don't remember seeing it, Captain. Maybe she put it down someplace. I don't remember. She might have had it.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mr. Crows. Thanks a lot.
Look, I don't know. Maybe I'm just shooting my mouth off. I don't even know what it all means. Probably just wasting your time and my time, too. What am I doing here? I should be over there thinking up ways to promote that stiff I've got opening on Monday.
You're not wasting our time, Mr. Crows. We've got to consider every angle.
Well, that's what I figured.
Oh, thanks a lot, Mr. Crows.
That's all right.
We'll keep an eye on that candy store.
I'd appreciate that, Captain.
Novak. Ben Novak.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Come in here a minute, will you?
Yes, sir.
What do you think, man? I don't know. She could have had a good reason for stopping in the movie. If it was her.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Shut the door, will you? On this robbery this afternoon, Ben, how close did you question the girl, the victim?
Hello, Captain. Ben. Well, like I told you, she accounted for her time with a minute. Says she left the office about 5 minutes to 2. She said she went down to the restaurant and had a sandwich. And then she went to the bank and started back for the office with the payroll.
Did she say anything about any stops in between?
No, sir.
She couldn't have forgotten about making a stop someplace, could she?
No, sir. I went over it with her 3 or 4 times.
She was pretty hazy on the description of the guy, wasn't she?
Nothing definite. She said she was pretty scared. All she could see was the gun.
How about the elevator boy?
Well, I couldn't get much out of him. His English is pretty slim. Hernandez will be in at 6 o'clock. I'm going to see if I can get him to ride up there with me. Man lives on 106th Street. Hernandez can talk to him in Spanish, and maybe we can find out something that way.
Yeah, it's a good idea. How'd you leave it with this girl?
Well, I told her we might want her to take a look through some mugs in the rogues gallery, see if she could pick out the man.
Mm-hmm. When did you say you might do this?
I said I might call her this afternoon. She said she'd be willing to ride downtown with me after she got finished work.
Did you talk to her boss then?
Yes, sir.
What did he say about her?
He says she's been there about 10 years. She's a good bookkeeper. He says she practically runs his business when he's away.
Mm-hmm.
She's 36 years old. She lives with a married sister up in Washington Heights. Well, what's the deal, Lieutenant? What's this all about?
She may not have told you a straight story about what happened after she left the office.
No?
What'd you call her, Ben? Tell her you want her to take a look at some of the mugs.
When, after she gets finished work?
No. Let me get it straight right now. I left the detective squad and walked downstairs through the back room where Patrolman Glass, the 124 man, was posting the latest teletype alarms. I saw Sergeant Waters come in the front door as I walked into the muster room. I called him aside and told him of an order that had come through assigning to the precinct a patrolman who had just been flopped after 8 years in the 10th Detective District. The man would be in Sergeant Waters' platoon. We conferred for a few minutes regarding the proper assignment for this man, whether he should be given a fixed post or made recorder in a second car. We looked over his departmental record and discussed the mental effect that emotion might have on the performance of his duties as a patrolman. It was decided to put him on post number 3. Sergeant Waters went into the locker room to change to his uniform. Other men of the night tour were coming into the station house. I walked over to TS.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. Yes, sir, Captain.
That's all right. Go ahead. Take the call.
Who? Somebody's kidding you, mister. It's the 21st Precinct of the Police Department.
All right.
Yes, Captain.
Get me division, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Now, hold it a minute.
I didn't know we were coming here.
Just a second now, miss. I've got a call upstairs.
I thought we were going downtown to look over some pictures.
We are, yeah, but I've got to check something here first about the car. Sergeant, could you ring upstairs for me?
Yeah, sure, Ben.
Hello, Miss Tarazone.
Oh, hello.
Well, are you feeling better now?
Oh, yes, a lot.
Well, who do you want up there, Ben?
Lieutenant King.
Is Lieutenant King there? This is Sergeant Klein on TS. Ben Novak wants to talk to
Got any idea yet who that hold-up man was?
Well, the detectives are handling it now, miss.
Oh.
Lieutenant King is on his way downstairs, Ben.
Oh, good. Oh, here he comes now. I just called up for you, Lieutenant.
Hi, Captain. Hello, man.
Lieutenant, this is Miss Beatrice Parazzoni. She was the victim in that hold-up before.
Oh, yes. How do you do, Miss Parazzoni?
We're on our way downtown to look over some mugs to see if she can identify the man. How's the car? Is it tied up?
I sent Whitey up to the 23rd to pick up a fellow they were holding there. He'll be back in a minute. Can you wait?
Have you got time, Miss Parazzoni?
Well, yes, I guess so. How long do you think it'll take downtown to look at the pictures in it?
Well, there's a lot of pictures, isn't there, Captain? Yeah, plenty.
Well, I'll call my sister. She's expecting me home for dinner.
Oh, I think you'll be home for dinner, all right.
We kind of early.
Now, according to Detective Novak, you said you went downstairs about 2 o'clock or 5 minutes after.
You went to a restaurant, had a sandwich for lunch, then went to the bank. You got the payroll and started back at the office. That's what she said she told you. Is that right, then?
Yes, sir, that's what she said.
Well, that's what I did then.
I just wanted to get it straight. How long has your boss been in business there, Miss Parazoni?
He started just before the war.
Have you been with him all that time?
Well, practically, Captain. I came in 1943.
You live with your sister, is that right?
Yes, that's right, up Morrison Heights.
She and her husband.
And their boy. They have a boy, 6.
How old are you?
36?
You ever married?
No, sir.
What do you do when you're not working, Miss Parazoni?
That's sort of a personal question?
Well, maybe. I'm just a curious type.
Nothing much.
You have a boyfriend?
I don't think I have to answer that, do I, Captain?
Well, up to you.
What does he want to know all about me for? I'm beginning to resent this.
Well, when something like a robbery happens, he wants to know all about everything. Do you have a boyfriend?
No, sir.
Captain, are you going to turn out the platoon?
Yes, right now.
They come marching right out here, Miss. Captain, can we wait in your office for a minute?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right. Come on this way, Miss Parazoni. Then, yes, sir. Won't be just a few minutes. Platoon! Forward! You want to say anything to them, Captain?
Yes.
Report, second platoon.
Platoon inspector, sir.
Roll call.
Ahern? Yes. Coley? Yes. Iceman? Yes. Black? Yes. Sotto? Yes. Nelson? Yes.
As the roll was being called, I realized what course Lieutenant King was taking with the hold-up victim, Beatrice Parazoni. He wanted her brought into the station house, but without getting her unduly alarmed. Hence the excuse about the car and the interrogation in my office instead of upstairs in the detective squad. He had timed it perfectly. I spoke to the platoon and instructed the sector men and men on post to correct the condition which existed at the candy store near the New Era Theater and to watch for similar problems at other movie houses in the precinct. I read the alarm concerning the hold-up man wanted for the robbery in the precinct that afternoon. All right, Sergeant. Post the platoon.
Platoon?
I'll be in my office, Sergeant. Yes. Matt?
Oh, come in, Captain.
I want to get at these reports here.
That's all right. We're just talking. You're sure we're not disturbing you here, Captain?
No, go right ahead.
Dan, do you want to check on the car?
Okay, Lieutenant.
Close the door, will you?
Yes, sir.
What else do you do in your spare time, Miss Parazoni?
Well, I read, and I sit with a baby when my sister and her husband go out, and I like to go to a concert once in a while. I like music.
What else?
Nothing much else.
Movies? Do you like movies?
Sure, once in a while.
When do you go? At nights?
Yeah, at nights. I work in the daytime except Saturday and Sunday. The movies are usually too crowded on Saturdays and Sundays. There's other things to do.
You ever go in the daytime?
No.
Then why did you go today?
What do you mean, today? Who said I went to the movies today?
Did you?
Well, yeah, for a little while.
Now, wait a minute, just a second. I don't understand this. Just when did you go to the movies?
When I left the office.
You mean at 2 o'clock?
Yes, that's right.
You didn't say anything about that to anybody before?
Well, I didn't think it was important.
Turning out to be important, isn't it?
Yes?
Then why didn't you think it was important before?
I don't know. I just didn't think so, that's all.
What was the name of the man you met there?
Where?
At the movies.
I didn't meet any man.
Supposing I told you you were seen with a man there.
All right. I knew you'd find out. He said you wouldn't, but I knew you'd find out.
Sure. We find out everything, don't we, Captain?
Most of it.
I didn't want to do it. I really didn't. I was afraid, and it wasn't right, and I didn't want to do it, but he said it wouldn't hurt my boss or me, only the insurance company. Nobody would find out about it.
He was wrong, wasn't he?
Yes, he was wrong.
Why did you meet him in the theater?
He wanted me to tell him how much was in the payroll.
What's his name?
Jack Kerr. can get fooled. Sure can get fooled. He sounded so nice when I first met him.
Where was that?
On my vacation in the mountains.
Where, at the hotel?
Yes, that's right. I took my 2 weeks and I went away. I didn't expect to meet any man. All I wanted to do was get a little country air, a little sunshine, that's all. But he was there, and we danced, and we went boating, and we swam together. I didn't even go up there with any intention of meeting a man. Maybe I used to, but I got over that. It was really very nice to me, very nice. And then when I came back to the city, he took my telephone number. I never expected to hear from him, really.
But you did.
Yes, he called, and we started to see each other in the city. You know, he'd come over and we'd go to a movie, take a walk, something like that.
How long ago was this?
Well, I got back from my vacation 3 weeks ago. Then last Sunday night we took a bus ride. It was so hot, we just had to get out someplace. We went up to Fort Tryon Park and we sat on a bench up there. I could see that he had something on his mind. I thought he was going to ask me to marry him. That's what I thought. I really thought that. And then he finally told me what it was.
This?
Yes, I was so surprised. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't say a word. I didn't think he was that kind of guy. He was so nice.
Well, then why did you go ahead with it?
Oh, I wasn't going to. I told him no. And then he said all he wanted the money for was for us to get married.
Is that why you did it? So he'd marry you?
No, I don't think I would have married him. I just did it because he wanted the money so bad. That's all. I wouldn't have married him ever, believe me.
Weren't you still afraid, Dee?
Yes.
Well, then why did you go through with it?
Oh, I don't know. I guess because he was so nice to me. At least for a month I had a good time. I figured I owed him something, that's all.
Where does he live?
I don't know. He never would tell me. Some hotel, I think.
Is Jack Curley his real name?
I don't know. I think so.
Where can we find him?
Well, he was supposed to meet me tonight.
Where?
In a bar on Broadway, way uptown, 8:30. Oh, I got to thinking. I think that all he wanted was the money from this. I think he made the date just so I'd go through with this today. I don't think he's going to show up. I don't think I'll ever see him again.
You'll see him again. Maybe not tonight, but I guarantee you'll see him again. "21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. Who's dead? Who? She was killed. Ah. Where is it? Where? 88 East what? East 70. Who is this calling? What's your name? Doris what? All right. Just stay right where you are. The officers will be there right away. Yeah, right away. Oh, don't worry about it.
So
Take
it goes.
care of it.
Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Elspeth Eric, Mandel Kramer, Wendell Holmes, Bill Smith, and Lawson Zerbe. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio. rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.